Well, welcome to Christchurch, Hagley Oval. The sun's out. It looks a batting day. Day 4 here at the Hagley Oval is all about the cricket. Tomorrow might all be about the golf. New Zealand lead by 4 runs. England need 4 wickets. Day 5 in Christchurch, though, may well see the England team playing 4 balls rather than scoring them. Test cricket, though, has confounded and confused of late, so predicting or expecting anything often makes fools of us all. Mitchell and Smith stand in their way. Surely, though, we're 1 session away, maybe 2, from England going 1-0 up.
And Instagram, don't miss a beat. Today with the Black Caps. Lots of content going on the New Zealand cricket
outside of leg stump, and it's high, long, enormous flow. And Harry Brook, what an entertainer he is. What a player he is. Gone for 171.
England has been bowled out, finally, 499, giving them a lead of 151.
Livingston, here's Latham, playing down the wrong line, gets a thick outside edge, and he's caught by Brook at second slip. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and Wokes has got Kane Williamson.
Oh my word, he's gone for a first baller. Tom Blundell's gone for a first baller. 155 for 6 is how it finishes. New Zealand with the slenderest, just 4 runs.
So that's how it sounded on day 3 here at the Hagley Oval. Time now for an odds update, though, with William Hill.
In the zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+ gambleware.org.
Pleased to say that Lee Phelps is with us. Lee, what have we got ahead of day 4 here at the Hagley Oval?
Well, as you said, England are really short price favourites. 1 to 33 they are to win this match now. The draw 100 to 1 and New Zealand 9 to 1 for obvious reasons, like you said. Really, everything's in England's favour here. When you're looking at the betting at the minute, you can have a bet on the over and under total runs for the second innings for New Zealand. That's at 247.5 at the minute, so it's 5 to 6 over. 5 to 6 under. You can take your pick on that. I mean, obviously, you know, they need to get some runs on the board and set some kind of total for England. I think the interesting market here is the top run scorer live in the second innings. Myself and our resident cricket expert Ben Barrett have been having a debate on this tonight. I quite like to be with Kane Williamson in the clubhouse on 61. He's 8 to 11 favourite to be the top run scorer. Daryl Mitchell, though, is Ben's pick. Look, he's done 31 runs. If he loses a couple of his teammates early on here, he might just start swinging. And if he starts swinging just to get some runs on the board, then that might take him above that 61. I think it's an interesting market. Nathan Smith is next in the betting. Obviously, you know, he's got a long way to go to get anywhere near Kane Williamson. But he's 18 to 1 to be top scorer in this second innings. Obviously on 1 not out as it stands at the minute. And then the rest of the order are much bigger prices. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how quickly England can get those wickets. And conversely, you know, how many runs they can put on the board quite early here in New Zealand. But yeah, England massive favourites to win this.
Thanks a lot, Lee. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18+, begambleaware.org.
In the zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+ gambleware.org.
One of the more heartening, or most heartening moments yesterday was Chris Wokes. 2 wickets and 2 balls, and he nipped out Tom Latham at the top of the order. Wicketless in first innings. Pressure's on. Pressure is always on when you're playing professional sport. And Chris Wokes has stood up to the challenge. He caught up with talkSPORT's Scott Taylor just a few moments ago.
Chris, thanks for joining us. Well bowled yesterday. How did that feel, getting those 3 wickets yesterday?
Yeah, really nice to obviously pick up some key scalps. I think obviously, you know, Kane Williamson has looked set in both innings, so to obviously break that partnership, and then obviously to get a wicket next ball is always nice. You know, obviously with them still behind as well, it's quite a key moment in the innings for us. So yeah, obviously a job to do this morning though.
Just take us through that feeling when you got Blundell 2 in 2 balls. The atmosphere looked amazing within the team.
Yeah, it did, and then he reviewed it straight away. So obviously he kind of puts you on edge a little bit, thinking, oh, maybe he hasn't hit it. But I was convinced at the time, and obviously thankfully there was a spike on Alter Edge, and yeah, always nice to get that 2 in 2 balls and gives a bit of a buzz around the group, obviously. So yeah, the hat-trick ball wasn't overly a great ball, but so be it.
And there's been a lot of external noise about your record overseas, so it must be really satisfying to perform as you did yesterday with those 3 wickets as well.
Yeah, I mean, that noise is always has been there for a long time, so I'm kind of used to it. Kind of block it out and just go out there and try and do a job for the team, which is always what it's about. And as I say, yesterday it was nice to contribute. So hopefully we can get a couple more this morning and contribute again.
Are you someone that sort of needs to, as we saw in the first innings, are you someone that needs rhythm first? And because you haven't bowled since that first test in Pakistan, so is it a case of getting overs under your belt and then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always better for overs under my belt. I always feel that way. But I actually felt like I bowled relatively well with the new ball in the first innings. Just didn't quite get the nicks. That's just generally that can be the way it goes sometimes. But yeah, felt okay. Felt actually in half decent rhythm. So it was nice to get the rewards yesterday.
How have you found the last 6 months? Obviously, Jimmy Anderson's retired, Broader's retired. You're leading the attack. How are you feeling it?
Good. I've enjoyed it. The home summer went really well. Felt like I contributed really well to obviously a great summer for us. Pakistan was very different, obviously conditions-wise. Felt like I went reasonably well in that first Test match. Obviously, it was a great win as well. So, yeah, look, I mean, I've enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Obviously, it's been very different feel to not having, Jimmy and Broady out there in the middle. But I've enjoyed the role that I've been given, and yeah, hopefully I can continue.
Just a couple more. We saw Jacob make his debut this week. You obviously know him well, being a Warwickshire lad yourself. Just talk us through what he's been like and what he can bring to this Test side.
Yeah, very relaxed young lad, really. An old head on young shoulders, doesn't let too much get to him, doesn't faze him too much. So, he's obviously had a busy few months with all sorts going on, and Test debut is just another string to his bow, and I'm sure there'll be many more that we see of Jacob Bethel. He just seems to just take everything in his stride. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll see much more of him.
Just finally, on a lighter note, Mark Wood's not here on this tour. I heard a podcast with you where you spoke with Woody about his experience of looking after Woody on this tour. Yeah. How relieved are you now to just focus on the cricket and not have to worry about babysitting?
Yeah, I didn't have to babysit him in Pakistan either, so it was a nice break for me, a little bit of a breather. But no, he's always missed around the group. It's good to have him on tour, so it's a shame he's not with us, but I'm sure he's keeping himself busy back home.
Good luck today.
Cheers, mate.
That's Chris Oakes speaking with Scott Taylor, Steve Harmison alongside myself, John Norman in the commentary box here at Hagley Oval. It looks a picture, another good crowd in, and they'll be hoping for 2, maybe even 3 sessions of Test cricket. New Zealand are going to have to bat very well for that to happen, though. Yeah, Chris Oakes has been Mark Wood's chaperone. I imagine you've found yourself in positions at times, and Mark Wood has been leaning on you for support. I don't know if you've ever flown with Mark Wood, but certainly you would have travelled around a little bit with him.
No, not flown with him. I don't think. No, not flown with him. He chaperoned me a few times, especially when I'm 3 or 4 pints deep, and he's given me a lift home on more than one occasions on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon in Ashington. But he is, I think, along with Archer, what I think excites me about this group, because I've watched. Chris Oakes got better as the summer went on. He's slow yesterday, slow day one. He did really well yesterday. Cars, Atkinson. I mean, we're starting to pool together some really sort of exciting talent of fast bowlers, coupled with the fact that you throw Josh Tongue and Jamie Overton once he starts, when he starts bowling and getting fit. Matt Potts is out here, so the stock is high, the stock is good. Keeping them fit is always a challenge, but I was really pleased for Chris Oakes yesterday, because there would have been, John, a lot of people ready with their knives at the end of this Test match if he didn't have a good day yesterday and today, writing him off, thinking that's him done. Probably his last Test match, if you think about his away record and his away form. So he got it right yesterday, he got it in a good area, and he got due rewarded. So, good on him for that.
Yep, well said, Steve Harmison. Rashan Ravindra spoke really well following day 3 yesterday. Difficult day. It's been a very difficult Test for New Zealand. Wherever they look, really. Their bowlers have performed well, as has Kane Williamson. But apart from that, it's difficult to pick out too many positives. Glenn Phillips in first innings as well. So fair play to Rashan Ravindra from fronting up yesterday. This morning it was a turn of the batting coach of New Zealand, one of just a handful of players who've represented both more than one international side. Luke Ronke, who played for New Zealand in the World Cup final in 2015 in Australia, spoke with talkSPORT and also Sport Nation's Daniel McHardy.
Luke Ronke out of the New Zealand coaching staff ahead of day number 4. Certainly not how you would have drawn it up. A slender lead, 4 wickets remaining. What chance are you giving yourself? It's a strange old game, this one. I guess that's what you're focusing in on.
Exactly, that's the whole thing. That's what you've got to keep doing. You've got to keep believing, keep sort of sticking to your styles, your skill sets and back. And Daryl can do that. Nathan Smith has done that domestically. We've seen a bit of what he did last night. It's backing the bat in hand and making sure we stick to it.
You've got the tricky notion of time too. So much time left in the game. So what is it? Is it occupying the crease or actually being assertive and trying to pick up as many runs as possible?
You've still got to be assertive. You've still got to be positive in what you're doing. I think that's something. Well, it's one of the things we always talk about, having intent and how you want to do it, and also with who's at the crease, you understand that that's our best option. I think when you look at the guys after the 2 that are in at the moment, that if they're trying to bat time and not runs, then that sort of changes the landscape for them as well. So we just need to be positive.
More broadly speaking, I think only Whittington and Ravindra have Test hundreds this year. A little bit concerned with the output. There seems to be lots of starts, but no conversions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I do get that. But again, we've been in India and places that have made it a little bit more challenging for batters. And then it comes back to like, right, how are we going about out? Excuse me, it's the same chat, it's the process, it's going about our business the way we want to and understanding situations and time of game and just putting the efforts out there. Every batter wants to make runs, every batter wants to make hundreds, and that's a natural reality of the whole situation. But again, we've got to keep trusting the fact that what we're doing, the guys train their butts off. They do all the work to make sure that they're in the best possible situation to go out there in their innings and make the runs they're gonna make. So we just keep believing and backing, and we know these guys are phenomenal cricketers, so we'll keep doing it.
Yeah, so they are putting in the work. You identify technical issues. It's about them believing in themselves.
Yeah, well, it's just back it. They believe in themselves. It's trusting their processes and know that, right, we do the work. And teams are going to bowl well. You're going to get out. That's the other part to it. But cricketers seem to think, right, I can't get out in a situation, or if I get out, it's this and that. But the amount of times people are not out, it's not that often. So it's like, just get that mindset out the way and just go out there and just back the stuff that you got. Back your skills, back your processes, back the work you're doing. And then hopefully, in the end of it, you get the outcome you want. But you can't, if you're outcome-based, then things aren't going to work out quite the way you want them to.
The English plans, at times, have gone short. Seems like you've looked to take them on straight away. Has that been by design?
Again, it's each person's sort of own decision out there. I think you can see in the second innings, Daryl went the other way and he's still doing it nicely. So it's situational awareness of what's going on. It's batters understanding which way the wind is going as well and who's bowling.
Hello.
Best short ball plan, I guess, out of the English bowlers as well. So
were you just checking that I'm alive?
The guys are each making their own decisions around how they want to do it, and they're backing that. And that's all I think you can.
I can't hear you, Jack.
Stuff like we've been saying already. If you back it, you play it better. And that doesn't mean always playing a pull shot. You might be defending it, you might be ducking it. But it's just knowing that, right, the situation needs this of me right now, and hopefully you get the best outcome out of it.
That was Luke Ronke talking to Sport Nation, Daniel McHardy. 155 for 6. Good morning and welcome if you're joining us for the first time. And it's an absolutely picture-perfect day in Christchurch at the Hagley Oval. England looking for 4 wickets as quickly as possible. I don't think they'll necessarily be in a rush, though. They're not going to try and force the process, just stick to the basics. Of course they're not going to stick to the basics. Ben Stokes is captain. They'll come up with something creative, something different, and in fact it is going to be Ben Stokes to bowl the first over of the morning. New Zealand leading by a mere 4 runs with Daryl Mitchell on 31 from 99 balls. Nathan Smith has a single from a dozen balls, and the home side hoping for a small cricketing miracle, you would think. Daryl Mitchell perhaps holds the key. Nathan Smith is an all-rounder, but after that it's Matt Henry, Tim Southey and Will O'Rourke, the bowlers, all of whom can hold a bat. There's no rabbits, but what a day, Steve Harmison. Not a cloud in the sky, beautiful warm sunshine, and not quite a capacity crowd, but an expectant one.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful day. They're filtering in nicely here. It's probably about 90% full, but England captain's got ball in hand, looking to get the first wicket of the morning.
From the Botanical Gardens end, down the leg side, very much a loosener from Ben Stokes. It was lacking direction and pace, to be perfectly fair.
It definitely was a loosener. Got an interesting field. He's got 2 men out in the deep, fine leg and deep backward square. It's just what looks probably right on square. But he's kept the 3 slips. So I was going to say he's keeping the 3 slips in a gully, but he's not. He's just moving. Ben Duckett's going to leg slip from gully, making sure the man at square leg is in front of square now, because you can't have 3 men outside the square on leg side.
Here is Stokes, straight and accurate and outside the off stump and edged, and Harry Brook diving to his right makes a good stop at second slip. Actually, he is the second slip. He's not at second slip. He's, I would say, third slip. Joe Root's in a conventional first slip position, maybe a little wider than normal. They are hedging their bets and spreading their options. Jacob Bethel is patrolling the covers. Chris Wokes at mid-off, deepish mid-on as well. Deep square leg, as Harmy said, and Shoaib Bashir at long leg. Ben Duckett is at leg slip. Here's Stokes once again up to the crease now, bowls full and wide, and much better pace from the England captain. And carry as well through to Ollie Pope.
Daryl Mitchell played for, obviously, for the end of play yesterday. England bowled very well. He scored 3 runs off 48 balls at the end of play yesterday. So we started again, just having a look at what England have got to offer. I still think they're going to have to, if they want to have any influence in this game, Mitchell's the one that's got to do all the bulk of the scoring.
Here is Ben Stokes once again. Another one down the leg side here, and the leg glance from Daryl Mitchell. And the way Ben Stokes held his head in his hands and ran his fingers through his hair, the suggestion from that body language is that he's bowling leg stump on purpose. It makes me chuckle, because it's just conceivable if anybody in the world is doing that deliberately, it's him.
We've got leg slip in play, and knowing that Daryl Mitchell's head falls over early in his innings, the England captain's looking to go for that LBW, but he's also looking that thin outside edge to Ben Duckett at slip.
Stokes in again to Mitchell on the first run of the morning, as the right-hander nudges it wide of Chris Wokes to mid-on, and they trot through for a single, and the lead moves to 5, 156 for 6. It must be extremely counterintuitive as a fast bowler, Harmy. I don't know how often, if ever, you attempted to change the line that you had grown up and practiced all your life and all your career. Fourth stump or hit the top of off stump, and then you come up with a cunning plan and bowl more at leg stump. Here is the leg slip has gone now for Nathan Smith, and he's back and across and pushes it out to Wokes at mid-on, straight to him, but not with any great power, which enabled them to scurry through for a quick single. Wokes picked up and had a shy at the non-strikers end, only 1 stump to aim at, didn't hit it, and the over comes to an end, just a couple from it. Ben Stokes' 3rd over of the innings. New Zealand 157 for 6 after 50 overs now.
Yeah, it's always the challenge from a bowler's point of view, especially when you bowl at tail enders, isn't it? When you bowl at tail enders, you've got to bowl differently to you would at the top 6. That's what everybody believes you have to do. Bowl it close at the stumps and bowl at the stumps, because you bowl at top of off stump to a top of off stump, top of middle and off to a top player, depending on where you're playing in the world. But the majority of the time they'll hit you through mid wicket, hit you straight back down the ground. But a tail ender, if you bowl 4th stump in the channel just outside trying to drag him forward, a top 6 player that you're trying to nick off, I mean, the tail ender's got no chance of hitting it. So it's always a challenge to move your lines and lengths, and that's the art and the beauty about fast bowling. Sometimes it's natural for people. Some people are, and it's not as simple just to run up and try and hit the stumps. It sounds stupid, because that's the idea of the game, but it's not. Because if you do that against good players, you bowl on the stumps against good players, they'll murder you.
Bryden Carr to bowl the 2nd over of the morning, and there's some tinkering, some substantial tinkering with the field now, and Joe Root seems to be directing traffic at short leg. He's just making sure that the long leg is in the right position. Here is Bryden Carr, and that's down the leg side, short and pretty hostile down the leg side though. Smith steps inside the line of it and leaves it alone. The man is now India's bowling coach. He was a very fine fast bowler himself, Morne Morkel. The wide Yorker, Harmy, is a product of T20 cricket, I think, mostly. I mean, I don't think 20 years ago, even 15 years ago, you would have had too many fast bowlers being asked to bowl Yorker length, 2 foot outside off stump. But here's Bryden Carse up to the crease now, bowls, and pushed away out on the onside by Smith, and Carse does the fielding himself. But he had an absolute mental block. He was a very fine bowler in every format. But when things started to go wrong and he was first asked to bowl wide Yorkers, he couldn't do it, and he never ever mastered it. It was just a mental block. He just couldn't do it.
Might be for the size of him, Manners. The big, say tall bowlers, they do have problems landing in the right place, and Bryden Carse, tall bowlers, just landed over the line, so that was a no ball. But yeah, I think long levers, getting it into that blocker was always going to be a challenge.
Here is Carse once again. That's a lovely, lovely on drive from Nathan Smith. He'll get 4 for it, I think. If it doesn't reach the boundary, it'll stop just a couple of inches short. It does reach the boundary, but it was full. It was full and straight, and Nathan Smith has just eased that away. Didn't try to hit it really hard. Didn't overuse the bottom hand. Lovely, lovely cricket shot.
Beautiful shot. It wasn't a bad ball either. It was full of length. It was pitching just outside off stump. I think it was straight in a touch, but didn't try and hit it too hard. Didn't try and whip it through the leg side. Just tried to lean on it. It's a beautiful shot from Nathan Smith down the ground.
Here is Bryden Carse, and Smith now opens the face of the bat to back a length delivery and guides it very skillfully past second slip and down to the unguarded third boundary. So back-to-back 4s for Nathan Smith, and he's into double figures. 10 now from 17 balls, 166 for 6. That's 2 consecutive quality cricket shots.
Yeah, he's in control of that. It probably hit a little bit more of the edge of the bat than he wanted, but he was trying to sort of drop his hands and run it down. I'd love to know how many runs Third's got this game. I mean, it's got to be close to a record. I mean, Ollie Pope got a lot of runs down there. Harry Brook got a lot of runs down there. I mean, Third has been very, very lucrative to both sides in this game.
We've had the second most extras in this test match for this venue. 82 of them across the 3 innings so far, as Bryden Carse is in once more. That's down the leg side. There is a leg slip in place. Again, it was a rib tickler. At least that was the length and height. But it's down the leg side. It was in at the body, and that's why the leg slip is there. You're not deliberately bowling for but it's in the batsman's mind. And if you're bowling rib cage, then the leg slip just makes perfect sense. And just second thoughts about glancing.
Yeah, leg slip is in that position for the one off the glove into the rib cage, or the one where the batter's setting himself. He goes full, and it's a little flick down the leg side.
Here is Bryden Carse again, and this time outside the off stump once more, left alone by Nathan Smith. 166 for 6. New Zealand lead by 15. They had a positive bank account of just 4 runs overnight, so now 15. It's I don't think will become consequential until they've added another
250.
Another 200, then it might become consequential.
Another 200. This is a good pitch. It really is a good pitch. There's something in it I really think it's a good cricket pitch. There's something in it for the bowlers. There's something in it for the bat.
Here's Bryden Carse, and again, back of a length, up onto his toes goes Smith, playing it away defensively. I've often remarked that there's only one permanent structure at the Hagley Oval, and that is the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion, which doubles as a corporate hospitality event year-round. And it is a magnificent facility with brilliant kitchen and catering services. But I'm actually wrong. There are 2 other buildings, I suppose, at deep extra cover with the bowling from the Botanical Gardens end, and they are Victorian-style wooden. They're more than huts, aren't they?
Not quite sheds, but
cottages.
Cottages. Yeah, a little bit. Do you know what the one on the left reminds me of, Manners? It's the ones in Barbados. The dressing room in Barbados
with the big veranda.
Yes,
balcony,
the green dressing room in Barbados. That reminds me a hell of a lot like that.
It's very colonial, I think, perhaps is the way. Here's Stokes, and edged, and it's gone between Root and Brook at the 2 slips. Brooke is maybe at fourth slip, Joe Root a wide first slip, so just enough of a gap there, and I'm not sure that Daryl Mitchell was in control of that, Harmy. Was he?
That was a good ball. He's trying to keep it down.
It wasn't edge.
Just bounced on him. It's got a thicker outside edge, and he's just trying to keep it down. So it was well played. It was a good ball in a good area, and it was well played.
The smaller of the two little wooden cottages belongs to the Canterbury Cricket Umpires and Scorers Association. Here is Stokes once again, and Mitchell comes forward playing defensively to a delivery on a line of about fourth stump. I think it's wonderful that the Umpires and Scorers Association have their own permanent structure, and it's been well populated throughout the course of the Test match. But underappreciated scorers and umpires, so for them to have their own permanent structure. It's not quite on the boundary, but it's a two-story building, and there's again a balcony on outside the first one, which has been well attended. That's short and pulled. Daryl Mitchell hit that as if he didn't want to damage the ball, in the way that you would pat a dog that was jumping up at you, and you didn't want to hurt it.
Yeah, you didn't want to hurt him, but you didn't want him to bite you.
Yeah,
yeah. It was just a little bit of get off me. It was a good ball. It was a nip back into the sort of midriff area of Mitchell, and with the men back, he doesn't want to take it on after what happened in the first innings. So he just eased it into the leg side. Ben Stokes is now going full bouncer mode. You know, Harry Brooks coming out of slip. England have got 3 men on the offside, 6 men on the leg side, and the England captain is putting all his eggs in one basket and telling Nathan Smith, I'm going to start bowling halfway down the wicket here.
A short leg in as well, and 3 men out in the deep and 2 on the leg side. So all basically for the attacking shot. Stokes bowls the bouncer. Smith knew it was coming and left it alone. It's a tactic that Stokes thoroughly enjoys, isn't it? It hasn't taken him long, and why not? It's like I said yesterday. It's his team, it's his toy, and he can play with it like he wants.
Absolutely. And I mean, when it wasn't his team and it wasn't his toy, that's what probably got him into a position of a knee problem. But he seems to be fully fit now, firing, and this is what he's going to do.
Here he is once again, bowls short. Smith does take it on, plays it nicely, pulls it with the roll of the wrists, and Ben Duckett at I don't know how to describe that position. 45 degrees, so we've got a deep square leg and an orthodox long leg. And Duckett is the man that goes, he's 15, maybe 20 yards in from the boundary on an angle of 45 degrees. We need to come up with a name for that. And I can't think of one, but it's all changed with Daryl Mitchell. Well, not quite all changed, but Duckett has moved from that position now. He's there very much for the top edge pull, or the paddle pull shot. He's now moved to leg slip. So 2 wideish slips and a leg slip as Stokes is into Mitchell. Bowls full and straight, and Mitchell pushes it up towards Wokes at mid-on. No run, 172 for 6. Lead is 21. Mitchell 37, and Nathan Smith has 11. Lead of 21. If you don't, Cantabrians, the people of State of Canterbury, tell me that they don't get very many warm, sunny days in early summer, which this is at the end of November, and we've had a few hours of cloud and cold wind, but basically mostly sunshine for 4 days.
It has been beautiful. We've had 2 really, really good days out of the 4 that we've had. I mean, exceptional days out of the 4 that we've had so far in this Test match. We had a couple of days when we got here, which were nice and warm. But bearing in mind, we're coming from the northeast of England where it was -1, so I mean, even yesterday was a warm day, 15 degrees.
Bouncer mode for Bryden Cast 2 with a fly slip, a fine leg, a long leg, a deep square leg, and that's short and left alone, ignored completely by Nathan Smith. I wonder what Smith feels that about the fact that he is the subject of bouncer mode, but not Daryl Mitchell. I mean, Smith's on debut, but there'll be enough footage, I assume. And if not actual footage, then data analysis on the number of times he plays the hook and the pull shot, because he has played 53 first-class games and had a very successful stint with Worcestershire, of course. Here is Bryden Carse again, and forces Smith to rise up onto his toes, pushes it wide of Bashir at extra cover, or wide mid-off.
Looks a very, very accomplished batter, does Nathan Smith. Number 8 for New Zealand. His game looks in good order. No moving parts, no big swish and flourish of the bat. Defensively, he looks quite strong. Technique's good. He's picked up length very, very quickly. See whether way he's ducking and swaying, and that one there didn't quite get up, so he stood up and played it into the offside for a single.
And it's Bryden Carse once again running away from us, and that was very full. It looked like he was trying to bowl a straight Yorker, and it's pushed by Daryl Mitchell down towards the long on boundary. Chris Wokes will chase it and retrieve it, and they'll go through for 3. Big ground. More 3s run in this test match than in any other test match over the last couple of years. That's courtesy of the very long boundaries. Square wicket, square boundaries in particular. How many strips are there here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 strips, I think. It's a big block, as they call them in New Zealand, or square, as we would say. Headquarters of Canterbury cricket. Here's Bryden Carse once more, up to the crease, bowls, bouncer, and Nathan Smith ducks underneath it. He does look very, very organised, and he's batting at number 8, but everyone I've spoken to who's seen enough of him, Harmy, describes him as a genuine all-rounder, and it's not a long innings, but I think 25 balls you can see enough, as you've just said, to confirm that that status is not overstated.
Yeah, he's probably in the mould of Chris Wokes. Probably not quite. I don't think he's quite as. We don't know if he's quite as good as Chris Wokes. We haven't seen that much of him. But for 25 balls, he looks like probably a number 7, number 8. Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Bryden Carse now, and that's a very good delivery. Round the wicket, in at the rib cage. Joe Root at short leg. Nathan Smith had to play it, and he duly pushed it to Joe Root, who's quite deep at short leg, but it fell well short of him. I think he was in good control of that.
Yeah, even the way he played that, I was going to say, the way he played that it looked as though it gave him the hurry up. I think I would have given a lot of top 6 batters the hurry up, but he played it very, very well. He got up on his toes and he managed to keep it down. Joe Root, former England captain, is deep, but he's there for the one that just loops up. It just gets a bit too big on the batter.
Here's Bryden Carse, another bouncer. Nathan Smith is expecting it. It's the bouncer field, it's a bouncer plot, and he played it well, ducked underneath it. Are you able to choose, Harmy, when you reach England and you're selected for the first time, are you able to choose your shirts beyond the standard sizes, large, extra large, whatever? Can you ask for specific things like extra long?
Yeah, you can. Extra long lengths in on the body or on the sleeve. Some people like shorter sleeves. Some people like 3/4 sleeves. Graham Thorpe, the man who this series, the trophy's named after. Thorpe used to use the sort of the 3/4 sleeve. Marcus Trescothick used to like the sort of longer than the short sleeve, 3/4 sleeve for when he batted. Mine used to be a little bit longer in length. I used to have mine a little bit longer in length. So yeah, you can choose.
Here is Ben Stokes continuing to Daryl Mitchell. Plays it defensively, back to the bowler, no run. Do you know why I asked the question? Because Bryden Carse, his shirt's always untucked.
Yeah, I've never known Bryden Carse ever, playing for Durham, playing for England, playing for anybody, have a shirt tucked in.
Your shirt was often flapping out as well. But some bowlers, it's always tucked in.
Yeah, some like it always tucked in. Goffey liked his tucked in. Goffey pulled his trousers right up. I mean, it wasn't a waist size for Darren, it was his chest size.
Here comes Ben Stokes again, and this is pushed away off the back foot by Mitchell through mid-wicket. Another single, 177 for 6. And the other reason I ask is, why did you always make it look like your shirts didn't fit? You're always tugging at
I
those shoulders.
was always pulling it up. Yeah, it was just I think it was like a nervous twitch, a nervous tick. That I liked the baggy shirt. Yeah, I mean, my shirts now would probably still fit me. That's how. Yeah. And I'm 6 stone heavier than what I was when I was playing. So yeah, I used to like pulling the sleeve up, and I probably should have had like the shorter
size.
Well, the shorter sleeves. That's what I probably should have had.
Here is Stokes again. Bouncer short, very short. Went through at head height. In fact, it didn't go through at head height, according to Rod Tucker, who's called it wide. That's why Smith left it.
Yeah, I like the end of my career came very, very quickly. I went to Yorkshire, and I can't remember who they were sponsored by, and it was the figure hugging shirts, the really tight ones. And I'd done a bit. I'd put a bit on since then. So, I mean, you might as well have just sprayed the sponsored logo onto my chest. It was like that. And I was like, right, that's it. I was playing with about 7 or 8 18-year-olds looking at him going, 2005 Ashes winner. He's an absolute joke. That was it. Game over for me.
Stokes in again. Round the wicket. Nathan Smith plays it nicely. Again, it was about chest height. Maybe just a little lower than that, and he pushed it away defensively on the onside.
We mentioned Darren. We should wish him all the best. And, Lahore Calanders, I think they're playing Hampshire today, or they've already played Hampshire, or one of the two. But did they win? Did they? Yeah, they won. So he gets off to a good start. Darren in the coaching capacity of Lahore Calanders, Global Super League.
Stokes again around the wicket to Smith, and on the back foot, lots of space on the offside, and he's played it with some accomplishment off the back foot, punching it through the offside, runs through for 2. You can't remember the name of the competition, can you? Neither can I, by the way.
No, I can't remember. I know it's in Guyana.
Global
Super League. Yeah, I got it. I've got it close then. I got it right. So it's first time for everything matters.
It's in Guyana, and it's a straight. There's apparently lots of cash up for stake for the players and prize money. That's a bouncer from Ben Stokes, flies through to Ollie Pope as Nathan Smith has nothing to do with it. But it's just the latest in the endless sequence of T20 competitions. Do you know who qualifies, or is it by invitation? Hampshire are there.
Hampshire are there. That's all I know, and I know Darren's there. That's about far as I've getting it. But a few messages off and telling me his team's there, so that's it.
Stokes again, quick bouncer this time. He's warming up as Ben Stokes bowled a couple of deliveries at 137, 138. That was 136, and it was a no ball.
It's a no ball for height, I think. It's a no ball for height. I think he's bowled his 2 for the over, and it's a no ball for height. Rod Tucker went quickly. I'm assuming it's height. He's pointing at his head, Rod Tucker. I'm assuming it's height because, it's not the front foot, it's height. All these 2 for the over.
Is that why Ben Stokes is clucking and muttering?
He's muttering because one of the ones that he got called for wasn't.
Here's Stokes again, and this time it's not a bouncer, but it is about somewhere between waist and chest height, and it's played very nicely by Nathan Smith. Tucks it away for a single through the leg side. 54 overs gone now, 182 for 6. New Zealand so far unscathed in the morning. They lead by 31 more from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be John Norman.
Yeah, 27 runs in the first 20 minutes of the morning session. Very good from New Zealand. Been selective on how they've gone about their job. A few thicker, controlled outside edges down to the third boundary, but Nathan Smith, New Zealand's number 8, really does look an accomplished player with the bat. England have gone predominantly bouncer route. Stokes and Garth have bowled well. They've been on the money, but for New Zealand, they've been excellent as well.
Garth is going to continue from the Port Hills end, and it's Nathan Smith who confidently and comfortably pushes his ball up to mid-off. He came through for a single, but Mitchell was alert to the fact that Bashir still had some distance to travel to stop the ball, so called Smith through for a second. 184 for 6 then here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, John Norman, alongside the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison. New Zealand's lead at the start of the day was a boundary 4, and now it's moved along to 33 as Garth comes in again, and this is pushed again. Smith trying to get on the front foot, right in the bounce. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the leg side. So six is there? There's fine leg, short leg.
There's 3 on the onside.
Square leg, long leg, deep square leg.
Yeah, there's 2 in the deep down at fine leg, and then there's 3 in a line.
You're right.
Across the pitch.
So plenty of space on the offside. Nobody out on the boundary. Just in front of us to the left here in our commentary boxes. Garth goes around the wicket this time to Smith, straightens up a touch, and this is played back to the bowler who fields. I imagine that whatever happens here, well, unless New Zealand win, there will be some what-if moments, but when you look at the conditions here, a ball that's 54 overs old is not, I'm not exaggerating, Harmy, there isn't a cloud in the sky. Can't see a single cloud.
Not one.
Another, not quite full house, but a really decent crowd here. Now imagine New Zealand will be thinking, what if? If only. Garth again. This is straight off stump and clipped hard to Chris Woakes at mid-wicket, who did a lot of the damage yesterday, picking up 3 wickets, did Woakes, 3 for 39 from his 13 overs, dismissing Latham early, and then coming back late in the day, just when New Zealand were thinking, could we get to stumps? Just 3 down. You know, if they did, Williamson and Mitchell, if they were still there at stumps, we'd have a completely different game from the one that we have now. And I think New Zealand, drop catches included, of course, but with bat in hand, they will look back and think of a couple of errors. Short and ducked by Smith. But these two, Smith and Mitchell, would have gone to sleep last night dreaming of glory.
Yeah, dreaming of a 50 partnership to turn into a 100 partnership, to try and take the game deep into this, 4th day. So far they've gone well. England have gone with a short ball. I mean, the ball's soft in the middle of the pitch. There's not much in it for the bowlers. It's not coming off as quickly as it was, I think, yesterday. I think it's dying a little bit. Carson Stokes are going down this route. I would imagine Woakes and Atkinson will change tact when they do come on and try and challenge the outside edge.
Yeah, they're bowling some ugly overs at the moment, England, as Smith. Just for a second, with a short rising delivery, with a little bit of width, Smith considers unfurling the cut, trying to get the ball past Bashir, but in the end decides it's just not worth it. Not worth the risk, and lets this one go through. 55 overs bowled then, and Garth's speeds, which have been pretty consistent, pushing 140, continue into day 4 at Hagley Oval. We had some good news this morning, didn't we, Harmy? Listeners or viewers to the talkSPORT YouTube channel or on talkSPORT 2 will probably know that we had a break-in overnight between days 2 and 3 and lost a couple of cameras, but one of them turned up.
Yeah, one of them turned up, which was, very, very pleasing for Katie, who was panicking yesterday morning when we arrived.
There was no panic.
Yeah, no panic at all. But
just disappointment.
Yeah, but no, we got one of them back. Hopefully we'll get another one. If not, we'll go with what we've got. We tried our very, very best to make sure that people on YouTube got to see us. And I think we only lost an hour, didn't we? Was it an hour? So, fair play to Katie and everybody that helped us out yesterday. It was very, very warmly received.
Stokes is going to continue from the Steve Harmison Botanical Gardens end, and this is pushed to Chris Woakes coming out. No, Gus Atkinson coming in from the deep square boundary for a single. The cameras were back by the time me and Jeremy Coney were sharing an ice cream. Yeah. There's a radio and YouTube first.
He's right behind you, and he hasn't brought you one yet. We've had a pie this morning, and we could have done with a little bit of an ice cream just to finish it off.
Well, we've had a delicious pie this morning, haven't we? I had to interrupt you eating it to get comment on Chris Woakes.
Yeah. Is that my first one or second one?
Was there a second one, was there? We've got a nice coffee on the go.
Missed breakfast.
We did miss breakfast, both of us. Leg slip in place and 2 slips for Smith, who just withdraws the bat and lets this sail harmlessly through. No run. New Zealand have added 30 to their overnight score. They're 185 for 6.
Stokes has changed tact. He's gone for the pitch up now. He's gone back to 2 slips. Root at second slip, Brook at 4th, Bashir at backward point, Bethel at extra cover. Mid-on and mid-off are very straight. Mid-wicket straight. Ben Duckett's still at leg slip for the one that's pitched up and fallen over.
Over the wicket is Stokes, and this is drawing Mitchell forward, who plays with a straight bat. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If you're going to be bouncing a team that aren't really looking like they want to take the short ball on, it's flat pitch, the ball's soft, and cricket can get a little pedestrian,
yeah,
to be told. So
I think
we have seen Mitchell not edge one into the slips, but didn't seem to be in control of a ball that just went past, squeezed past second slip and gully. This is on the up drive from the bat of Smith. It was in the air for a touch. There's Garth at mid-off with extra cover. And Smith has managed to guide the ball between the two. Didn't seem quite in control of this shot, but led another couple of runs to the score, 188 for 6.
It was a nice shot from Smith. On the up. Didn't quite get over the top of it, but managed to open the face just enough to guide it into the gap. England have gone away from the bouncer the bouncer barrage, because New Zealand have, rightly so, not gone at it. There's a long way to the second new ball, so bit of sort of ducking and bobbing and weaving and standing up and playing. England have changed and gone back to the more conventional, trying to pitch the ball up and see if there's anything in and around that sort of 4.5-5 metre mark.
Stokes again, and this is a touch shorter, and just clipped fine down to fine leg, where Zach Crawley comes in from the boundary. Another run to the score. Smith on debut was impressed. He's one of the plus points that's come from this game. He moves to 20, and rather Mitchell actually has moved to 43. That brings Smith back on strike. But irrespective of that, Smith has one of the plus points from this New Zealand performance.
Absolutely, Smith, O'Rourke, I mean, New Zealand bowl well, they just didn't catch very well, and that's been spoken about a hell of a lot. Got a simple technique with a bat, but a very, 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 very good one.
It might be a quandary for New Zealand selectors and coach Gary Stead, as Smith will take a single to the leg side. Jeremy Coney's coming in, actually. Maybe he can answer it. But Wellington test match and Hamilton test match. New Zealand do have a frontline spinner to call upon, Mitchell Santner, who performed miracles in the second test against India. Sat out the first and third test matches, but he is back in the squad for the Wellington test match. And there's I see Sport Nation on social, there's been plenty of chat. Jeremy Coney, Ian Smith, Chris Harris, about whether Will Young should come in. If he does, who should he come in for? But there's also a conversation to be had about Mitchell Santner. And if he is to come back into this side, this New Zealand side, and you expect there will be a change or two, who does he come in for? Nathan Smith, potentially the man whose place is in danger. Unless, of course, Gary Stead and the selection team. I'm not sure who comprises the New Zealand cricket selection team, but I imagine that Gary Stead is one of them. There's Garth continues, and it's Smith getting up on his toes and defending back down the track. Good morning to you, Jeremy. Hope you're well.
Morning, John. Thank you very much. Yes, I am indeed. And good evening to people in the UK. What is it, Saturday night over there, is it?
Yeah, Saturday night, so we all woke
up. They'll be all round the radio.
Well, actually, yes, why not?
Yeah.
Either the radio or on our YouTube stream.
The wireless.
The wireless, the DAB. I mean, there's great interest in this series. And also, of course, there's no problems about having to get up for work. Struck on the pad this time, Smith, and he's given. This is kept a touch low. Carter's struck. I imagine that the batter will review, but England celebrate. Garth picks up his 4th wicket in the innings. New Zealand 190 for 7.
Looks a pretty reasonable shout too, you're right. It just squatted a bit, this ball, and just surprised Smith, the batsman. As he was on the back foot, so it's probably making impact around about the front crease, or just in front maybe. not much. Coming back in from outside the off stump, hitting him on the knee roll, definitely. His bat is looking as if he wants to play it to the leg side, which means that might be the reason he's missed this. And if it does hit the stumps, it'll be roundabout leg stump, I would think.
Well, we're watching it up on the big screen here at the Hagley Oval, where Daniel McHardy has made more than one appearance over the course of the last 4 days, imploring the spectators here at Hagley Oval to tune into Sport Nation. And when the England team looked up, and there is no, the ball has not hit the bat, that's for sure. When the England team saw the first replay, they started celebrating. So we will see now whether they are right to. They are indeed. 3 reds and you're out. So Nathan Smith's got to go for 20. Takes a review with him as well. He's batted time and he scored a couple of runs, but too much to ask of a guy coming in at, what, 8 and batting on debut to turn around the fortunes of a New Zealand side that really has shot itself in the foot repeatedly over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, looking at this, that's the first one that's actually, if anything, has kept just a tad low and squatted, but it's generally these look very good batting conditions, I'd have to say, out there today. The pitch itself looks pretty pristine. Yes, there are some obviously traffic from the running through of bowlers and so on, so there are some marks where you'd expect them, but the actual part where the ball is pitching, it's in very good order. And you know, once the ball gets, you know, we're into the late higher 50s, aren't we, with the overs in this innings so far. And really, if there's a mistake that's been made there, it's just by playing across the ball slightly. And it's the difference in height, I think, that's created the chance there for England, and they claimed it. The ball carrying on and indicated that it was hitting the top of leg stump.
Best bowling figures in the test match for Bryden Cast as well, 4 for 37, playing in just his 3rd test match. Continues to impress, and what has also impressed is the way that Stokes has changed his tactics. They went short ball for 3 overs, maybe 4, and then realised that New Zealand weren't playing ball, so they changed things up, brought the slips back in, started pitching it up, getting it across the batters, and on that occasion actually nipped into the right-handed Smith. So good tactics from the captain and backed up by the bowler, Cast, who is in, and Matt Henry, we know, strong on the cut. First ball, it's in the scoring area for the New Zealander, and he gets off the mark straight away. 191 for 7 then here on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand's lead has moved from 4 to 40, but they have lost the wicket of Nathan Smith.
Yeah, and that brings the tail now very much into play as far as England are concerned. A lot of those batsmen who got out yesterday in the New Zealand order will be feeling, my crikey, I've missed an opportunity here. This pitch looks, if you could get in, this pitch looks to me at the moment, and with 30 overs to go, that kind of thing, when we started play today, good opportunity to get some runs.
Yeah, I was wondering about the what-ifs within the New Zealand camp as Mitchell gets off strike with by running the ball square of the wicket. Down to backwards at deep square leg for a single. Will Mitchell change the way he goes about things while he's got Henry at the other end? I mean, they'll be mindful of the lead. They'll be thinking, well, 150, we're kind of in the game, but we've got to get there.
No, 150, you're not in the game, are you? No. Not really. So I think really it's more like 300. You might have a bit of a sniff, but you know, I don't think so. I think that New Zealand are done here, to be honest. You're more like, I mean,
Cast again, and he's targeting the pad of Matt Henry. Gets the bat down quickly and defends. 192 for 7.
I mean, if Smith had got 70, if Mitchell could get 150, there's an optimistic kind of view. It's more realistic, I think, to think that it's just going to be quietly dismiss New Zealand today and then just knock off the runs, really. I think that's much more likely.
Sadly, it's kind of felt like that ever since the catchers went down. You know, a one-innings game, you know, all to play for, but giving up 150 runs in the manner that New Zealand did, it just kind of felt like that at the start of play yesterday, even before those last 2 drops. Two slips in place. England persisting with a leg slip. There's a gully and a point. Struck on the pad. This is pitched up. This looks good. This looks really good. He's been pinned in front of the stumps as Henry. Garth celebrates. A little chat between Henry and Mitchell. But New Zealand have already lost a couple of reviews, and I don't think they're going to waste one there. They're not. Henry walks. Garth strikes again early on day 4, and he holds the ball aloft and takes applause from the crowd. A fiver for the first time in Test cricket for Bryden Garth. And the way he's gone about his short international career, you can absolutely guarantee it won't be the last time he celebrates in such fashion. 192 for 8 then, New Zealand, on the morning of the 4th day of the first Test. A lead of 41, but Henry's on the way back.
Yeah, the length has just created a problem for Henry, and it was too full. He was on the back foot, sort of frozen feet, really, not being able to move them forward or back to give him a chance to get access to the ball. If anything, a heavy head that fell across the stump slightly, so he was always playing across that ball and misses it, and it's into the pad. And of course height is no issue there. No point in even reviewing that, I don't think. And so another wicket for Garth. Well done, Garth. He's bowled at a decent clip right throughout this Test match. He's tried different lengths. He's got a natural kind of inward slant towards the right-hander that is useful in these sorts of conditions, and so he deserves his 5 wickets here. And so this change in tactic from going short to going full again has certainly worked for England. So well done them, and 2 very quick wickets, and so the morning has changed.
Morning, Jeremy. Good morning, everybody. Hitting 2/3 the way up leg stump. We check the replay. Matt Henry knew. Grimace across his face. Garth, excellent. 9 for the match. 5 for 39 of 16 demanding overs. And New Zealand's scorecard, a sorry one at 192 for 8, because, as you and John Norman have rightly pointed out, it's a good surface. So England have bowled very well. Made the most of the opportunities as Stokes continuing from the Botanical Gardens end full. Mitchell, a lone figure now for New Zealand, 44 not out. Tim Southey comes out to bat. What is this? The last Test for Tim Southey? We don't know.
No.
I think it's an interesting talking point as you cast
okay.
your eye ahead to
Okay.
Wellington and Hamilton about possible changes.
Yep, sure, okay. Well, we can talk a bit about perhaps the New Zealand makeup and the side, what might happen. It's what we are thinking. Let's first make that point.
Well, he's in the squad for all 3 tests.
Yeah.
They've named the squad.
Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why name the Test side squad for 3 when you're at home?
Stokes leg side, and Mitchell turns him around the corner to long leg. I'll give you...
You don't need to do that.
You don't need to. And
we could choose anybody that we want, really.
Can I make this crystal clear? I agree with you. I will try to answer your question. Why do they do this? My supposition would be that they have thrived under an era of consistency, of people knowing their place, of knowing what's ahead, not feeling under pressure. That is my guess. Now, whether or not that's the right way, I'm happy to discuss that they feel consistency, continuity has been a cornerstone to how they go. As Stokes goes short, a slippery one as Southey looks around, sees lots of fielders in the deep, but he doesn't take on the hook stroke. He actually moves inside the line of the ball, and it's through to Pope.
Yeah, I suppose there's comfort, I suppose, is the word you might use as well, is for those who are selected that you're chosen. But I do think if you've got the opportunity, if there are injuries, for example, the home side has always got. Hello, this is what's happening up here at the bowler's end at the moment. I think it looks as though Stokes is going to not complete the over by the look of it, doesn't it? And is that Atkinson going up now to complete the Stokes over? Now, whether that means there's a problem for Ben Stokes or not.
Well, he's not leaving the field, is he?
No, he's not.
So maybe he's just felt something in his hamstring. It was his most recent injury. What have you spotted, Jeremy?
I'm just looking at the last ball before the change. Nothing obvious there.
No. He's just being overly cautious, and when the opposition only has a lead of 42 and are 8 down, he could afford to be. He's staying on the field. He's at mid-wicket, so Atkinson called in to bowl. Short. It's around ribcage height, but pretty sedate start. No real chance to get loose, and Southey looked comfortable enough in playing that to the onside.
Yeah, just coming back to you. I mean, you can use as many people if you like. You're in your home country, of course. It's one of the advantages you have as a home side, don't you? That you've got the entire cricket world in your country you're able to select from if someone gets injured.
Atkinson continuing for Stokes. Short and a swing from Southey. He's so far through the stroke. It's almost at the back of the bat and gone straight down. So Stokes now at mid-wicket. Applauds. Strange that he hasn't left the field. After taking himself out of the bowling crease. This has actually hit the grill. It's hit the grill of Tim Southey. Atkinson's bowled a slow ball bouncer. He's rolled the fingers right over it. So that's why Southey's so far through the shot. Swings, misses. And a smile from Ben Stokes as he applauds. Crafty bit of bowling from Atkinson, who hasn't got a wicket yet in this innings, Jeremy. None for 37. He's taken some good catches, scored very brisk 48. Contributed with the ball in the first innings.
It's not a surprise, is it, that the English bowlers are going to attack Tim Southey with the short ball. They know that he's uncomfortable with the ball getting up around the body and doesn't appear to be able to get out of the way quite so easily. The only way he does is try and attack it. And of course, men are back, 3 of them, as the field is set at the moment. And that will be the applause of Stokes, the effort from his bowler Atkinson getting the ball up there.
Atkinson moves past the umpire, wide down the leg side, a flick of the back from Southey. He doesn't collect the end of the over that saw Stokes maybe just feeling his hamstring, taking himself off. Atkinson finishing the over, 193 for the loss of 8. New Zealand's lead is 42. They've lost Nathan Smith. LBW bowled cast for 21, and Matt Henry also LBW cast for 1. The wickets to fall today. Cast now 16 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 39. Mitchell on 45. He'll continue this long-running battle he has had with Cast. Cast got him out in the first innings, if I'm not mistaken. Bowling short, he took him on quite early, Jeremy. And he has wandered away between innings and decided, no, I'm going to put that away. I'll play more conventionally.
Well, it's worked for him too, hasn't it? And if you can just subdue those kind of instincts to, I mean, his natural inclination is to play aggressively. We know that. You and I have watched this for some years, haven't we, with Daryl Mitchell, as he's started batting at number 7 and then has moved up because of that and had some good success. The way that he plays, hitting down the ground, particularly straight off the front foot, and also pulling as well, because he plays so well off the front foot. He does get some short pitch bowling at him, but he's been hitting from low to high recently, so the ball always going up into the air, and was caught in that first innings.
Field spread very wide, set for short pitch bowling as Garth bowls back of a length, and Mitchell right in behind, pushing to point, no run.
New Zealand got another 20 overs here if they want to bat. And if somehow Mitchell now has got to a point in the order with Southey at the other end, and then, you know, Rourke. He has to manipulate things pretty carefully here, because the bulk of the striking, if New Zealand are going to get anything like, you know, up to 100 and so on, he's going to have to negotiate that. Keep them away from the strike as much as possible.
Cast away from us, moving up towards and past umpire Raza, bowling short down the leg side. That might be wide, is wide. Just got it wrong. It is a bouncy surface here. Margin of error reduced. That's the 4th wide to go with 9 no balls, 1 leg, but 14 extras for England in the field, and 42 in the first.
How many no balls? Just as a guide. I mean,
Well,
I've got the
9
impression
20 in the match for England.
Yeah, it's quite high, isn't it? Bowlers really striving to get something out of this surface.
Around the wicket now, Cars. He adjusts much better as far as height and accuracy. Mitchell has to get a long way across and down to evade the ball.
Smith on debut, of course. Maybe there's a bit of excitement in the early no balls that he provided.
He said that himself.
Did he?
When we spoke to him.
Yeah.
He also said after he took his first test wicket, he blacked out for a few overs. Can't really remember. Hope he remembers he got Joe Root a couple of balls later. That's one you will want. That's one you want to remember.
I think he should probably do that more often.
He was excitable. Fair enough too. Cast 5 for 40, looking for 6 in the innings and 10 in the match. Once more, Mitchell happy to get out of the way. Exchange of pleasantries and smiles between batter and bowler around mid-pitches. Cast holds his spot and Mitchell wanders down to do some gardening.
Okay, so this is getting near the back end of the over, second half of the over, if you like, and so this is where Mitchell can tuck it around and try and get up to the non-striker's end.
Open stance, Mitchell, bat raised high, gets a leading edge, he's trying to turn it through square leg, balloon straight but only halfway down the pitch, and Cast can't get close.
Yeah, kind of the angle doesn't marry up if you're bowling round the wicket and going across the right-hander and at him to try and turn that into the leg side. Not quite so. It's much easier to go just to the offside, isn't it? There's no fielders really. Anything from just in front of point, nothing.
It's Bashir just having a chat to umpire Tucker. Only figures, those two, keeping each other company. Garth bowls Fuller on middle leg, turned to the England captain Stokes, who's remained on the field despite removing himself from the previous over after 3 balls. Going to see adjustment to the field here, Jeremy.
Yeah, exactly.
Short leg's going to come in, so Root's tucking the cap, that worn cap of his, in the back of his pants, gets the helmet now. Duckett's coming into a leg, slip leg, gully region. Fly slip going back. Pretty orthodox long leg. Forward square leg, 2/3 the way to the long boundary on the onside. Stokes going to remain at mid-wicket. Mid-on, still just Bashir, next to Rod Tucker, having a natter. Just in front of point. Still, I don't expect this to be wide and outside of off stump, Jerry. I'm going to make that bold prediction. Yep. One slip quite wide too as Cars. Bowl short and Mitchell knew it was coming. He goes underneath. The end of the over, New Zealand 194 for the loss of 8. The lead is 43. Smith 21, Henry for 1. The men out today, both to Cast, who now has figures of 5 for 40 of 17, backing up the 4 wickets he took in the first innings, for 64 to be exact. You've got Latham, Mitchell, and cleaned up the tail, and Southey and O'Rourke. And this innings. He added Conway, Ravindra, Philip Smith, Henry. So they got them all. Tim Southee on strike. Will be Atkinson to continue. On a beautiful day from the Botanical Gardens end. Short ball. Tim Southee swings wildly. Another slower ball, I think. He's tried to hit it out of the ground at the back of the bat and trickled behind the wicket, and Pope does the fielding. Now he's looking at the bottom of the bat, Jerry. Thought they got a nice cherry on the bottom. I don't think he's going to sway and avoid the ball and occupy the crease. So pay attention, the three men on the onside boundary. Here's another ugly heave. Left leg going out towards mid-wicket, trying to baseball it out of the ground. Another swing and a miss. Is that strike two?
Yeah, that is. This is what we've seen from Southee, isn't it? Time and time again, as soon as he's uncomfortable. So the field
deep mid wicket's
is
going
going
out.
to change.
That's
Yeah, or bat
gone.
pad.
Bat pad's come out.
Yeah. So he joins the three men right on the boundary behind square. He goes in front of square this time. 3/4 at least.
Atkinson. Yorker, that's gone under the bat. Miss leg stump. Great keeping from Pope. Southee did not read that at all. Really surprised. What's going on here?
It depends. He's hit it, but I think it's on the ground.
Having a chat. No ball.
They're all
did Square Leg go behind?
I think he might have.
Square Leg, who's now signing autographs, like actually the reflection on the glass.
Yeah.
Okay. Confusion reigns in my mind. Jeremy Coney. 195 for 8 with that no ball. Short, and it's pulled high over the 1, 2, 3, 4 men fielding on the boundary. And Tim Southee has another test 6. He's had a few of those over the years. The 200 is up also for New Zealand. 201 for the loss of 8 and for the millionth time in our years covering Tim Southee. He's a good striker.
Yeah, his instinct for hitting the ball is very strong. It's as if he could just stay at the crease a little longer as far as New Zealand are concerned. He's slowly making his way down the order now. But I think the ball before, there was a discussion, did he get an edge on that ball and was it a catch and so on.
Right.
But then it was no balled because Raza came in and said that the square leg was behind.
Right.
So that was 3 behind square. I hope that clears it up for you.
Clear as mud. Yeah. Atkinson goes around the wicket. Bowl short. Southee goes right across. No, he doesn't. He pitches it up. I've even taken the bait. I was expecting that to be short. And he's targeted the stumps, and now Southee's actually clipped it away quite nicely. Straight to the field on the onside.
Legs almost straddling the stumps. The right leg outside off, left leg outside. There he goes. And then just tucked it away on the onside. That's the way to go.
Chest
on. Good eye, you see. Natural good eye.
Incredible. What's the ball? That tends to help. 201 for 8. Atkinson. Short. Pulled high. Root back. Goes back. Sails over his head. 6 more to Tim Southee. 207 for 8. Southee 12 off 10. Dealing in 6s.
Yeah, it's you don't really know what to say about this, basically. I mean, here's a short ball this time. Southee stays leg side of the ball, can use the full sort of the arms, if you like, as well to swing through the stroke. This one's a little bit closer to the boundary, landing over. Root was interested for a while, wasn't he, as he backpedaled. Just cleared it.
Southee waits, gets a bouncer. It's too high. Has to bail out of the shot. It slides through to Pope. That is the end of the over. It is drinks. He's up to 95 sixes. Talked about whether or not we'll see him in the second and third test. Maybe he's going to complete the circle of life. His test debut where he smashed England, for about 7 or 8 sixes on debut. He now admits it was it was probably better if that didn't happen and if he nicked off for 40 in that test match, because people's expectations of Tim Southee as a potential all-rounder never seemed to wane.
No,
More from Jeremy Coney, because Southee with 12 off the over is 12. Mitchell 45. New Zealand's lead is only 56. It's 207 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, I think 77 he got in that first innings, I think at Napier. And I think it's still to this day is the highest score he made in Test cricket since then, and he's into about his 105th Test now, and that was his first. So he is a good striker of the ball, as I say, but it's just the ability to get that vision of himself being hit and taking it, and then if he could take one and realise actually you're okay, then it might have helped him, but it hasn't really got out of his mind, and that's why he plays this way.
I was at that test match back in 2008. It's smaller ground though, isn't it?
It is very small,
McLean Park.
especially square. It's a very long ground, but square. It's a rugby ground, so that's why that.
They don't
happens.
play a lot of cricket there anymore, do they? They had problems with drainage.
They had problems, yes, they did. That's quite right.
So they only get a little bit of white ball cricket these days. I heard a rumour that they were thinking of maybe building a ground in Hastings. Have you heard that rumour?
No, I haven't.
Hastings isn't that far from Napier, is it? It's a town across.
No, very close. Yep, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
It is a lovely part of the world. I think the shades of Darren Gough with Tim Southee. I think Darren Gough hit his highest score in his first innings. Although that would have been Tim Southee's second innings, I guess.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
And then, in England, you played against Ian Botham for many, many years. In fact, all the way up to Freddie Flintoff. I guess the Ian Botham chat stopped with Flintoff, and from that point onwards, it's been such a long time since Botham played. Flintoff played around 2004-05. That's when he was absolute peak. But Beefy must have played until about, I don't know, 90. Played in the World Cup final, 92. So yeah, 94. Harmy saying 94. So there was a good 10 years of, could this be the next Botham? Dominic Cork had that tag. Darren Gough had that tag. There's quite a few along the way. Right. Jeremy's out of here. He's been replaced by Harmy. Jeremy, if we don't have you back on talkSPORT, thank you so much for your time over the course of the last 4 days. Always welcome in the commentary box here on talkSPORT 2 or by the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, John Norman, joined by the big man, Steve Harmison, for the next 20 minutes or so. I might actually be on with Jeremy on Sport Nation at the end of the hour. We will still be playing within the hour. England are going to have to knock off at least 57 runs. New Zealand's leads 56. And the crowd that have turned up today, they wanted to be entertained. And for as long as Tim Southee's there, Steve Harmison, they're going to be, because it's quite clear he's not going to die wandering. No, he never has in his Test career.
He's not going to die wandering. 95 sixes for Tim Southee now. He wasn't on the field when he had his first one. I'd been dropped, but I was in the stands, and he was destructive on his debut. He is good to watch.
He is indeed, but it's Daryl Mitchell facing as Bryden Cast continues from the Port Hills end. He's bowled unchanged at this end, hasn't he, since the start of the morning. He's picked up both wickets to fall. This is down the leg side, and Mitchell tries to clip it fine, doesn't get bat on it, goes through to the keeper. There's a little chaps in Carson, Ollie Pope there.
No, it's Daryl Mitchell. Bryden Carson, Daryl Mitchell are having a right ding-dong. It started yesterday, started last night, continued a little bit, and there was a little bit more animation. And I don't think they were asking about sort of drinks and where they're going after play today. There is a problem here between Carson and Mitchell. There was a little bit of a dislike.
Stokes is still on the field, isn't he? I'm just trying to find him. Is he at square leg? Short, ducked. And again, a little stare between batter and bowler. England and Daryl Mitchell picking up from where they left off in February 2023, I think. Mitchell's has got a terrific record against England, so he can just point to that. Averages, or came into this series with an average of 74 against England, and whilst he didn't score heavily in first innings, he hung around, and he's done the same thing again today and late last night. He's 45 not out as Garth comes in, and Mitchell on the front foot just pushes this to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, he's been a thorn in England's side. He's got a lot of confidence in his own ability, as does Darren Mitchell. He's a very, very good sort of puller and hooker, and he's had to put that away. Try and marshal New Zealand to some sort of respectability of a score for England to chase. He was out pulling in the first innings. England have bowled brilliantly at him. Bryden Garth has bowled excellent at him. Gone over the wicket this time.
Yep, over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell's left alone, lifting length delivery. And another little chat between Mitchell and Garth. Garth is still there, halfway down the track. Mitchell starts walking towards him. Garth now looks over his left shoulder. Two big men. And Mitchell will have Southey alongside him. Southey's not one to hold back either. He was having a little word with Ollie Pope in the last over.
Yeah, it's not because Bryden Garth has got 5 for 40. Bryden Garth will go back hard, just as Mitchell's coming hard at him. Very fiery character is Garth, and he's not giving an inch either.
2 wickets remaining for England to take, and this is pitched up from Garth, driven to the left of the bowler, who puts in a despairing dive. Won't reach the boundary, just be a couple. No great timing, but Mitchell moves to 47 and the lead 58. Nowhere near enough to trouble England, you'd think. But whilst the heat of the contest might have been taken out of this clash yesterday, with New Zealand losing those 6 wickets before reaching stumps, still passion burning. And with 1 ball left of the over, it may be, as Bryden Garth decides to bowl round the wicket, that Daryl Mitchell is going to be given the choice to duck or hook.
Yeah, I think he's going to be given a tempter. That's what he's going to be given. Tim Southey at the non-striker's end. England want to try and keep him down there. Garth has got 1 for the over, so I think he can bowl a bouncer of height. Men have come into the circle now, so it's inviting Mitchell if he wants to go at it.
And here is Garth. It's dug in and Mitchell ducks. And I'm sure Garth will tell him what he thinks of that as he turns and walks back to his mark. Takes his cap and his jumper from umpire Hassan Raza. The 2 batters meet in the middle and have a little chat. And with that dot ball, it means that we might be treated to a little bit more of a hit and giggle with Tim Southey. 12 not out, but more importantly, 95 sixes in.
95 sixes in with 5 innings, including this. That's if he gets selected for the next 2.
Well, there's a question in that, isn't there, Harmy? Because at the end of this over, I'll ask you, if you were the New Zealand selector, and I'm not going to ask you to give us the runners and riders from the Plunkett Shield, but the options are quite clear. Will Young can come in, Mitchell Santner can come in. If those 2 do, who goes out? Who keeps the gloves?
I don't think Southey goes out. I think you would look at the gloves. Talking about, there's some, brainless chat about Kane Williamson going to the top of the order, which I find that ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to happen. It's Atkinson, and a swing and a miss from Southey. He's got fine leg by the boundary. There's Crawley to the left of us here in the commentary box. Long leg is Duckett. Deep square leg is Bethel. There's also another deep square leg, about 20 yards in from the boundary. That is Stokes, I think.
From New
Is
Zealand.
there nobody at deep mid-wicket?
No, nobody.
Yes, there is. I tell you what, if they could stop signing autographs
Joe
just
Root
for a
signing
second.
autographs, yeah.
Joe Root is at mid-wicket, and this is dragged down, and Southey has skied this to Joe Root, who runs around from mid-wicket, fresh from signing a youngster's autograph, who will always be able to tell his friends that moments after the signature was put on the bat, Joe Root ran round to complete the catch, and Tim Southey has had to depart. 9 wickets down now, New Zealand. Success for Atkinson. New Zealand's lead 58. And dare I say it, England's catching in this second innings, Steve Harmison, has been nigh on flawless.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant, brilliant catch. And one thing you've got to, I think, chuck into that fact that John Norman, he's got pads on. I mean, he's running around. He's got short leg pads on. 150 Test matches into his career, fielding short leg. He's now on the boundary with the wicketkeeper pads on, running round and taking a catch very, very similar to Devon Conway that dropped it. So a brilliant catch from England's all-time great Joe Root. An excellent ball from Gus Atkinson, because he took a touch of pace off it. You know, another one of them lusty blows, John, where anywhere else in New Zealand, base and reserve, and that would have been thrown back. That would have been 6. So it just shows you the dimensions of this ground and how many people have been caught on the boundary, not being able to get enough bat on it to get it over the rope for 6. So England are, on the cusp of bowling New Zealand out. Be interesting to see how Mitchell goes now with Will O'Rourke at the crease. Ben Stokes, I would imagine, will crowd Will O'Rourke for the next 4 balls to try not only to keep him on strike, but also to get him out.
Oh, he nearly dropped it, didn't he?
Went in the hands off the gut, back into the hands.
That just typifies the contrasting fortunes between these two teams. One brilliantly taken slow-mo camera shot from the host broadcasters here. Joe Root sliding, pads on, fresh from signing his autograph on a little kid's bat, and he's basically diverted the ball onto his chest and back into his hands as Atkinson is in, and William O'Rourke just props forward, defends. Darryl Mitchell at the other end, we were thinking, give us a chance to reach 50. But it'll be a mere footnote, because New Zealand's lead has only just gone past 50. They led by 4 at the start of day 4. They now lead by 58. So you'd imagine if things are wrapped up quickly, this could be done. Lunch pushed back. I think that can happen. I was lose track of the archaic laws that surround lunch and weather stoppages. Well, it's an immovable feast, literally. Neil Manthorp from the back of the box telling me this is dug in and down the leg side and ducked by O'Rourke. No run. 209 for 9 then. So we may well go past lunch. We'll see. Let's concentrate on what we know. Get your silent shout-outs via cricket_TS or on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where our producer Scott Taylor's becoming an internet sensation. He'll be signing autographs after play. This is a wild bouncer down the leg side by Gus Atkinson. I don't think there's a batter in the world that would have been able to lay bat on that, and Rod Tucker agrees, the umpire. He signals that a wide.
Yeah, it was a wide. A belated shout out. David Griffiths, who used to play for Hampshire, I think, and Kent, played for Derbyshire. Same under-19 squad as Stuart Broad and Moen Ali and 1 or 2 others. He was listening yesterday. He was driving from Durban to Johannesburg. Griff was yesterday.
Ducked by O'Rourke. This is a nasty bouncer. He just put down on one knee and then set to kind of sway out the way of the ball, which whistled past O'Rourke's helmet and through to Ollie Pope, who's had a really good game. Really good game, Ollie Pope, with gloves and also with bat. And that's heartening. He's come into the series with a lot of questions asked and whispers in corridors. But he's replied, as most of this England team have. Atkinson again, fuller of length this time, and O'Rourke drives to extra cover. There will be a concern though, won't there? We'll wait and find out the extent of the little injury, as possibly Gus Atkinson has overstepped. We'll just wait and see. He has another no ball, so he'll have to bowl that delivery again. We will wait nervously for news. If you are just joining us or you popped out for a cup of tea, Ben Stokes, midway through and over number 58, not of his spell of the innings. He didn't complete the over. He stayed on the ground, but seemed like he was just stretching out his hamstring. Harmy, that was your take. Obviously, he did suffer quite a nasty hamstring injury earlier this year, as O'Rourke quite keen to get off strike and take a single. Well, not, but Mitchell has just sent him back. So 211 for 9, but yes, there will be a little bit of a concern around the fitness of the captain.
Yeah, there will be. I don't think it's going to be great news for Jacob Bethel, unfortunately, because Ben stayed on the field and he'll be wanting to marshal the troops, feel as though he can get by. If he feels as though he can bat, the likelihood is he won't be able to bowl in the next 2 Test matches, which means England will have to maybe have a little bit of a rethink and a reshuffle and bring another bowler into the team, and that will no doubtedly come in for Bethel at number 3. Will be another shake-up in the order. Everybody move up one. It magnifies as well. England bringing 3 spin bowlers, because I mean they've had a good shift here, these bowlers, and in the rotation world of cricket, England probably would have liked to have give either Garth, Atkinson, Wokes a little bit of a rest, bring Potts in, possibly bring Stone in, and then fire them back up for Hamilton, but that likelihood is not going to happen now. So I would imagine it'll be Potts into the team, and it depends on whether Stokes is fit enough to bat in Wellington and in Hamilton. The likely person that would probably miss out just because of the other way things fit, unfortunately, will be Jacob Bethel.
So who would bat at 3?
That's the question. Who would bat at 3? But unfortunately, I think for what the rest of the group looks like, Bethel would be the easy one to be left out. Possibly Stokes himself.
Chris Wokes is going to have a bowl for the first time. Daryl Mitchell eases into this push to mid-off. Single there, but he's not going to be taking it. I mean, I don't know what Daryl Mitchell does now, or O'Rourke. I mean, is there any point turning down singles?
Yeah, I think he faces 4 balls. Does Daryl Mitchell? He sees he can get a ball into a gap and run 2. He tries to run 2 and then try and hit boundaries off the last 2, or trying to get single.
One wide slip in place. Mitchell goes for the big shot, and he's been dropped by Bryden Garth. It was a tough attempt for Garth. Coming forward at mid-off, it died on him. It was a horrible opportunity, really. And in the end, he couldn't fully commit, sliding forward, and it's just bounced short. So a let-off for Mitchell. And you'd have to tell me whether he ran 2 or not, because
I ran 2, definitely.
Oh, just gets to it. I mean, it will go down as a drop, but
tough chance.
A
really
real tough chance. Real tough chance, especially for a guy as tall as Bryden Garth. Short, hooked away, and a couple of bounces before it's fielded by Bethel at mid-wicket on the boundary. So 2 runs added. Mitchell moves to 49 at the lead 62 here at Hagley Oval. 213 for 9.
The fact that Ben Stokes is on the field is good signs that it's just a niggle and not the full-blown torn hamstring that he did when he was playing for the Superchargers in the 100. But the ability to bowl, I think, is largely out the window for the next 2 tests.
Mitchell will take a single this time. He's guiding a length delivery from Wokes to the right of Joe Root at wide first slip. And applause here at Hagley Oval. 50 for Daryl Mitchell. He's faced 132 deliveries, 7 fours. And not for the first time. He is saving his best for England.
Yeah, he's batted very, very well. While Carnage was around him, he's batted very well. There's not much he can do. I know there's sometimes a little bit of criticism from looking at a selfish point of view, but he's held them all together. It's now about, can he eke out another 20, 30, 40 runs to give them a glimmer of hope.
O'Rourke, beautifully played through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for Stokes. Not sure he wants to be doing that too much. And the single is taken, which means Mitchell is going to face the final ball of the over, which does seem slightly strange when you consider how these two have gone about things for the last 3 overs. But
it's an option to score, John. I think that's what he's seeing. I think this is an option to score. He's good enough to potentially get a 1, or he can play the big shot. He'd be looking to try and play the big shot and hope that it doesn't get to the boundary, gets a 1 or gets a 3.
Well, the fielders come in for Mitchell. They want to keep him on strike, but they will also give him a boundary.
I was also more intrigued by how Ben Stokes chased that ball.
Me too. He does seem to
suggest it's not hamstring.
Yeah, and he was just flexing his knee there. Wokes is in, and Mitchell tries to heave this delivery on the pads up and over the field, which is packed but close on the leg side. Doesn't connect, and O'Rourke will face the first ball of the next over, which will be bowled by Gus Atkinson. 215 for 9 then, here on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand lead by 64.
Interesting tactics from Mitchell there. I can see what he was trying to do. He's looking to get him to the last ball of the over. Can he get a chip over the infield, which would get him a minimum 1 if it goes for 4? Then it's a boundary. It's New Zealand need to score runs. I don't think they've stand any chance of winning this Test match, but they stay in the process and stay with the game plan, which would be when the field does come in, Mitchell can either get, if he can't get the single, he's definitely got to get a boundary just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Hello, Neil Manthorp.
Hello, Harmy. I was just having this conversation with former New Zealand all-rounder Chris Harris in the Sport Nation commentary box as well about Mitchell and how much attention do you pay in his situation to the apparent futility of the situation? Does he start to look after Tim Southey and Will O'Rourke in the hope that they can add 200 for the last 2 wickets? The lead is 64. He's got himself an unbeaten 50. Up into his toes goes O'Rourke, guiding it away behind square on the offside. There was I was going to say famous batsman, I'd say infamous would be better, who's earned himself the nickname Belgrade. And you obviously would know, Harmy, that it was a convoluted nickname, but a funny one, if you understood, because obviously it was named, obviously, it was named, it came from the football club Red Star Belgrade, because he was a big not-outer. That shortened hook shot, once again played by Will O'Rourke, but makes no contact with it. It's taken behind by Ollie Pope, and there are batsmen at every level who enjoy a not out to improve their averages, and there are times when it is inappropriate to play for yourself and to not take any risks and not to try and take as much of the strike as you possibly can. Or actually whisper it. There are a few people that accuse Steve Waugh of not doing enough. He was keen to finish with a Test average of 50. Pushed away behind square on the offside, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Anyone else come to mind?
No, not really. Nasser Hussain accused Alex Stewart about looking to bat for a not out too when Brett Lee was bowling downwind at Perth again when I was at the other end. I mean, that wasn't pleasant at all. Me batting at that end and I just think Stewie was being, as you usually does, smart as anything. He didn't want to face Brett Lee as much as I didn't. I mean, it was
exactly. He wasn't
rockets.
He didn't care about the not out. He was just looking after his health. As O'Rourke now plays defensively to Atkinson once again. New over begins from the Botanical Gardens end.
Yeah, he was being sensible. Yeah, Alex Tudor was already in hospital. I think 1 or 2 more overs and I probably would have gotten there. Stewie was being calculated and as smart as he always is. And he thought the best way to play Brett Lee would be to stay down the non-striker's end. I think I would have done exactly the same as well if I had the skill level of the dude.
Did he hit you?
No, I was nowhere near it.
Bouncer from Atkinson and O'Rourke ducks underneath it, and there's no run.
Got a very, very good bit of advice from a man who is in the headlines talking about Joe Root recently, and Darren Lehman at short leg. He said, Army, there's no point being a hero here. You need loads to make us bat again. Look down, there's blood everywhere in between sand. Just get out the way of the stumps and let him hit them. No point being a hero. Best bit of advice I ever got off an Australian, that was.
Did you heed it? Here is Atkinson again. It's down the leg side. No shot or no contact taken by Puck.
Oh, I heeded it, I tell you, yeah. I was swinging and trying to stay in line, but deep down I was hoping and praying I was missing it because it wasn't pleasant at all.
Yeah, the hostility with which Brett Lee played the game, or bowled anyway, was in direct inverse contrast to the character he was on the other side of the boundary. Really one of the kindest, gentlest human beings ever played the game, but had the ability to inflict some serious physical damage. 64 overs gone, 215 for 9. New Zealand lead by 64. Don't think we're, well, I'm pretty certain that this game is not going to finish before lunch now, even if the last wicket falls immediately. We've got a 10-minute innings break, and then even Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, I don't think are capable of scoring 65 in 20 minutes. Well, they probably are capable, but I don't think it'll happen. Here's Chris Wokes. Forward comes Daryl Mitchell playing defensively straight back down the track, and it's fielded by Wokes himself. Frankie MacKay is alongside me. She's taken the place of Steve Harmison. I just want to say a massive, massive thank you for your presence, Frankie, in our commentary box and being part of the team, but mostly for the weather. It's the most glorious day. Little ramp swat attempted here from Daryl Mitchell, and he's got it away. Well, finally, he's going to break out of his largely defensive shell, and he's actually played that very nicely indeed. He's a good multi-format cricketer, and that's straight out of the T20 textbook, if there is such a thing. But he's he didn't get down on one knee. He was looking to play the ramp, and in the end he's had to play a sort of scoopy pull thing.
Yeah, that description will work, won't it? A scoopy pull thing. Stood up while he was trying to get into position to ramp. Still 4.
His Wokes driven down the ground by Mitchell. England are giving him a single, and he's taking them. Fair enough, I think. Absolutely fair enough. I mean, chances of adding 150 with Will O'Rourke for the last wicket. It's the third ball of the over, and what do you think, Frankie? I mean, there are times when batsmen, set specialist batsmen, should do more to keep the strike, should play more shots. But I think that really the overwhelming sort of futility of the situation with Tim Southee and Will O'Rourke, I think Daryl Mitchell's going about it in an eminently sensible way.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think there's still the place to be watchful, and Daryl Mitchell looking for those boundary options throughout the over.
2 slips and a gully as O'Rourke plays defensively, pushing it to Duckett at mid-wicket, no run.
And then there has to be some level of faith and confidence in your numbers 9, 10, 11 to be able to cope with that, and perhaps just with Chris Wokes, no disrespect to him, just a little bit less in pace, perhaps Daryl Mitchell feels a little bit more confident that he's prepared to leave Will O'Rourke half an over to deal with instead of just one ball here and there.
Here is Wokes running away from us from the Port Hills end, and O'Rourke pushes that straight back to him. There's no run. I thought that Will O'Rourke looked extremely organised and left the ball very well. It's a big statement. I mean, he only faced 13 balls, but and didn't score a run. But the 20-odd partnership for the last wicket, I thought he looked very organised. Not certainly a number 11 to inflict shame on the rest of the team. He knows what he's doing with the bat, I reckon, and it's pushed away, square of the wicket on the offside. He can have a single if he wants it, he doesn't. Or maybe he does, but Daryl Mitchell says let's rather not. Let's just stay at our respective ends, because it was the last ball of the over. Chris Wokes, 3 for 48 in 15 overs. But the star of the show, with a match haul of 9, Bryden Carse, taken 5 today. Oh, sorry, completed his 5-wicket haul today with another 3. He looks a very, very good cricketer. Changes, Frankie, for New Zealand for the second Test match. Does Mitchell Santner, a specialist spinner? Is that a shoe-in? Does Will Young come in? Devon Conway. Is it time to ask him to step aside? What other changes? Does Tim Southey? Tim Southey play?
Lots of discussion points, isn't there? I think that is the thing at the moment, is there's calls for, is it time for a new keeper? Is it still Tom Blundell that gets the gloves? Is it time for a new opener?
Gus Atkinson into Daryl Mitchell, and he opens the face of the bat and guides this one down to Joe. Is that Joe? No, it's not Joe. No, it's Bryden Carse, beg your pardon. Got Bryden Carse on the fine leg boundary, doesn't take the single. I mean, so frankly, the number of changes for New Zealand could vary between 0 and 4.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah, there will be a little bit of a post-mortem of this performance, I would think.
Everybody on the boundary. Mitchell can have a single wherever he wants one. It's a bouncer from Gus Atkinson, and Mitchell contemplated hitting it, but in the end opted out.
I think it'll be a little bit surface dependent, Wellington as well, and I'm sure that Tom Latham, Gary Stead and co will be very quickly in the ground staff's ear about exactly what they're going to expect, because last time these two teams met, Jack Leach, 5 wickets. I think Glenn Phillips picked up 5 for as well. So there is a place perhaps for a specialist spinner.
Mitchell now banks this one off the back foot. Oh, and he's got 4. 9 fielders on the boundary, and he's somehow managed to find a gap at backward point. There's a little bit of width, a little short from Atkinson outside the off stump, and he's played a square cut. We often say a batsman didn't try to overhit it. Well, Daryl Mitchell tried to hit that one as hard as he possibly could. He tried to double overhit that, and did, and middled it.
Yeah, there's a lot of muscle to that shot, isn't there? Normally when the ball is going in the backward point region, we're talking about the elegance of a late cut, a back cut. But that was just power from Mitchell.
3 balls gone. We still have 9 fielders on the boundary or close to the boundary. As Atkinson is in again. Mitchell has a swing at this one. Mighty, mighty swing. he is literally trying to hit the ball as hard as he possibly can. There's no pretense at elegance or timing or any of those other things. He's just trying to split the ball. That was an almighty swing at that, and it's bounced over the top, middle and leg stumps. So Mitchell is beginning to cut loose now. He's got his own score up to 59, and New Zealand's lead is 73. It was 4 overnight when we started play this morning. That's a slower ball, full toss from Gus Atkinson. I like that. Mitchell says, fair enough, I'll have a single down to long on. Will O'Rourke can have the last ball. Just one then to face. I'm surprised England didn't change the field after 3 delivery. Well, what's normal? 3 or 4 in these situations, in these in the tail end jousting with one set batsman. So Gus Atkinson has just a single delivery to O'Rourke, and do you know what? I reckon if Will O'Rourke only had to face one ball and over, and Daryl Mitchell didn't get out, I'd be interested in the odds on New Zealand batting for the rest of the day. I think O'Rourke's good for one ball and over. You watch, commentators curse. He's going to lose his middle stump now. Atkinson in. Good leave from Will O'Rourke outside the off stump. He does leave the ball really well. I referred to his stump geography in that brief 13-ball innings in the first innings, and he really does know where his off stump is. I mean, he left some that were very close, but you know, none of them hit the off stump, so he knows what he's doing. 74 is the lead. Mitchell 60. O'Rourke has 1, and we have something like 25 minutes to go, 26 minutes to go until the lunch break. What's the conversation? Talk us through it. Daryl Mitchell's talking to Will O'Rourke, and it's not just, doesn't look like polite chat. There's a little glove punch there.
Won't just be a little chat about what's for lunch.
Well, you know, I was wondering whether that might be exactly what it was, because yeah, it could be. Listen, mate. You know they're doing the sea bass again today, and we've done enough. We'll get it.
Well, it is also both of these two players. This is their home ground, so you do get to know the meals quite well. Almost the rotation of, well, we've had the steak and we've had the chicken and we've had the curry so far through 3 days. What's next? Will it be the fish? Is it the wraps? Is it the? You do get very, very used to your home fare.
You arrive at the ground and head to the kitchen and find out who's on cooking duty.
Genuinely is, I mean, might be outing myself, shaming myself a little bit here, but it genuinely is one of those things that when you turn up and you do see what's on the menu for the day, it's going to be a good day today. It's my favourite. Or it's the day that dessert's served. Great news. We're in for a good day's cricket. And it makes it a little bit better, even if the cricket's not going that well, if there's a nice meal put on, a nice spread put on. Dessert never makes anyone unhappy, does it?
No. I'm aware that that there are cricketers with strong favourites and strong dislikes the meals. That's pushed away off the back foot. Shoaib Bashir is into the attack, and Daryl Mitchell guides that one off the back foot up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Ben Stokes, who pulled out of his 7th over halfway through, and it looked to me like he was flexing his knee. Steve Harmison thought it was hamstring, but he didn't complete the over, so it's obviously a precaution because he didn't leave the field. Reverse sweep now from Daryl Mitchell. He's hit it very, very well indeed, and he's taken the single because he wants to come back for the second. But there's some excellent work on the boundary from Gus Atkinson. He doesn't hold himself and like an athlete in the way that Nathan Smith and Bryden Castle, but it's deceptive because Atkinson is very quick and lithe, and he is actually athletic, but somehow his gait is not one of an athlete. Does that make sense?
He doesn't have quite, maybe yet, the same swagger about him as well that I think those really natural athletes have. Just everything looks easy to them, even walking. They make look like an art form.
What it is, Gus Atkinson looks like he might have sort of flat feet when he walks. Now Bashir, all change for Will O'Rourke. Everybody who was on the boundary, almost everybody who was on the boundary, has now come into a catching or a one-saving position, apart from Ben Duckett, who's at cow corner for the hoik. Here's Bashir. Will O'Rourke comes forward and plays defensively, and there's no run. And I don't think that Will O'Rourke is going to hoik. Doesn't strike me as a hoiker. Although he is a number 11, so he must surely have had a swing or two in his time. But he's playing very, very correctly at the moment. And the edges just past slip. Genuine edge, that. Quicker one from Shoaib Bashir. And it's Harry Brook at slip. 2 caps on his head. I think he's got either... I think it was Joe Roots. Joe Roots now put the helmet behind the keeper and has got his own cap back on his head because it's all changed. Daryl Mitchell has back on strike. Will O'Rourke, genuine edge, as I said, it gives him a second run. 227 for 9. Everybody scatters now. as dramatic a change in the field as you can possibly get. Everybody's on the boundary for Daryl Mitchell. He can have a single wherever he wants it, but he doesn't want it there as he's flicked it off his pads down to fine leg where Wokes fields. The lead is 76. Been an excellent day, a memorable day, perhaps a career-defining or a career-establishing one for Bryden Cast, completing a 5-wicket haul, 9 in the match for the South African-born fast bowler. Ben Stokes is tinkering and tweaking because there's 5 balls gone. Mitchell is on strike. He doesn't want him to take a single. Does Mitchell go over the top? Does he help himself to a boundary and leave Will O'Rourke to face a hole over? Or does he try and pierce the infield and grab a single? 3 saving 1 on the offside and 4 saving single on the leg side. So Bashir will be bowling full and straight, you would think. Reverse sweep from Mitchell, hits it very well and does pick up 4. He's an extremely proficient reverse sweeper, Daryl Mitchell. So well done, he's got 4. The downside is that Will O'Rourke has to face a hole over, but I don't think that's a problem. I'm backing O'Rourke. The lead is up to 80. It's 2:31 for 9. More from Frankie MacKay, and to take you through to sea bass time, it will be Garth Galloway.
Yeah, it is very much a skill players have to have in the middle order, especially, is the ability to shepherd the tail home, and it's something we talk a lot about with Glenn Phillips and the role he plays in this New Zealand side, is the strength in batting with the tail and that ability to play it at multiple tempos. And then it's Daryl Mitchell showing it off today, and there are a lot of conflicting thoughts that'll be running around in his mind. How long does he keep the trust and the faith in Will O'Rourke for? When can he be accessing boundaries? Gets to that last ball of the over. Is it a boundary option with all fielders up? Does he still try and get the single? Takes the boundary option on that occasion, and I like it. I like the way he's going about it. I think he's shown faith that is justified in Will O'Rourke. And now he's got a big ask though. He's got 6 deliveries to try and get through.
Afternoon, Frankie. Indeed, 2:31 for 9 it is. New Zealand lead by 80, and it will be Wokes bowling to O'Rourke, who comes forward quite as confident on that occasion. A thick outside edge flies to Brook at second slip, and Joe Root is working on the ball, trying to put some shine on it as it's relayed back to Wokes. Gee, Cast has been impressive this morning, hasn't he? I just think 8 wickets in his, or 9 wickets in Pakistan in 2 tests, and here he is picking up 4 and 5 in other 9. Fantastic performance on a pretty benign pitch. Here's O'Rourke playing a walking forward defensive shot, pushing the ball to cover. He really has been impressive. A great find for England, and I'm sure we're going to enjoy watching him throughout this series. One of those bowlers who's able to get a little bit out of a pitch that doesn't have much offering.
Yeah, that's probably what stood out the most, is his ability to just keep running in hard all day, keep extracting something out of a surface that now isn't offering too much at all.
Here's the next delivery. It's short, and O'Rourke ducks underneath it.
Yeah, tall, strong bowler, does really charge in with it, and so at the back end of Test matches especially, he is able to get that variable bounce. I think that first innings, the ball climbing through, searing through, a bit more seam movement on offer. You saw the more traditional, I guess, fast bowler qualities: pitch the ball up, swing it, nibble it round a little bit, bang a few in.
Next delivery again outside the off stump, and O'Rourke, who Neil Manthorp has been talking about, is such a good lever. He knows where his off stump is, and he demonstrates it again then.
But I think the most impressive has been this second innings. The ability to bowl big spells, long spells. Ben Stokes throws in the ball, that short ball plan, just continuing to thump the ball in. But then there's some subtlety about it as well. Ability to bowl back of a length. There was a beautiful bluff of Matt Henry with the short ball field.
Wokes bowls Yorker, and O'Rourke plays to bid off.
And so he hasn't just run in and thumped the ball in. It hasn't just been as one plan as that. Run in, bowl short, hope they hook it to the man on the boundary. Great. There's still been some subtlety within that, and that's what I've really enjoyed seeing from a guy who's still young in his Test match career. He's played less than a handful of tests, so to be able to be having those kind of performances and the little subtleties, the little nuances, they will stand him in good stead for a long career.
Yeah, only in his third test and 9 wickets in this one. Came into his O'Rourke negotiates that last ball well. So just as Neil Manthorp, he wins his bet with himself, O'Rourke gets through and negotiates the over well. 231 for 9. Well, there's a pattern about the New Zealand innings and the England bowling, and I think England have done very well indeed, and Cass has been at the forefront with Wokes. I just think the way that they bowled that short of a leg stuff, banged it into the pitch, and then we've seen just pitching the ball up a fraction further. Williamson, Phillips, Smith and Henry all out LBW. And we weren't seeing, with the exception of Henry really, the ball hasn't been pitched up a whole lot, just a fraction further. And those 3 batsmen, Williamson, Phillips and Smith, all caught back. Splendid bowling. Bashir will now bowl from the Port Hills end in immaculate conditions in Christchurch. The best day. Absolutely beautiful, about 24 degrees. He bowls to Mitchell, who plays with the onside. No run.
Now, I think talking about those dismissals, it's one thing to have the planning done. To say, well, the logic is we're going to push them back, push them back, push them back, or the Wokes, it was drag across, drag across, drag across, and then we're going to go with the straight one and try and trap them, the fuller one, bringing the stumps into play. But your execution of that has to be so spot on.
Bashir again, and a repeat of the last delivery.
And the patience to be able to know it's a little bit of a 1-2 trick, and that you actually have to go with the first part of the plan for an extended period of time that makes that one ball, that one opportunity.
Around the wicket comes Bashir, and it's played into the onside. Mitchell wants O'Rourke to run. You think about a second. Pope fields it at mid-wicket, running from behind the stumps, and O'Rourke will have to face 3 deliveries. Mitchell 66.
And that to me is just what has been so brilliant, how they've gone about, is the entirety of the bowling unit, it feels, have been able to do that. They've been able to plug away at one plan with the 1-2 punch always waiting, and as soon as they've gone to what is the wicket-taking delivery, it feels like they've picked up a wicket with it. And it's just been the ability to create sustained pressure, execute your skills brilliantly well. It has been good to watch. Not so much with the New Zealand hat on, but it has been good to watch.
Oh, it's been very professional and admirably so, and I think Stokes' captaincy has been another feature, as over the wicket as Bashir and O'Rourke pushes into the offside. I feel that the half an hour New Zealand scored at a better than a run of ball this morning, coming in with 4 wickets in hand and just 4 runs ahead. And then Stokes brought the changes in. He was using the short-pitched approach, and then brought the fielders in as O'Rourke defends another ball from Bashir. Just doesn't allow anything to settle. If it's not working, he tries something else, and it was with that change of plan that it brought about the dismissal of Smith, then Henry 3 balls later, and Root not too much long afterwards. Worried about Stokes' knee as Bashir bowling flat and fast, and they think about a run as it goes down to third man, but there's only 1 ball. No, that's the over, so Mitchell wants to stay where he is. 232 for 9, Mitchell 66, O'Rourke 2, the end of the over. It looked like knee to me. I don't know, we're all speculating in the Sport Nation commentary box. We were looking at knee. He really doesn't, he's had a number of knee injuries and knee problems, but he doesn't shirk the workload, does he, with the ball? He loves bowling the short pitch plan.
Yeah, he's got to be a physio's worst nightmare, doesn't he? I mean, not getting any younger. Once you start getting those injuries and those niggles, they take a little bit longer to recover from. Body takes a little bit longer to get back to that peak shape, and I think it's something that everyone knows about Ben Stokes, is he is a world-class trainer. He's world-class in his preparation. He always does the extras. Incredibly fit human. But when you start getting those little recurring ones, he had the hamstring during the 100, has had knee problems, had to have knee surgery. He's very mindful of his workload, but then he is just lion-hearted. When he's in the fight, he just wants to be right in the thick of it.
He will not stop and take a backward step. Mitchell drives to cover on the boundary. Atkinson fields 2:32 for 9.
And I'm sure the message has probably come out multiple times already from the drinks runners that the coaching staff and physio would probably like to see him off the field at this point. And New Zealand's lead 81, but only the 1 wicket needed. Stopped mid-over. They're probably saying, do you need to still be out on the field, Ben?
Answer from his point of view is yes. Mitchell plays too long on this time. Again, it's just a very sedate. The cricket, you know, the test match you just feel is dying a slow death here with Mitchell not taking runs. He wants to keep the strike and then try and get something at the end of the over. The field well spread, no one in catching positions. It's just Ollie Pope, who is a lone figure standing behind the stumps for England. A couple of helmets behind him. And that's it. Everyone else back on the boundaries. Here's Wokes bowling again. Slower delivery, which sees Mitchell playing an immaculate forward defensive shot.
Oh, it just feels like who's going to blink first here? Into a little bit of a stalemate. England prepared to put all 9 fielders out on the boundary. So if you're good enough, you can take it on. We've seen it on a couple of occasions from Daryl Mitchell. But he's then been, on the whole, largely just happy to defend and leave through that front half.
He's giving himself a little bit of room outside leg stump and then thrashing a ball down to deep backward point. He's got to take a run on that occasion, and that means that O'Rourke will have a couple of balls to face. 67 for Mitchell O'Rourke, 2 from 27 balls. Just feels like quite an important innings for Daryl Mitchell. You know, some thought that his form was slipping a little bit. His average has gone down from the mid-50s to 44. But this has been, I'm sure, a good confidence booster at the start of this series.
Oh, absolutely. And whether it just quietens the outside noise a little bit, but it also probably just quietens the inside noise too. Anytime you go through a little dip in form, he'll be acutely aware of it. He'll know that he hasn't had the output that he would have liked. There's been a couple of tough tours, of course. Go to the subcontinent, ball spinning square. Very different to Hagley Oval surface we had here, but he would know that there's just that little bit of pressure, especially with Will Young performing and the feeling that Will Young is a middle order player. There'll just be a little bit of pressure building there.
Nagging away in the back of the mind. Wokes bowls and O'Rourke pushes forward. Thick outside edge. 2:33 for 9. Mitchell 67, O'Rourke 2.
And the best cure-all for any batter. Time in the middle, runs on the board.
And bless you, some sneezing going on in the back of the commentary box. Very bad for hay fever, New Zealand. The pollen count is high. I'm a sufferer. Are you?
I'm luckily not too bad.
Good.
Have the odd day here and there, but I am largely pretty good. There's a few people who I play cricket with who are extreme sufferers, and I feel very sorry for them every time it happens.
Absolutely. New Zealand very high in pollen. That's a really good delivery from Wokes. Too good for O'Rourke, and I venture to suggest too good for many players as he pushed forward at that. It nipped a little bit away from him and flew into the gloves of Ollie Pope. 233 for 9. It is. Mitchell is 67. O'Rourke is 2. And just a little bit of bounce for Wokes on that occasion as well. Wokes 17 overs, 3 for 49. Atkinson 1 for 57 from 17 overs and 3 balls. Cass 5 for 42 from 18. Bashir none for 54 from 11. And Stokes 6.5 overs. He pulled out with an injury in the middle of his 7th over. None for 30. And it'll be Shoaib Bashir who will bowl to Mitchell from the Port Hills end. 6 minutes remaining until lunch, so I think Mitchell and O'Rourke will regard that as some sort of achievement if they can get through to that successfully. Here's Mitchell playing into the onside, and 2 fielders from long on and mid-wicket converge on the ball, running about 40 metres each to get to it. No thought of a run.
It must get a little bit fatiguing as well, being out in the field. all spread out. Harry Brook down in front of us. He's down on his haunches. He's having a moment.
Sheer bowls, and Mitchell, well, he's given up now and he's decided to have a crack, and he does so. Hits the ball right on top of the sunshade of the camera person at long off, which means it's 6. And the camera person remains completely unflustered, landing on a roof. She's now looking around as if to say, what was that bang? She's got, of course, the earpiece is on, but that just landed right on top of her. I think her sunshade could be described as being a 1 metre square block of black material, and it hit the corner frame of it. It remains intact, so does she, fortunately. 239 for 6, Mitchell 73. And Bashir now going around the wicket to the New Zealand right-hand middle order batsman again. He's taking off. Bashir's going to do the fielding at mid-wicket. He's run 20 metres away, and he does that. The incentive for him to get to the ball and have it ready to throw is that Mitchell is off strike. Mitchell 74, 240 for 9.
Nice incentive, isn't it? Theo charging away. The opportunity to have half an over at the number 11. Try and wrap things up. He's been able to find the outside edge on a couple of occasions now as well of Will O'Rourke. Still just keeping the one slip in place.
And Root at short leg. So one slip, Root at short leg, and most of the fielders now in the circle. And well, O'Rourke says, I'm going to play a shot now too, as he gets a ball pitched up outside the off stump and drives the ball to the cover boundary. Just picked up inside the boundary by Cass. And the crowd, a rich round of applause as O'Rourke plays a shot. He's 5, 243 for 9. You know, this is, I think this is where you see and you reflect on Southey's very fine career for New Zealand. But the application you're seeing from O'Rourke is the stuff that New Zealand fans would have loved to have seen from Southey over many years.
Yeah, well, actually an interesting quote during the week. He said, oh, maybe if I hadn't played so well on Test debut, my career might have been a little bit easier.
I think that's right. As, of course, he scored, I think, 90 on Test debut, didn't he, in Napier, as he turns the ball square of the wicket on the onside and has another run. Picked up 5 wickets as well.
And so, reflecting on his Test career, he copped a little bit of criticism at times for his batting, lack of application. Doesn't necessarily enjoy getting in behind the short ball. But yeah, it was a very interesting that he said, oh, maybe if I hadn't just gone out and been able to swat the ball everywhere and swing blindly, then my career, people might have been a little easier on me, that actually I wasn't this untapped batting talent.
77 not out he scored in the second innings of that Test against England in 2008. The applause you hear is for O'Rourke, who pushes the last ball of Bashir's over into the mid-wicket area. It's 244 for 9. We'll have one more over before lunch. New Zealand's lead is 93. The game being drawn out by Mitchell on 75 and O'Rourke on 5.
But it is one thing that I've really enjoyed seeing, the way that Will O'Rourke goes about his cricket. I think he has made every post a winner, but I love the fact that you have a number 11 who is prepared to just try and pure guts it out. Everyone's made comment of he's left the ball really well, seems to know where his stumps are, and so that to me is someone who actually spends a bit of time on their batting. It's not a skill you just naturally wake up one day and you've got.
But it's an old-fashioned thing, isn't it, to think that a number 11, if you're working hard at your batting, for example, you might be able to save a Test, you know, bat out for a draw, or you might be able to support someone in getting to the winning runs, chasing 20 or 30 as you come into bat. It's an important role, and it's underrated, I think, and O'Rourke is doing it well as Mitchell drives into the covers. No change to the score. It's Wokes bowling again. I mean, he brings to it the same sort of qualities he brings to his bowling: diligence and concentration and effort.
and we have to be honest, number 11 is the worst place to bat. 10, okay, you're not necessarily much better as a batter batting number 10 than you are batting number 11. But number 11, you're the guy that comes out to bat when the match is on the line.
Here's Wokes bowling, and it's a full toss and hit, but without any real timing by Mitchell. Down to long on, a slower delivery.
And so that is always my advice to young cricketers. You hear it when they're not that confident batting and they don't really want to bat, and they go, I'll bat number 11, I'll bat there. No, never volunteer for that. You say 10, pick 10. That's totally fine. If you don't want to bat, there's plenty of people who don't like it, don't have a lot of aptitude for it. It's not the most pleasurable thing if someone's trying to run in and knock your head off when you don't feel like you've got the skills to cope with it. But never pick 11, always 10.
I was talking to Ian Smith in the Sport Nation commentary box about, the old, going back to old-fashioned, the days where fast bowlers would not bounce tail-enders, well and truly gone. But that was a thing, believe it or not, as Wokes bowls and Mitchell drives, gets a thick outside edge. It's to Bashir at third man, and they decide again not to run.
Yeah, the fast bowlers union, yeah, that has been a little bit disestablished. It was actually at the first test, India-Australia, and the youngster, the debutant against Mitchell Starc, the bouncer, and then gave him the stare down, and just the effects Mike picked up, and he said, remember, I'm quicker than you. And he just thought, yeah, that fast bowlers union has just gone a touch.
He also said, I've got a long memory. And the next ball was a bouncer. And the other thing I loved about that, Frankie, was that Jaiswal, when he scored a magnificent century in the second innings, after India struggled so much in the first innings, Wokes bowls, and Mitchell's hitting that ball behind square for 4. Lovely shot. The field stayed up, and Wokes just drifting into the pads. Mitchell cashes in. He's 79, 248 for 9. The lead is 97. And Jaiswal then facing Starc, after well and truly aware of what Starc had said to Rana, went onto the back foot and played an immaculate defensive shot and said, you're not bowling fast enough, you're not coming through. Fantastic thing to say to an Australian fast bowler.
Yeah, wasn't it great? And just with a cheeky little grin on the face.
And Starc, to his credit, was grinning as well. Great theatre as Wokes bowls to Mitchell, defends. Back to the bowler. 1 ball remaining until lunch.
And I like that what England have done with their field here. We've seen all 9 out on the boundary. Now we see all 9 up and reasonably close, you would say, if it was white ball cricket, all on the edge of the circle. And so saying, well, there's runs to be had, Mitchell, if you want them. It is just before the lunch break, but they're theirs if you want them.
Mitchell gives himself a little bit of room, goes onto the back foot and pulls him to the square leg boundary again for 4. Really good shot by Daryl Mitchell. Fantastic. And we're just seeing, because they are 9 down, they're going to carry on. Let's just have a look. The 2 umpires are converging. And I think it looks like, with the time at 1:03 New Zealand time, that play will continue because New Zealand are 9 wickets down. 252 for 9 it is. Mitchell is 83, O'Rourke is 5. So it goes through to 130, and that means that Neil Manthorp can come in. He's going to get a sea bus, but he's going to have to wait just a little bit longer than he thought. It'll be cold. Yeah, well, it could be worse. Frankie, I'll leave it to you with the score 252 for 9. Neil coming back in. Mitchell is 83, O'Rourke is 5. And Wokes 18 over 3 for 57. His figure's damaged just a fraction.
Well, good Christchurch hospitality. There'll be no need to worry about lunch running out or the food being cold. It'll be well looked after here.
It's Bryden Coss back into the attack, and first delivery pushed away defensively by Will O'Rourke. So the lead is 100, and I think that that should be represented a degree of consolation for New Zealand. Certainly be remembered as one of the greatest
greatest comebacks if they were to win the Test match in the history of the 5-day game. It's not completely beyond the realms of possibility, but it's extremely unlikely. It would be the most unlikely thing I think I'd seen in a Test match if they were to win with a lead of 100 outside the off stump. The lowest target, I think, off the top of my head, that I've seen live commentated on was a target of 144. Pakistan needed that to beat South Africa in a Test match in Rawalpindi, and they got bowled out for 97. But that was a very different pitch. Very different conditions. Extremely different. Here's Bryden Cass again, bowls a bouncer, and Will O'Rourke ducks underneath it and strides away towards the square leg umpire. Absolute picture. Hardly a breath of wind. Beautiful sunshine. The only white in the sky comes from the back of the engines on an aeroplane that flew over some time ago. Otherwise, no cloud in the sky. And there's a few supporters who are a little bit nonplussed. Everybody's getting ready for lunch, and they're trying to work out why players carrying on outside the off stump. Bryden Cass challenging that fourth or fifth stump line of Will O'Rourke, but he's so good at leaving. Judge a tail ender not just by how he bats, but how he doesn't. Will O'Rourke is doing a terrific job. There were literally hundreds of people who were leaving the grass banks and leaving their picnic blankets and deck chairs and getting into the queues at the concession stalls that had their eye on something for lunch, and they're all looking and going, what's going on? But lunch, which for the best part of a century was the immovable feast, is no longer that. The playing regulations have changed. That was steered away by Will O'Rourke into the gully. Not often that cricket suffers an outbreak of common sense, but
no, how right you are with that.
We've often seen situations where there was a one-day international some years ago where lunch was taken with Australia needing 3 runs to win, and we went off for the lunch break, and so that regulation changed. That was a one-day international, but in Test cricket, I think lunch should have been taken at the scheduled time, because New Zealand are 100 ahead. That's pushed away defensively by Will O'Rourke. Plays extremely well. Bryden Cass bowling in at the body around the wicket, and is that? Just trying to work out whether he did play that off the bat. Didn't hit him on the glove. The 12th man is running onto the field in his green bib. He's got something for Will O'Rourke. I don't know what it is, Frankie. It's just a drink.
Well, I mean, it was meant to be lunch after all.
Yeah,
They would have been
exactly,
expecting to go and put his feet up for a little bit and have a bite to eat, get some fluids on board. So no, it just looked like a drink. Hopefully it's a little pat on the back saying, well done, keep going, you're doing the right thing out there. But it looks like just some refreshments out in the middle.
Well, are you gonna take over, John? Frankie, you're doing overtime as well. You don't know whether you're. We haven't scheduled this extra half hour, so you don't know whether you're needed elsewhere.
Everyone's in a panic, aren't they? It's the people that have gone to lunch. It's us now rosterless, not knowing what's going on. There's people walking around looking stunned.
Well, our producer Scott Taylor's giving you the nod. He's saying you can leave and go and see if you're required in the
television box. Done my overtime,
box.
and hopefully when I come back, New Zealand is still just the 9 down.
Well, Steve Harmison is here to take over from you, and the boss has arrived as well. John Norman is back. I apologise for misleading you earlier, John, but for 35 years, lunch was the immovable feast, and I suddenly recalled that playing regulations were changed about 18 months ago now. So 9 down. Tea has always been movable, but lunch wasn't for a long time. But obviously the advent of convection ovens means that lunch can be cooked a lot quicker. I'll do one more ball and then hand over to you as Wokes is in outside the off stump, left alone by Daryl Mitchell. 9 fielders on or close to, or in one case, halfway back to the boundary. Harmy, we have to wait for our sea bass, unfortunately, but it'll taste all the better for that. And here's John Norman.
I'm sure it will taste all the better, Manners. For a New Zealand point of view, they're thankful for the extra half an hour. The last thing they want is a break and have to start all over again. Wokes comes in, short ball. Daryl Mitchell threatens to uppercut it, but Rod Tucker just spreads his arms, gives a wide, and another wide, another extra to an everlasting list of extras in this test match, which is John Norman getting bigger and bigger as the helicopter you can hear in the background is just landing at the hospital to our right hand side.
Joe Root's signing autographs, so that means a catch is coming his way. Mitchell facing up, and he's driving Wokes. Fields on the bounce. New Zealand's lead 102, so it's probably about 200 short of where they would have been able to dare to dream. At least they've shown a little bit of fight this morning in glorious conditions. Here at Hagley Oval, 253 for 9. Daryl Mitchell is 83. The 9th wicket fell. It's a short delivery. Mitchell just tries to guide the ball up and over vacant first slip. There's no fielder down at the boundary to the right of us here, so any real connection there would have seen the ball, you'd imagine, travel down to the boundary. Yeah, when the 9th wicket fell, Mitchell was 3 away from 50. Well, he's now 17 away from 100. And O'Rourke has shown a few of the New Zealand batters as he does swing the bat this time, Mitchell, and help the ball. Bashir is stationed to kind of fly slip or very straight third. Mitchell takes a single. But yeah, O'Rourke's batted an hour.
Batted really well. Really has batted well. Batted well in the first innings. You know, he knew where his off stump was. He left it. Good length balls. We're going over the stump, going wide of the stump. He's thick-edged a few. I mean, he's doubled his average. I think his average was 1.5. He's managed to get his highest test score in Test match cricket. I think that was 2. He's now up to 5. Faced 37 balls. What did he face in the first innings? He faced 12 balls in the first innings and looked quite comfortable. So yeah, I think all in all,
I think he had about
comfortable.
I think he had about 6 runs in Test cricket coming into this innings. Left alone this time. Good judgment of length there by O'Rourke. Fields in for the number 11. So yeah, Test best of 5 from 38 deliveries. He's batted for 62 minutes. And we will have a lunch break. I wasn't sure we were going to get a lunch break when Nathan Smith and Matt Henry departed. Both victims of an excellent hour-long spell from Bryden Carse, who probably felt his work was done in this Test match when he nipped out Matt Henry for just 1. Smith went for 20, both LBW. And you know what? O'Rourke has just guided a delivery on a length between keeper and gully, as we've seen many a top-order batter do, but sadly for him, Bashir is by the boundary. So no run at the end of the over. The score remains at 254 for 9. England at 6 overs away from the second new ball being due. They will hope to have picked up that last wicket by then. Lunch has been pushed back. The world stopped on its axis. And New Zealand's lead is 103.
Yeah, it's a very, very good number 11 myself, speaking from experience. If Will O'Rourke is batting with Matt Henry or a Tim Southey, he'd be in double figures by now. He would have had 10, 12, 14. Daryl Mitchell's, I mean, he's done him out of a few runs here. Rightly so, because obviously the way they're trying the protection, but he's played some nice shots. Guided it down to third, quite a few. A couple of extra cover drives, which was to a Virkin gap, which wasn't being able to get to, so he wasn't allowed a single. So no, he's from a Test match point of view, where we've got a very, very good number 9 and a very, very good number 10 in England. O'Rourke at number 11 is not bad either.
Garth it is then, continuing from the Port Hills end, and that may be it for Daryl Mitchell. It is. Chris Wokes running in from the boundary at long off. Mitchell trying to help himself to another boundary to move nearer to that century. Has selflessly given it up. Good catch from the fielder, and Garth has struck. He's picked up his 6th. New Zealand have been bowled out for 254, and England, when they come out to bat, will need 104 to win the match.
Oh no.
But Steve Harmison, there is just a little hold up. Has the bowler overstepped? William O'Rourke is hanging back. Daryl Mitchell has his back to the dressing room. No, he hasn't overstepped at all. I'm not sure what that was about, because he couldn't have. That was nowhere near the line. So anyway, end of the innings here on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Brydon Carse has been brought back into the attack, and the additional pace, a fraction more bounce, an attacking shot from Mitchell. The bat just turning slightly upon impact with the ball. Wokes coming in from long off. One of the safest of all of the England outfielders. And well done, Brydon Carse. 6 for 42, that's his test best. And well done, England. They bowled New Zealand out for 254. And they have been set 104 to win the game.
Yeah, well done, Brydon Carse. 6 for 42 in 19.1 overs. An excellent display from the Durham Paceman, and his 3rd test match, nonetheless. It's been a brilliant display by all the England bowlers. Pitches got flatter as the day's gone on, less pace in it. Daryl Mitchell batted well. England took some brilliant catches. I don't think they'll be too worried about chasing 4th innings 103. It's been a good performance from England. Both energy levels, their application with the ball, the persistent challenges of hitting length hard, and also, you know, backing it up in the field. Ground fielding has been good, the catching's been excellent, like I said. But Carse was special. Wilkes started it all yesterday. Atkinson backed it up. This 3rd innings of this game belonged to the Durham Paceman. 6 for 42. Put England into what looks like a very good, strong match-winning position.
The one negative note from that 2 hours of cricket, which was as engrossing as any session that we've actually had in this test match so far. You know, Daryl Mitchell played a fine innings, covering the span of 2 hours. Just in excess, actually. It's 20 past 1 here in New Zealand. Lunch has been pushed back. It was 18 minutes past 1. William O'Rourke batting for 65 minutes. Brydon Carse bowling magnificently well. You know, and showing it's not just about bowling it short and trying to knock the batter's head off. He can bowl to a plan, and the plans are set throughout by Stokes, and they were executed well as well. And when it didn't work, he changed things around. Really impressive, really interesting session of cricket. But for those listeners who maybe missed our commentary throughout, Ben Stokes did pull up midway through an over. It was over number 58 of the innings. Atkinson completed the over. He didn't bowl again, and obviously he has had problems with hamstring and knee over the last 2 or 3 years. And obviously, any question about his participation, and he did stay on the field, but any question about his ability to bowl in the next 2 test matches, run singles, field and bat, is going to be a huge problem for England, and one that there is no clear answer to, if that is how it eventuates.
Clear answer to, well, there's always options. I don't think the options are as straightforward as what they could be, and that's down to, again, the eyebrows raising selection of 3 spin bowlers, no recognised wicketkeeper from a 16-man touring party. Very worrying from a Stokes point of view that he has picked something up. We don't actually know what he's done. I think if it's his knee, I'm only speculating here, if it's his knee, he goes off the field straight away. I think a little tightness of the hamstring, he understands that. He went chasing the ball about 20 minutes after he came off the ball. He chased the ball through extra cover and he chased it well, and you're going, right, it's not bad. I mean, it's not catastrophic. He hasn't sort of crumpled in a heap. So I just wonder if there's a little bit of a tweak of the hamstring. He's felt it, he's gone, right, that's it. My injury record, the way things have gone, I'm going to protect it. We're well ahead of the game. So I'm coming off the bowl. That I think, if I'm speculating, I think that's what's happened. His participation further down the line possibly could be a batter only, and then that brings into play balance of side. I think England are well covered from balance of side because they've got another all-rounder in the team already, because Ollie Pope then becomes the main all-rounder. Stokes might have to bite the bullet and go up to 3. Beth will come out the side, and a frontline seam bowler comes into it, like England in the summer, and have Wokes at 7, Carson 8, Arkinson 8, Carson at 9. So they're the conundrums for further down the line. I think it's not ideal for England, and it looks like Ben Stokes is out of the rest of the Test series from a ball point of view. But I still think he'll play a part with the bat, and he's too valuable as a captain, as we've seen, and I think that's why he's still on the field.
Okay, well, look, we'll find out more as the day goes on, no doubt. But coming up now, during the lunch break, Neil Manthorp is going to be joined by 2 fine cricket writers. Cameron Ponsonby, who was our man in the England camp throughout their recent white ball tour of the Caribbean, writing for The Cricketer, and Andrew Alderson from New Zealand Herald to discuss cricket, the state of, how England are managing the ever-changing landscape of franchise cricket, and plenty more in and around this Test series. Where do New Zealand go from here? You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first Test between New Zealand and England on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Double 6 treble 7.
Pleasing all at Christmas is quite the feat, but Lidl's festive spread makes dinner complete. like a deluxe Scottish side of salmon for just $9.99. Vegan Wellington only $4.99. And a large gammon joint just $4.49 per kilo. Have a magical Christmas with Lidl. Subject to availability, selected stores, GB only.
Today's game should be phenomenal with all that talent from the Nissan All-Star vans.
Yeah, that's guaranteed. Nissan Townstar EVs in goal with advanced safety systems. Primastar generates so much space in the midfield with up to 8.6 cubic metres of load capacity.
And the all-new Interstar poses a threat as that large, versatile forward up front.
Yeah, all backed by a 5-year warranty and supported by a team of All-Star van experts. That's All-Star quality. Search Nissan All-Star vans and visit your local All-Star van centre.
T's and C's apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely and control vehicle at all times.
More games, more goals, more live football than ever on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
It's game on.
Every week, get a midweek football throwdown.
Brilliant football.
Live commentary of massive Champions League run-ins.
That's top European quality.
Selected Premier League matchups.
Oh, yes.
Outstanding Europa League showdowns.
What a goal.
Plus, colossal coverage of the biggest championship clashes.
He's done it.
It's the midweek football, each and every week on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch. He's got him.
On talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to the Hagley Oval in beautiful Hagley Park, Christchurch, where New Zealand have been bowled out for 254 in their second innings, leaving England with a modest target of 104 to go. 1-0 up in this 3-match series, which is brought to you live and exclusively on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's been a wonderful morning in terms of the weather and entertainment for the crowd. Daryl Mitchell falling short of a 6th Test match century with a boundary catch to Chris Woakes off the bowling of Bryden Carse, who finished with 6 for 42 and a match haul of 10 for 106. I suspect that might well be a career embedding, career shaping performance from Bryden Carse, and one that he won't forget. Previous best match haul of 5 wickets against Pakistan in Multan in very, very different circumstances. Now then, we're going to have a chat about the international and indeed English cricket landscape with freelance journalist extraordinaire, and I'm delighted to say that he includes talkSPORT amongst his vast portfolio of clients. It's Cameron Ponsonby, who's our man in the Caribbean. He's been our man in India as well. Cameron, thank you very much indeed for your time, and I'm sorry to deny you lunch. Apparently it's sea bass, which is quite exciting.
Wonderful.
There probably won't be any left for us.
Well, I'd rather talk to you anyway. So that's
Okay,
fine.
all right, great stuff. Let's have a very, very quick word about this Test match and about this venue, because it's an absolute picture. The crowd has streamed onto the outfield, and it has Christchurch treated you well?
Christchurch has treated me really well. And you're right in that this is an almost kind of, it is the idyllic kind of Test match setting. You've got the rolling banks, you've got one stand where the kind of players are housed. And I've learned that this used to be 3 cricket clubs in one, and so over to our right from where we're looking, you have kind of I think it's the St Albans clubhouse. And one of the things about cricket in New Zealand is it's all kind of council-run pitches, so all the pitches overlap on one another, a bit like in kind of Mumbai and the Maidans. And so beyond this match, beyond this ground, there's a sea of other cricket grounds as well. And it's just wonderful. It's a lovely, lovely place to be and watch the game.
It's a complete delight. When you came here and had a look at the place 4 days before the Test match began, it was deeply underwhelming. But the way that it transforms into, from a, it really is just a very large, very well maintained, nicely mown field with one pavilion on it, as you said, the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion. But we can talk about that later. I wanted to ask you about a developing story and a controversial one, which the ECB have said that that county players will no longer be given NOCs, that's a non-objection certificate, to play in T20 leagues which clash with the England season. That includes, of course, Major League Cricket. The Caribbean Premier League comes at the back end of the English county season, and a couple of others. The exception has been made for the IPL. It is controversial because the Players Associations and the World Players Cricket Association have been making noises about restraint of trade. And is it enforceable? We understand why the ECB have this sentiment and why they might like to keep the it's not sanctity of the county championship, but to try and keep it of as high a possible standard. But there are players and the Players Association saying, hang on a minute, our players have got a right to earn a living.
Yeah, I think people are actually incredibly sympathetic to the kind of limited earning potential that players have. Everyone knows that tomorrow morning someone can kind of trip over the pavement, break an ankle, and that's their career over. So they want to maximise their potential earnings. But I think on this issue, I am with the ECB, and I think I'm kind of a bit almost flippant about it. I go, lads, come on. The first mover here was the players. Traditionally, you are contracted to a county for the year. You play for that county over the summer, and then you go away in the winter to go and play, whether it's in Australia or wherever that might be. The issue that is here with this contract thing isn't really kind of for mainly if you're a young player. It's if you're an old player, if you're kind of only playing for your county in the white ball game, and you're like, you know what, I want to be able to hop over to America to play in that league as well, and the T20 Blast lasts so long, why can't I do both? But cricket has kind of eaten itself over the last however many years, and the issue that the ECB are trying to address is a very important one. And you use the word sanctity. I actually think that's quite a good word for the issue, because the weird thing we've got at the moment is that with all these leagues potentially overlapping, it is occasionally in players' interests to lose a match so they can go on to their next competition and make more money. Now, there's no suggestion that players are necessarily throwing matches, but...
Not publicly, anyway.
No, publicly, but that's an insane thought process, and the same thing to have in the back of your mind. If you're going out to bat for, I don't know, the Ragpur Riders or whatever, I'm making up names here, but you didn't know that, it could be a team. And they go, you know, if I lose today, I can actually hop on the plane from Bangladesh and get over to the UAE tomorrow and earn some more money. The ECB are trying to protect their competitions and protect the idea that there is some consistency with those teams when you are going to watch your Lancashire, whoever it may be, that you know who's going to be out there on the pitch. It's a bizarre scenario where you see last year Mohammed Amir rocking up for one match for the Oval Invincibles and then being on his way. Nicholas Pooran flying directly from America into the 100 to play for, I think it was Northern Superchargers, and having to borrow Phil Salt's bat because he got hit before his kit did. Yes, I'm sympathetic to players, and I'm sympathetic to their desire to earn as much money as they can. That's their right. That's what they want to do. Fine. But I think on this issue, the ECB are in the right here. I think they're making a smart move in trying to make sure that kind of their competitions and their players are kind of looked after.
I agree with that sentiment. I think it's a very, very fine sentiment. I just think it's an ICC issue, not an ECB issue. The game is, as you said, it's consuming itself, and it's losing credibility. And I think that this overlapping tournaments and players hopping from one to the other and playing in 7 or 8 tournaments a year, or 6 or 7 tournaments a year, should have been dealt with by the ICC. I don't know that it's an ECB issue. We'll be joined by Andrew Alderson from the New Zealand Herald in just a moment, because New Zealand cricket have dealt with this in an interesting way with their players. Why I put it to you that the counties may well say, we had a player last year or 2 years ago, or for a couple of years, Sam Billings, who went and played in the Pakistan Super League and came back a much better player, and we benefited from the experience that he picked up playing with international. So if we want one of our players, if we agree to one of our players to go and play in the Bangladesh Premier League or wherever it is, because they will become better players with more experience of different conditions and circumstances, then that is our right, not the ECB's, to tell us not to.
But I think that's fine if that exists as the exception. The idea is there's no if you want to play franchise cricket, there's no shortage of options. All the ECB are trying to do is go, right, from April to September, please guys, just stay here and play in our competition, strengthen our leagues, the system that you have come through and are developing in and contributing to.
Unless it's the IPL.
Unless it's the IPL, because unfortunately that is... But I think that works on both counts. It's both the money side of the argument there, and also people do go there and they come back and they go, I got much, much better. We saw Jordan Cox. Jordan Cox spoke to talkSPORT across the white water of the Caribbean, and I love Jordan Cox. He's so he says what he thinks. I'll put it that way. And he talked about the 2022 T20 tour. He went on to Pakistan with England. He was an unused squad member, and he said he learnt more in that kind of 2-3 weeks with the England guys than he had in 5 years of county cricket. So training with the best, having the opportunity to be around the best, gave him so much. And I think the IPL does settle into that, where very, very good players do say it's excellent. I don't know where the ICC could step in this regard. I think something kind of learned increasingly over the last few years is the ICC is in effect it's an events management kind of company that goes, right, good news guys, we've got a World Cup this year, get everyone round to mind, we're going to play it in Bangladesh or whatever. But in terms of how much jurisdiction they have on how England control their domestic players, I don't know what they could do. There are going to be issues to be ironed out, and there are valid issues from the players, especially if you're an unregistered player. So if you are someone like, say you're a complete freelancer, so you don't have a contract with any team, one team, you just hop from place to place. If you are still a UK domestic player, at the moment you would not be able to get that NOC to go and play in a foreign league. I believe that's the case. That's obviously an issue, because if you're not contracted to anyone, you should be free to do as you wish. But if you are contracted to, say, Nottinghamshire, surely it is logical and reasonable to expect a Nottinghamshire player to compete for the entirety of Nottinghamshire's matches.
ECB are going to end up chasing their tails. What about Alex Hales? He plays 7 games. He plays 7 games a year for Nottinghamshire. He's contracted to them. What if he says, all right, I don't want to contract with you anymore, Nottinghamshire. You can just play me per game. I play 7 blast games for you. That's all I do. You can pay me per game. And then he sets that precedent, and then other players go, well, actually, I don't want a county contract either if it means I can't go and play elsewhere.
Is that a problem? I think if Alex Hales does that on his own, is that a problem? He's kind of in the back end of his career.
No, he's not, but he creates a precedent.
But I don't know if... I think the fact we have to pluck out one name is a good sign, as it were, that you have one example of one player who it's going to impact in the extreme. And if that's an issue where, for this policy and new kind of ECB initiative to work, you have to iron out the creases of an Alex Hales, a Samit Patel, a David Willey, who have now gone down this route of wanting to be white ball freelancers, that is better to have to work out how to look after the exceptions rather than the rule, to implement the rule and to make sure that the next generation of players who are in their 20s currently or in their teens or whatever have the basis of being lockdown's a poor expression there, of being kind of locked in to their kind of county over the summer, as it were. I think this rule, a new kind of ECB idea, is going to affect players who are in their kind of mid to late 30s, who have already made their money, who are trying to maximise the last few years of their career. I understand for them it could be annoying and problematic, and they want to make sure they can still earn as much money for the final years of their career. But for the greater good, Manners, I think it's a step in the right direction.
We'll have to take this outside.
I look forward to it. I can't wait. I thought we'd be on the same team here. I'm surprised and shocked.
No, I completely agree with the sentiment. I just think it's been badly handled, and I think it's unmanageable and unenforceable. But we'll come back to that. Andrew Alderson has joined us from the New Zealand Herald, and I'm absolutely delighted to I know that you're a very busy man and you've got other commitments, Andrew. Thank you.
That's fine. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invite.
No, we're talking about this phenomenon that the ECB are attempting to, effectively ban county players from playing in any league which conflicts with the English county season, apart from the IPL. They've made that exception.
As you would.
Well, exactly right. And there are arguments for and against. Well, the reason I wanted to ask you is about your views on how New Zealand cricket have handled this issue, because it's fascinating that, it's difficult to keep up, but Trent Boult, Devon Conway, the captain Kane Williamson have all turned down national contracts, and New Zealand cricket adopt this very sensible and phlegmatic view that they can't compete with the money that these players can earn, so they kind of don't try. Would that be right?
That's right. And I think they effectively have to be pragmatic about the whole situation, Neil, is that New Zealand, the players are going to want to earn a living out of the game professionally, and therefore they have to go overseas to do it. New Zealand doesn't have the funding or the model to be able to boost that over time. As we've seen with the Super Smash, and when those players are available, that's all well and good, but I think this is going to be a continuing trend. I'm a bit concerned about the New Zealand model in that they've got the central contracting system for 20 players, but whether that's going to be fit for purpose before long. Once you have those players leaving it and pinging off the back, if you like, with the likes of, I mean, Williamson's a huge one to go, albeit, ironically, it's to prolong his career more than anything, to be able to stay in the game. And I mean, Trent Bolt was a big one, and it's sort of been a bit of a horses for courses approach in that, depending on the longevity involved. So they've adopted this pragmatic approach, and they're going to continue with it for the time being. But I do think they'll have to adjust that model.
I wondered whether you had any questions for Andrew Cameron.
No, I thought you were pointing him to say, like, this is what I agree with him. You're pointing earlier stupid.
I do. I think it is eminently sensible. But I don't quite fully understand why Williamson, for example, I mean, he remains 100% committed to New Zealand cricket. And I ask on behalf of cricket lovers and probably many New Zealand followers and supporters, like, so if you're so committed and you want to carry on playing for New Zealand, why don't you want to be contracted?
Yeah, well, I think that it's a tricky one, isn't it, in terms of what he's been able to do. I mean, it frees him up, I think, is the saying.
It frees him up not to play for New Zealand.
Yeah, but I think it frees him up to prioritise when he plays for New Zealand. But yeah, with that, I mean, he's had injury problems as well, etc., and it makes for a awkward situation, really. And effectively, it's not necessarily an equal situation either. It's based on those other factors of longevity and service.
I think one of the key differences between kind of New Zealand and England is, as both of you made the point, like, New Zealand gone, we can't compete with these guys. We need to allow our players to go off and play whatever competitions and have that flexibility. I think England do want to compete with these other people. They don't want to just kind of put their defences down and go, like, you know what, you guys do whatever you want. There is enough strength within English cricket to be able to kind of enforce a bit of rules. Goes, look, guys, I know we've had this incredibly immense changing landscape over the 10 years, and no one's really known how to deal with it. Now we're kind of putting a line in the sand saying, let's just protect our bit of the summer. Because I think New Zealand have done, this point is made kind of almost every ICC competition where everyone goes, blimey, New Zealand are really good, and no one lives there. How do they keep producing all these players? And they have so many initiatives in place that kind of are so kind of alien to what you'd expect in England. For example, I believe all the kind of county coaches, as it were, are actually like Cricket New Zealand employees, and so there's more of a direct structure of, right, we want these guys playing so we can get them into the national team. They shortened the domestic season to get more time for A tours in, for instance, to kind of make sure they're developing their players. If you're on a domestic contract in New Zealand, I think it's 7.5 months is the length of the contract. So you're actually a guy who was the overseas player for my club a couple of years ago. When he wasn't playing for Wellington, he was working in recruitment for kind of 3 or 4 months of the year. This is a completely different kind of landscape, and New Zealand are faced with a completely different array of problems to England. And so where New Zealand are kind of going, right, we need to give our players the kind of maximum flexibility to make sure they want to keep coming back and playing for New Zealand. I think England are potentially a bit more of a position of strength. I don't know that that's fair or patronising to an extent.
Neil, I'll be interested in your take on this as well. Is it the wider issue of the global game, though, and trying to find this global calendar and being able to build all these things into it? Because it just feels like players are being drawn left, right and centre, and then you've got all these leagues around the world that are developing now, with the South African League, Caribbean, even in Dubai, and it's just filling it up more and more, and there's not going to be these... They need to create some windows, don't they? Is that how you see it from further afield?
Absolutely. I think that there should be league windows, and I think that leagues should be going head to head. And, you know, as much as possible, obviously there's a seasonal element.
Yeah.
But I think that, you know, there should absolutely be international windows. Just look at the difference between football. I mean, the difference between football, FIFA is not the most powerful body in football. The clubs are. But FIFA has control of the calendar. The ICC does not have control of the calendar. That's the key.
So how do you negotiate that? Because it feels like, I know BCCI, you know, controlling this more than ICC at times.
All the time.
Yeah, and therefore you've got a problem really internationally as to how you evolve that.
I'm fascinated. I want to ask you about the New Zealand's sending effectively B teams to play international cricket, bilateral international cricket, and from a personal perspective, I love the fact that New Zealand are able to do that, because, you know, from the beginning of my career, they struggled to put one team together, let alone 2 or 3.
Brave new world.
But I think that's great for New Zealand cricket. But I do wonder about the supporters and the followers You've got 12 players playing in the IPL at the same time. Another New Zealand team touring Pakistan. And I wonder whether the supporters get a bit confused.
Well, I think it's a fair point. I think it feels hollow, to be honest. If you're going to give international caps out, etc., you want it to really to resonate, if you like. So it does have an element of, is it truly earned? If that's the case, if you're not one of the top players who are already in the IPL who are playing. So, I think that's. I mean, is it worthy of being classed as an international if that's the case? Will be my question.
I don't know. What do you think, Cameron? We've got 1 minute left.
I was going to ask you a question before the break. When you talk about the need for kind of windows and to kind of structure things, isn't that kind of what the ECB are doing by putting in that rule that English players can only play in England for that period of time? That's a window of English cricket. That sounds like you'd love that, Manners. That's perfect.
I'm just perennially frustrated by the lack of power and control that the ICC have.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
Frustrates me a lot, Andrew. So very, very quickly, New Zealand could make anywhere between 0 and 4 changes for the second test if they lose here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they'll bring Mitchell Santner into the squad. I mean, it'll depend on the base and reserve pitch, whether they think they're going to play that specialist spinner, if you like, albeit, Phillips is starting to fulfil that role for them. There's a few options there. I mean, you've got Will Young, player of the series in India, is still filling the drinks, around the boundary. He's certainly an option. There's a few bits and pieces there. I mean, Moji Williamson's come back into the side as the number 3 and delivered with his couple of half centuries. There's a few options there for sure. It'd be interesting to see, maybe even they could have change in the pace attack or whatever. But I think, it's something to think about.
Andrew Allison from the New Zealand Herald, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks for having me in.
It's really great to see you again. And Cameron Ponsonby, you can go off and write something for somebody now.
Oh no, she didn't say thank you for my time. I can't believe it.
Thank you very much for your time, Cameron Ponsonby. We're at the Hagley Oval. It's lunchtime on day 4 of the first Test match between New Zealand and England. England will begin their 4th and final innings and a run chase of 104 in about 3 or 4 minutes' time.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL.
Jim White and Simon Jordan on talkSPORT. Mid-morning radio that's up for the job.
I'm hot under the collar with this.
Concrete sports talk.
Edge that one in stone.
Rapid setting opinion.
I still think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Oh, no. Come on. Big names, all bagged up.
David Moyes, John Hart, Ian Rush.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Delivered tomorrow morning from 10 on talkSPORT by Selco Builders Warehouse. Check out this month's real deals at selcobw.com.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me, rip up the charades, forget about the telly, let's play scratch cards. Coins out to scratching, everybody laughing, better not be cheating, and the chance to win £1 or 3.
Add some play to Christmas with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Please gift responsibly. Rules and procedures apply. Players and gifters must be 18 or over.
And the chance to win £1 or 3.
Yes, gang! It's Black Friday time! A little birdie told me Very have some fab deals.
Hey, there's a HP AMD Ryzen processor laptop from only £249.
And you can save 30% on all Saints.
Ooh, lovely!
All your Black Friday deals for fashion, home and more. Plus Very Pay. Ways to pay that work your way. Very, let's make it sparkle. HP offer ends 3rd of December. Event ends 2nd of December.
People are tuning into radio more than ever. Advertise here and get your message heard by up to 6.5 million switched on listeners every week. Email radio@news.co.uk.
This Black Friday, get sorted for the festive season with EE Broadband. You'll pay nothing up front.
What? Nothing?
Not a thing. Plus, it's ultra-fast, full fiber, so you'll get speeds of 150 meg per second.
So I can stream festive tunes
while I game with my mates.
And I binge Christmas films. Yes, yes, and yes. And it's powered by BT. So switch today. It's easier than ever before. Available until the 12th of December.
New customers, 24 months, 43.7% UK availability. Terms apply.
'Twas the night before Lidl's big toy event, and all through the middle aisle, you can find big brands like Paw Patrol, Godzilla, and Peppa Pig, and get an extra 10% off all plush toys with Lidl Plus. In store now. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, ends 4th of December. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV for details. Terms apply.
EFL All Access tomorrow night from 6 on talkSPORT 2.
Join me, Hugh Wisencroft, and a wide range of big-name exclusives and hard-hitting analysis across the 3 leagues.
Superheated comments. A performance is as important as a result right now. Expert analysis.
You can't carry players like that.
EFL All Access.
The highs, the lows, you never know what's coming next.
Tomorrow night from 6
on talkSPORT 2.
What a finish!
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Soaked and edged, and it's gone between Root and Brook. Daryl Mitchell hit that as if he didn't want to damage the ball. In the way that you would pat a dog that was jumping up at you and you didn't want to hurt it.
You didn't want to hurt him, but you didn't want him to bite you.
Yeah.
Struck on the pad this time. Smith, and he's given. This is kept a touch low. Carson's struck. New Zealand 190 for 7. Struck on the pad. This is pitched up. This looks good. This looks really good. Carr celebrates and he holds the ball aloft and takes applause from the crowd. A fifer for the first time in Test cricket for Bryden Cast.
Short, it's pulled high over the 1, 2, 3, 4 men fielding on the boundary, and Tim Southey has another Test 6. Pulled high, Root back, goes back, sails over his head. 6 more to Tim Southey. 207 for 8. Southey 12 off 10. Dealing in 6s.
Southey has skied this to Joe Root, who runs around from mid-wicket, and Tim Southey has had to depart. 9 wickets down now, New Zealand. Applause here at Hagley Oval. 50 for Daryl Mitchell.
Little ramp shot attempted here from Daryl Mitchell, and he's got it away. Well, finally, he's going to break out of his largely defensive shell.
Mitchell, well, he's given up now, and he's decided to have a crack, and he does so. Hits the ball right on top of the sunshade of the camera person at long off, which means it's 6. Mitchell's hitting that ball behind square for 4. Lovely shot. Goes onto the back foot and pulls him to the square leg boundary again for 4.
That may be it for Daryl Mitchell. It is. Chris Wokes running in from the boundary at long off. New Zealand have been bowled out for 254, and in England, when they come out to bat, we need 104 to win the match. So we're all set. Afternoon session on day 4 here at Hagley Oval. England have been set 104 runs to win the match and go 1-0 up in the 3-match series. New Zealand bowled out for 254 with Daryl Mitchell top scoring. He was last man out for 84. The New Zealand bowlers, like many of the spectators, have been out on the outfield during the lunch break, exerting themselves slightly more than the games of cricket and people strolling around here in Christchurch have been. But we're just about to get underway for the afternoon, and look, it looks a regulation run chase for England. Just a touch of very high white cloud to the left of me, just almost a trail. But apart from that, it's absolutely perfect conditions. Blue sky, wherever you can see. Another good crowd in for day 4. And, you know, having spent the last 10-15 minutes just in the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion to the right of us, in our commentary porter cabin, you know, it just shows the importance that New Zealand did fight throughout that morning session. The crowd that have turned up know that they're going to be set another hour, possibly 2, even if it is a breeze for England's openers, possibly Bethel and Root, who'd love to score a run after his second ball dismissal in first innings. But it's an event. It's an event here in Christchurch. This day has been, tickets have sold out or gone on sale and been snapped up months in advance. It's part of the calendar. It's in the diary. Sunday, Test Sunday. Come along, see old friends, enjoy the sun, enjoy the glass of Chardonnay, maybe a Sauvignon Blanc, a pie or two, a pint. See friends, bring kids, run around the outfield during the break, and just bask in this glorious game. That's what it's about. And whilst a defeat looms for New Zealand, at least they will be able to say that they saw Southey hit another 2 sixes. Mitchell, a war of words at times with the England bowlers, who'll be more than a little disappointed. It was Bryden Cast that picked up his wicket right at the end of the innings. Some good fielding and a couple of hours of good cricket. New Zealand reminding us that they're better than what we saw at times in this Test match. Work out the fielding and the rest will follow. Either way, here we are, set to go. England that need 104. Zach Crawley, who was dismissed without scoring in first innings, is about to face Tim Southey. Will he play the second Test match? The man who is set to walk away from Test cricket at the end of this series. We're all set to go with 2 slips. A gully, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. First ball is left alone by Crawley. There is also Rashid Ravindra on the boundary at the point, who, it will come as no surprise to hear, is signing an autograph or 2. Steve Harmison, welcome back for the final knockings.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's 104. Not a total that will send any shockwaves or anxiety around England, but they will have to be watchful, especially against the new ball.
Southey's in again, drawing Crawley forward, who pushes this to point. No run.
England on this surface will feel as though they can comfortably chase, and it's been a good performance by England. Bryden Cast set the tone. There's a lot of talk, and with the injury to Stokes, about the England side, a lot of talk about, as there will always be, John, about makeups of sides for the next Test match.
Driven, and Crawley faces squarely in the eye the ignominy of a pair, and says, not for me. He'll take a single to deep point. He comes through. So 1 without loss. The run chase. Yeah, we're up and running here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
And I'm sure the post-mortem will go as soon as this game's finished, about looking ahead to Wellington and teams for both sides. Does Southey play? Does Blundell keep his wicket? John, I don't know about you, but I mean, if New Zealand take 8 catches, I mean, New Zealand had a great chance of winning this game.
Left-handed Ben Duckett facing up, and he's beaten past the outside edge. Good probing delivery from Southey, who's pushing 130, 131 kilometres an hour. He dropped down to the mid 125s, and Jeremy Coney was of the opinion when on commentary, the fielders just look up to watch this ball. It didn't go too far from the outside edge at all, but he just felt that you cannot afford your bowlers to be dipping below 130. But then, of course, Chris Woakes wasn't always pushing 130. Absolutely. And he picked up 3 big wickets in New Zealand's second innings. Beaten again is Duckett. Again going across the left-hander, touch more bounce and a little bit of movement. Duckett playing defensively and beaten. 1 without loss, England.
I think New Zealand have got a lot more worries and issues than Tim Southey. I think Tim Southey's, he does a good enough job with the new ball to set the tone at the start of each sessions. The batting would worry me. Like I said before, they created 18 chances in that first innings. They scored 350 and 250 in a Test match. Yes, possibly a little bit short.
I didn't go too far from off stump either. Southey again, and Duckett's just thinking, I'm having none of this. Down the track, and wild Yahoo doesn't connect. End of the over. 1 without loss. I think possibly the point that New Zealand will be facing is that Mitchell Santner is available and is in the Test squad for the second Test. Now, prior to the India series, it was a push to suggest that Santner would come in and Southey would have to make way. Of course, after his exploits, and the fact that whilst Wellington didn't take Doesn't, you know, it's not known for extravagant turn and bounce, but it is seen as a more spin-friendly option than what we've had here at Christchurch. Feeling is that Santner, who can also bat, may well be drafted into the side. But in place of who? It won't be Henry, who is in and bowling to Zach Crawley. In and around off stump, and Crawley just pushes this to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it won't be Crawley, but the size of the basin. The basin's not a massive ground, and yeah, might spin, but it's not lavish spin like what in India. I mean, England will take him on, and all of a sudden, if you're left with 3 seamers, and your spinners have been whacked out the attack.
Henry again, and Crawley beaten by pace here, just trying to clip this to the leg side, but rides it high up on the thigh, no run.
I'd be reluctant to bring Santner in for Saudi. I mean, you've got Will O'Rourke, what's he on his 4th, 5th game? You've got Nathan Smith will be on his 2nd game, putting a huge amount of pressure on Matt Henry. And then you've got a part-time, better than a part-time, but bowler in Phillips.
Henry again, this is pitched up and driven by Crawley. He's trying to get the ball past Henry and possibly mid-off there, or maybe the other side. Either way, it goes straight to the fielder. O'Rourke it is. All 6'4" of him. He batted over an hour earlier today and was left unbeaten. So he's shown this is not a pitch that holds terrors, as Crawley again comes forward and just pushes us back to the bowler, Henry. One without loss.
Good start from Matt Henry, good areas. Start as well from Zach Crawley. He's hit 2 balls down the ground. It's always good when you see Zach Crawley hit the ball straight down the ground. His head position's good, he's not off balance.
And he's ready now. Pitched up again, driven and caught by Henry brilliantly in his follow through. He's plucked an absolute worldie to his right as his body was falling away to his left. And Crawley's got to go cheaply for the 2nd innings. Crawley departs for 1. England 1 for 1.
Carbon copy of Devon Conway, 1st innings. It literally was. Good ball from Henry. Sid Crawley hitting the ball well down the ground, and he's trying to hit this straight. He's not trying to hit this through extra cover. He's trying to hit this straight, and unfortunately, he's got a thicker inside edge, and he's lollipopped a catch back to Henry. Like I said earlier in the 1st innings, caught and bowl for a seamer is a very, very difficult. Discipline to do. I just tapped you on the shoulder here, John, because New Zealand are herring back into place. Why? Because their over rate is terrible. World Test Championship and all that, even if they get beat, they do not want to be docked points for over it. So there is a marked, there is a conscious effort now to be in place and try and get as many overs as they possibly can in here while England chase down this 103. So watch this space, because they are behind. I mean, the over rate in this Test match has been horrendous. 7 overs lost first day, 6 overs lost second day, 10. That's criminal. 10 overs lost. But I'll get off my soapbox on that front. New Zealand are in contention of World Test Championship, and they do not want to be docked points.
There were 2 crimes yesterday, and the worst of one. The worst one was the 10 overs that was missed out. The spectators were robbed of.
Absolutely robbed.
2 slips in place with not quite a gully, more like a wideish forced slip. There's a point, shortish cover or extra cover, and mid-off for Bethel on debut, facing first ball, driving, and won't get off the mark. Good over for New Zealand. A wicket for Matt Henry and a maiden. Crawley's gone for another single-figure score in 2nd innings. Gary Morgan just popping this into our WhatsApp stats group. Crawley has now had single-digit scores in his last 5 at 2nd innings. So that's something that he'll want to change quite quickly. And Duckett's record in 2nd innings in 2024, not brilliant, but look, still more than manageable run chase here ahead of England. They need 103, and it's Southey to continue, and he's beaten Duckett again. This is wide. Duckett didn't need to play at this at all. Certainly didn't need to come forward. Didn't need to worry about where his off stump was, but he's just been a little tentative there.
Yeah, again in the first innings, he looked a bit off sync. He didn't look he played some glorious shots in that first innings, and when he was in sync, he hit the ball to the boundary out of the middle of the bat, but he did look as though he was a little bit off with his movements, and we've seen 2 or 3 times he's not really understanding where his off stump is.
Southey again probing away, this time a touch straighter, and Duckett defends. Not with a straight bat. It's that way Duckett plays, isn't it? Bringing the bat around. Ends up in the right position, but it doesn't come from back to front. It's almost to the side, but that opens up scoring opportunities for him as well. But at the moment, with that Crawley departing, would you have another slip in there?
Yeah, I think I would, from extra cover.
Southey is in again, and this time Crawley, or rather Duckett, comes forward and pushes this to short cover, no run.
I actually think he's in the wrong place anyway. That short cover you've got in Nathan Smith, I would have him a lot squarer. Ben Duckett plays with a sort of angled 45-degree bat. Nathan Smith needs to go about 15 yards to his right and give the space that he is at this moment in time. That's where Duckett has trouble getting the ball through, or stick him in at third slip.
Duckett, as only Duckett possibly would, when faced a challenge with the ball that's just going across, a touch of movement away, his answer? To move down the track and scoop the ball up and over the slips and away for 4.
Yeah, he's gone across, hasn't he? He's come one step down and about 4 paces across to the offside. He's nearly off the pitch. He's got 1 foot off the pitch and he makes contact with his ball. Southey sees him going and pushes it wider. And
how wide was that ball?
That's wide. I mean, that's going towards first slip. Southey's done well to see him coming, but it was a great execution.
Southey again pitched up, and this is flicked up and over mid-wicket, and it'll be 4 more. 9 for 1 England in the 3rd over. 95 runs away from victory.
New Zealand are definitely in a hurry because of the World Test Championship points not wanting to be docked because of a slow over it. And England are in a hurry because they want to get this game finished as soon as they possibly can. Another good shot from Duckett. This time Southey's just gone a bit straighter, probably gone for the LBW.
Southey again, good contest here. Slower delivery and steered past a diving gully. It won't reach the boundary. There's a deep point who runs round Conway. But another couple of runs to the score. Duckett moves to 10, score 11 for 1. And what is the latest time you could get 9 holes in, Harmon?
I reckon if we tee off at 6 o'clock tonight, we'd get at least 9 in. Yeah, comfortably.
Just asking for a friend.
4 o'clock. I think if we teed off at 4 o'clock, we get all the way around in. I teed off at 10 to 4 the other night when I met you at Katie at Spates Brewery for a drink with the Sports Nation crew, and I played 17 holes there and could easily have gotten the 18th in, not a problem. So, no, I think asking for a friend, the answer would be 4 o'clock for 18 and probably 6 o'clock for 9.
Bethel facing up, he's not thinking about golf. Playing his 2nd test innings, and he's playing with a straight bat. And this is how he set up really well in first innings, didn't he? And they were really testing conditions. There was no sun when he was batting in first dig. There was movement, scoreboard pressure, the pressure of debut. New Zealand's experienced duo, Matt Henry and Tim Southey, bang on it. Southey, or rather Bethel, comes forward, and he does like to come forward, plays very straight, but pushes this to point, no run.
Yeah, he played that shot really well in first innings. He got on top of the bounce and defended the ball into the offside comfortably. I think if there was anything, I'd loathe to have any sort of criticism because he's just a young lad and he's coming into it. He struggled to understand where his off stump was for a number 3.
Right arm over the wicket is Henry, running in from the Steve Harmison Botanical Gardens end, and this is clipped to mid-wicket. 2 slips, a Galloway point, there's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and also a mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Where's the fielder signing autographs? I always lose one. No, that might be it. Henry again, and again Playing on off stump is Bethel, yet to get off the mark. Duckett scored 10 of the 11. It was Duckett who scored the bulk of the runs, the front end of the first innings as well. Had a life in the first innings. One of few England batters to have a life. But it's a left-handed Bethel who is driving a touch flat-footed. And was that off the inside edge, past the stumps? It wasn't a catching opportunity for Blundell, who couldn't get down to his right.
No, he dropped that. I'm sure he did.
Well, if he has dropped it, then here we go again. If he has dropped it,
my
then
eye's gone here.
You'll hear the trumpeter.
Couldn't really see if he did.
He's quite wide, is Blundell.
Oh,
no,
he's
not.
No, my eyes have gone.
Well, you've called pretty much everything quite correctly, actually. This time Bethel comes forward and pushes this to the fielder, Conway, who's closer to the wicket than where he was when he dropped Harry Brook. Just front of square on the leg side. 15 for 1 then here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 4 overs bowled. Duckett is 10, Bethel is 4. Has got off the mark thanks to a fortunate inside edge back past the stumps and down to fine leg for a boundary.
That's the area where I'm talking about the not understanding where his off stump is. On off stump, in and around off stump, comfortably in behind it, middle of the bat, Jacob Bethel, and playing it into the offside. He's playing things where he possibly could have left, and that one there was a prime example.
Pitched up, driven by Ben Duckett. It's Kane Williamson at mid-off, but that was hit hard and true. And as soon as the ball had gone past the bowler, there was no stopping it. That little toey, actually, a little bit of the toe into the bat. It certainly sounded like he clopped it well enough.
Yeah, just twisted in his hand, didn't it?
Southey again as Duckett readies himself. He's going for his shots. It's Duckett. He's pulling, and he's pulling all the way to the grassy banks over long leg for 6.
Again, the most lucrative shot for 6 in this contest so far over 4 days is the short ball, where the batter's trying to hit it at the top of its height, coming past them and not looking to get it down, looking to go up and going over fine leg. Not going over square leg. If you go over square leg, you're in a world of pain because of the size of the boundary. So there's been a conscious effort from all the batters to make sure that they're getting inside the ball and helping it on its way over fine leg. And another one, big hit for 6.
Well, it's Southey's riposte. Short again. Duckett goes for the big shot again. This time it's in front of square. There's a chase on for Rashin Ravindra from the deep point boundary edge. And it's another couple of runs. Bags of space there on the leg side in front of. But dare I say it, Southey is bowling at a pace that will allow for this kind of shot making from a batter in form, Ben Duckett.
Yeah, we'll see when, I would imagine, the next over or the over after when Nathan Smith comes on, if there's any difference from a pace point of view. But they are really trying to hit Southey out the attack.
Just one slip in place, and Duckett tries to take a ball that's well outside off stump in a manner that we saw earlier on in the over. Doesn't connect this time, tries to flick the ball over his shoulder and over the keeper, or slip. It's taken by Blundell. 27 for 1, 2 balls left of the 5th.
Yeah, I'm just looking for an uppercut there. He's gone for the leg side uppercut, then it's just a little bit too wide for him, so he's gone for the uppercut to go down to the 3rd vacant boundary. I mean, you are spread out now. This is not what Tim Southey has or wanted with this new ball.
Southey again, beaten Duckett this time, who's flat-footed, just tries to unfurl cut. But whistles past the outside edge. No, it's not exactly what you want as a new ball bowler, bowling your 3rd over. You've gone for 23. And instead of 3 slips and a gully, possibly a backward point, you've got 1 wide slip, gullies in, and then all around the pitch. We're straying back to a territory of, I mean, is he trying to get Duckett out? Thanks to the short ball, holding out with those big wickets square of the. Well, maybe he is. Dug in, pulled away, and Duckett picks up another boundary bisecting the field at deep square leg, and William O'Rourke at square leg, he's a left-hander, and at fine leg. He's hit this ball true, and that may be the last time we see Tim Southey in this Test match. 31 for 1 after 5 overs. Southey has been smashed all around the park by Ben Duckett. 26 of the 27 runs that he's conceded have come from England's left-handed opener. Bethell with 4, and England needs 73 runs to win.
Yeah, good from Duckett, seasoned on the fact that Southey is under a little bit of pressure. He has hit him out of the attack.
Now we've got 2 slips, and just a quarter chance there for Henry, who's picked up 1 superb caught and bowled. But this time it was Bethell advancing down the track, and he's pulled, but pulled straight to the right of Henry, who's flung out a hand, but it's been hit really hard, and that wasn't an opportunity. But a foot nearer, and the bowler would have fancied his chances there.
I like this from Jacob Bethell. I mean, there's a kid on debut, 20, in his early 20s. He's not playing for a number, he's going for the total.
Henry again, and Bethell just withdraws the bat at the last moment. Eyes up, boundary at mid-wicket, but it was just a little bit too fast, a little bit too wide, and he's put the shot away for another day.
Yeah, he's looking for, he's playing team. It's all about team. He's not looking to start his Test career with a good number. He's looking to play the aggressive route. That's what the team wants him to do.
Henry again on the drive is Bethell, but no timing, and it's fielded at mid-off. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is gone are the days where the guy is thinking of a nice 30 or 40, a Reading, get that average up, at the start of his inning. He's no fool. He knows that there's a real question about whether he's going to play the second Test, because we don't know about Ben Stokes' fitness. As once again, Bethell comes forward and pushes this, or attempts to push it. It's an inside edge onto the pads and away for a single. 36 for 1. That brings Duckett on strike. I'm not sure how much Matt Henry's bowled at Ben Duckett in this innings.
No.
So far, he seems to be facing Southey.
Same in the first innings as well. I think he faced Southey in the first innings, and then quite a bit of Nathan Smith. Remember, Southey bowled, Henry bowled a lot, I think, to Bethell when Bethell came in the first innings.
Here is Duckett, and he almost duck pulls there. Continues on with the shot, but also takes his head away at the last minute as well.
It's a well-directed bouncer. I mean, there's a massive field. Ben Duckett's not looking to hit it down, he's looking to hit it up. Henry goes around the wicket just to create the angle even more, so the field and the leg side will have to square up a little bit. And I'd suggest the fine leg to go onto the boundary, because if he bowls bouncers with the angle, he's too wide. He's too wide as a fine leg.
Henry again, and this is a top edge, but it's going to drop short of Nathan Smith running in from the boundary at fine leg.
The reason why
and a no ball's been called as well.
The reason why he's too fine is because there's another fielder there I didn't see. Something's happened to my eyes in the last half an hour.
We can only guess what that was. I know that you do abstain during working hours, so it can't be that.
No, it wasn't that. Lunch was all right. Pies were good this morning.
I thought lunch was excellent.
Sweets have been nice. I mean, side screen's in the way, that's probably why.
It is the side screen. 2 slips in a gully in place as Bethell cuts this square of the wicket. He'll take another run. And he moves to 10. 39 for 1. We've had 6 overs of play. The target is 65 runs away. Duckett going at a strike rate of just shy of 160. And to talk you through the next 20 minutes or so will be Neil Manthorp alongside Steve Harmison.
Inevitable change here for New Zealand. Tim Southey's come out of the attack. Took a bit of tap off Ben Duckett. Both, full ball and short ball. But Smith, very impressive in that first innings. He got 3 for he got 3 for 100 and plenty, but could easily have had 5 for 65. He bowled brilliantly in that, especially in his first two or three spells. The energy he had into the crease and into the wicket.
Nathan Smith then running away from us. It's smashed down the ground. What a shot from Jacob Bethel. Baseball style. Just stood upright and looked like he was playing a pull shot, but it's gone pretty much straight back past the bowler. What a hit that, straight out the middle of the bat. Wow.
Talking about free hits, it's a free hit for Jacob Bethel. John Norman mentioned whether he's going to be in for the next Test match. I'm not so sure. Well, obviously the injury to Ben Stokes, so he's going to enjoy himself here.
Another short one and pulled away by Bethel again out towards deep mid-wicket. He's hit that just as hard, and it's another 4 back-to-back boundaries for Jacob Bethel. Well, I was just thinking, you make your Test debut in the first innings, and he looked, he looked like a man who didn't want to make a mess of his Test debut. And in the second innings, he looks like Jacob Bethel batting 7 in a blast game for Warwickshire.
Absolutely. Talking about numbers, averaging 22 in first-class cricket. This is why this boy's picked. He's got talent.
Smith in again. Bethel opens the face of the bat and runs it into the gully straight to Tom Latham, and there's no run. 47 for 1. England almost halfway to their target of 104. Duckett 27 from 17. Jacob Bethel 18 off 15. England galloping towards victory, target of 104.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good from Duckett, good from Bethel. Strong shots, putting pressure on the New Zealand bowlers.
Smith to Bethel again, short and pulled once more. 2 bounces and over the rope for another 4. He's hit that deliberately in the air over the top of Tim Southey at mid-on. And Bethel, Jacob Bethel, the 21-year-old, is flying. Wow, we've seen 3 remarkable shots in this over.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Love watching this. Really do love watching this. This is about the team. This is how the team wants to play. It's not number 3 trying to forge his way into his career. This boy's got talent. He's got shots.
Smith again. Bethel down the ground. A 4th boundary in the over. Once again stood upright, tall, and hammered it straight back past the bowler's feet. Quite remarkable. Steve Harmison, this is borderline disrespectful.
It is, yeah. This is shot of the day for me. This is a shot of the day. Hit straight back down the ground. He's picked his bat up, looking to try and keep that one down. He was. The one before he's gone in the air. This time he's gone down the ground. That's his 6th boundary of the innings. 26 off 17 balls. I mean, he's not a number 3. He's definitely not a number 3 in Test match cricket. This is where he's found himself. But boy, is he enjoying himself at this moment in time.
It's Smith in again to Bethel, and he wants to keep the strike. Now that's not borderline anything. That's cheeky. That's cheeky. It's a deliberate attempt to keep the strike. He's hitting it so well, and he's opened the face of the bat, tried to run it out of third man. It's gone to gully, and he hasn't been able to keep the strike. But I don't think that Ben Duckett would have minded in the slightest if he had taken a single. Duckett is 27 off 17. Bethel is 26 off 18. England are gallivanting their way towards his target of 104. They'll go 1-0 up in the 3-match series, all of which we brought to you live and exclusive ball by ball on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Duckett on strike for the next over. It'll be bowled by Will O'Rourke, so the punishment's going to be shared out by Tom Latham. It's O'Rourke running in from the Botanic Gardens end, and it's cut by Duckett down towards third man. It'll be out, caught by Matt Henry. Uppercut. Well, trap set. Plan obvious. Duckett accepts the challenge and has holed out to Matt Henry on the 3rd boundary. So England lose the 2nd wicket. It's a wicket. Steve Harmison always says it doesn't matter what the match situation is. A wicket is a wicket. A Test wicket is a cherished commodity. Jeremy Coney, you've got a few of them yourself.
I don't know whether I've got any caught. I might have had one caught third man, but that might have come off the back of the bat from someone. It certainly wasn't getting it up that high, and that's the reason it got down to third man, wasn't it? It's O'Rourke bowling this time, this over. And so it got a little bit close, didn't it, to Duckett, and he wasn't able to supply the power he would love to have got at a good, decent strike, and it might have gone squarer. He could only kind of angle it down towards third man, so that's where it was taken. Didn't have to get much more on it, I'd have to say. would have been a 6. So out comes Root, looking to get his first run in this game. It's pretty good surface, everybody. Back in the UK, you wouldn't mind batting on it, I'm just telling you now. And with these bats nowadays, it was a falling away stroke from Ben Duckett to try and give himself some room to get really supply power. He throws his head in the air, holds on to the bat, however. So that's the second wicket to fall. Here's O'Rourke again.
2 slips in a gully for Joe Root. He pushes that one out towards square leg, and there's no run.
It'll be interesting, won't it, if Bethel gets 60 not out here, and they play the new keeper, Robinson, if they want to play him, what happens to the number 3 position? Is it Pope or is it Bethel? So there's a little issue there.
Joe Root plays and misses fences at this one. It's a good delivery from Will O'Rourke, who's been immensely impressive in this Test match that New Zealand will lose. But I think that Will O'Rourke's made a strong case to be given the new ball. That was a very fine delivery. Steve Harmison is saying that Jacob Bethel's already under pressure because if Ben Stokes can't bowl, they have to bring in another seamer, then Jake Bethel would be the one to lose his place. Edged! Past second slip, Latham dives to his right, didn't carry, don't think, but it has sped away between second slip and gully. Latham it was closest to it, diving to his right, couldn't get fingertips to it. He could only have made a stop rather than pulled off a catch, and Joe Root is off the mark, streakily.
Yep, it was certainly wide of the second slips, only 2 slips in at this stage. And you'd wonder whether you need a third in there for O'Rourke.
Here's O'Rourke once again bowling to Joe Root. Short and wide and cut for 4. That's a lovely shot from the former England captain. Nothing at all streaky about that. Nothing at all. Lovely shot from Joe Root. England continue to romp their way to this modest target of 104. Yeah. 63 for 2 and have not yet had 8 overs.
No, these are the sort of conditions that New Zealand really have to avoid, where there is nothing going on with the ball in terms of movement off the seam.
O'Rourke again, short to Joe Root, and he pulls handsomely out towards deep square leg, and he's beaten deep square leg. Gosh, he hit that cleanly. Right out of the middle of the bat. The torrent of boundaries continues off the bat of Joe Root now. Ben Duckett hit 6 fours, Jake Bethel has hit 6 fours, and now Joe Root's hit 3, edged 1 and hit 2. He's got 3 fours in his 12 from 5 balls.
Yeah, I guess the difference is that there's a certain orthodoxy and quality about those last 2 boundaries in particular. One, or to opposite sides of the ground, really. One a really controlled pull stroke to end the over, and then a lovely stand up and punch it just wide of square on the offside for his second boundary, after the edged one from O'Rourke. But these are the sorts of conditions you see the best England, the things that they're capable of doing.
Nathan Smith taken to the cleaners in his 1 over so far. That's a bouncer, and it's left alone by Jacob Bethel.
It's interesting. I have a little question for you, just in the back of my mind. You can score at this rate, which obviously gives you more time to bowl the opposition out, right? We're all familiar with that concept and using the aspect of the variable of time. But then you bowl 11 overs an hour. That to me isn't consistent.
Here is Nathan Smith again, another bouncer. He's saying to Jacob Bethel, hit these ones then, lad. Well, Nathan Smith's 26, Jacob Bethel is 21. I mean, it's just inexcusable, and the New England, Ben
New Zealand the same.
England.
I'm not picking out England here.
I
New Zealand are a little bit better, but not much. Not much. Maybe 12.
I think, okay. Yeah. Both poor. I mean, we've lost a lot of overs in this Test match. Here's Nathan Smith to Jacob Bethel, and that's guided away silkily down towards the fine third man, and they go through for a single.
Do you think we should be the game itself? Because the players obviously don't mind. Let's be honest about that. They'll do it when they want to, if you know. But should the people, the paying public, get a little bit more for their cash?
I think when you say the players don't mind, I think that's being very generous. I think they disdainfully don't care.
Okay, so all right. Well, you want to push it a little bit further. That's fine. But I'm just thinking. I'm just sitting around and looking at these people.
I know.
Here.
Have you ever heard a player apologise and say, no, well, it wasn't good enough, we should do better? Have you ever heard any Test cricketer say that? Bouncer now from Nathan Smith again. And it's called no ball for height, and rightly so from Hassan Raza. It was unquestionably the third bouncer of the over.
I can't understand how the powers that be haven't worked something out about this. Yes, we always use the extra half hour, always, every day, virtually.
Well, I can't remember the last time we didn't. Here's Nathan Smith once again. It's short and pulled powerfully by Joe Root behind square on the leg side. They go through for another single. It's Devon Conway who does the tidying up. England need just 34 more to win. They're 70 for 2. The target's 104. Jacob Bethel is 27 not out from 21 balls. Joe Root 13 off 7. He's 3 fours.
So I mean the money, the fines, that obviously clearly doesn't work. Clearly doesn't work. It's not going to stop. And,
Here is Nathan Smith again, and again steered nicely by Jacob Bethel. There's no slipcordon to dissuade him from attempting to run it down to third man, and therefore he's going to play that shot. Plays it very well.
It just seems to me you've either got to change the game in some way. In other words, by awarding a certain number of runs, penalty, whatever we call them, and they go on to extras. And depending on how, and that would be a graded kind of affair, I guess. If you're this many behind, you get 5 runs and over. If you're that many, it's 10 runs and over. Or whatever the penalties are.
Here is Nathan Smith once again, right arm over the wicket to Joe Root, clips it to square leg, straight to the fielder, no run. It's a good reason that fines don't work, and it's rarely spoken about, but in most of the cases of the major test playing nations, the players actually don't pay those fines. It's the board, it's their employers who pay them, because the players' associations have put together an MOU, and included in there is that the players won't pay fines for slow over rates. So that's why you see players being jocular about, I didn't make much money in this game. We won with a day to spare, but I had to pay 80% of my match fee. No, actually you didn't. Only in the press release.
But you get my drift about affecting the game itself. I think you move it away from that and affect the game, or you take players off.
Hello. That's an interesting concept.
No,
down the leg side and glanced away. I think it came off the bat. It did. A very, very fine leg glance from Jacob Bethel in both senses of the word for a 7th boundary, and he has gallivanted his way to 32 from 23 balls. It's 75 for 2, just 29 more needed.
Yeah, it's tucked away.
Sin bin.
Well, I think there are plenty of options you can take, can't you? But I think it brings up another issue.
Short and hooked away by Jacob Bethel, but into the gloves of Tom Blundell, who is now going through the routine, what he believes is the routine process of sending Bethel on his way, but the umpire has not raised his finger. Tom Blundell believes that he's edged that, Bethel, and the umpire...
Director with a player review for talk behind.
It's a review.
Decision, not out.
Given not out by umpire Rod Tucker, and New Zealand have said, well, we've got them, let's use them.
Short pitch ball, isn't it? Just over. Well, it's at the body now. Has it hit the glove? I think it's come off the armband. Is the armband part of the glove, or is there a gap?
The ball's close to the glove. Can I go
not attached. Is it? All right. If it was attached, is it
part of the glove?
It is.
Yep. But I think there's a gap between it, isn't it? Or is it just touched?
come off
Maybe
his
it's just
wristband.
in between. It's close to the glove, isn't it? And close to that armband, you're right. Perhaps hit in
Keep
between.
going it forward for me, please. Keep going forward, keep going forward, keep going forward.
Voice you can hear
Just
belongs
rock it
to
back there for me a
Adrian
moment,
Holdstock,
please.
the third umpire, who is a
And roll it forward.
bustling, barrel-chested fast
Keep going
bowler in
forward.
his time. Really
And
promising
just rock it
career,
out one more time for me, please.
but
Clears
cut
the hip
short by
form.
a
And keep going it
series
forward.
of
Freeze it there.
stress fractures in his back.
It's very close to the wrist part, you know, the part that they tighten, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's out.
He's gone not out.
Yeah.
That seems to be the right call.
Yeah, I think so. But it brings up another little issue because we'll maybe if we, because it'll be our last session on together, Manners.
Of this test match. Short and hooked again by Bethel, but he's not got all of it. I think that might come off his glove again, actually, down the leg side. Fielded by Darryl Mitchell, they'll scuttle through for a single.
But what do umpires actually do nowadays? I mean, it's a serious question. What decisions do they make, for example? On their own, by themselves. Everything is looked at. Everything is confirmed. If it's just touching the stumps, umpire's call.
It's a very good question.
What do they do?
Short and pulled away by Joe Root again out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. You mean what?
Every time they are helped every step of the way. What decisions do they make? One of these things could be overs. We might give them a job, which would be to look after the over rate. Keep talking to the captain. You're 2 behind.
They do
You're
that.
3 behind.
They just
but they don't
ignored.
take exactly. Okay, take a fielder off. At 4, you take a fielder off.
Bouncer from Matt Hen from Willow Rourke.
You know, that's what I'm suggesting.
I see. I'm right. I'm with you.
So bowlers, that's where bowlers wouldn't like it.
For a period of time. For
yes,
what, half an hour
well, whatever is worked
6
out.
overs.
Exactly.
So you're down to 10.
Then that's right. And then you might lose 2 if you get to go further. Now, they wouldn't be happy with that. We'll have a 5-1 field. They won't be happy. Do you know what I mean?
Very much I do, yes. I feel a column coming on.
Yes, you could. Yeah, well, I've given it just with thanks from some chap
I'll
who
give you
sat beside
credit,
me
that's
once.
for sure. Last ball of the
Yeah,
overs down the
right.
leg side, and it's left alone. Well, actually, Jacob Ethel tried to hook it, but it was too wide. He's 33 not out. Joe Root's 14. It's 77 for 2 after 10 overs.
It's good, isn't it? It's good. That's the way. That's good. Let's get on with it. It was going to always be this way, I think. This pitch, as I said to you guys earlier, it's such a good surface to bat on nowadays. It's and the bats are so good as well, aren't they? Boy, like, you try picking up one of the ones that we used to play with, and they were so thin, and they sort of jarred your hands all the time if you didn't get it right in the middle.
Here's Nathan Smith, another short one. He's just going short all the time now, and Joe Root's accepting the challenge, and he's hooked that one away down towards deep backward square leg, and it's fielded in the deep by not sure who that is. Tom Blundell. I beg your pardon. Could be Devon Conway. 78 for 2. Yeah, it's. As I said to Steve Harmison, I mean, the approach of Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethel was borderline disrespectful.
Oh, to Southee, the way that I've never seen anyone sort of walk outside their off stump like that and then flick it over the keeper.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and shortened away down the leg side. Maybe not borderline. Maybe just front arms disrespectful. But you know what? It's a cruel game, and very, very seldom. You know, I'll never forget. Alan Border finished his career played his last Test match facing John T. Rhodes, bowling 60-kilometre half trackers. Short and pulled away down towards fine leg. It's racing towards the boundary. Tim Southee doing the diving down there on the boundary. In fact, it's
O'Rourke, I think.
O'Rourke.
Yep.
O'Rourke, and he lost his trousers in the dive in the process. Fortunately, he's wearing a substantial pair of black shorts underneath his whites. 82 for 2, 4 more runs. Bethel on to 37. England supporters enjoying this. I'm not sure what they're singing, but they're quite enjoying it. Here is Nathan Smith again. Short to Bethel, pulled away on the bounce to Rachin Ravindra at deep mid-wicket. And they go through for another single. 83 for 2. It's a little bit of Barmy Army banter, I'm being told, directed towards Daryl Mitchell. Is it? Mitchell wouldn't stop that. Would have stopped that. Mitchell would have stopped that. So friendly banter then, rather than antagonistic. 83 for 2. Wow. I rather suspect we might see some of the England players playing 9 holes this afternoon. Here's Nathan Smith again, short, and he pulled away by Root. Helped, really, helped by Joe Root behind square on the leg side.
This is all a bit predictable, isn't it, from Smith? Every ball down. I mean, you've got to sort of vary it a little bit, I do think. It also brings me to the mind that this is why New Zealand need to have much more grassy pitches and last a lot longer than... obviously, you can't get it to last to the 4th day quite so easily, but certainly the first 2 days at least.
Smith again, another bouncer. Sunriser calls that one wide. So...
And then, you know, so in other words, the ball is moving so much and nipping about enough that it's very hard to hit through the line. You cannot just charge and expect it to keep the same line. It's going to move about a lot. That's the sort of surface.
Short and pulled once more by Jacob Bethel for a single. 86 for 2.
And you take the toss out of play, because you could be just put in and bat on that, but you want it then to last for your bowlers as well. So that's the kind of surface I think you've got to play on. And then, of course, you know, you can't just charge and move around, and you can get seamers coming in and they're still quite awkward to hit. I think that's quite important. You know, what else can you do in New Zealand? We're a farm. We're a large farm. That's what New Zealand is. We grow grass well, and that's what we've got to do, I think.
Round the wicket comes Will O'Rourke, and Bethel pushes it away behind square on the offside, down to Rachin Ravindra, and they go through for a single. Hence the...
and then back yourself.
Yeah.
Back your own defensive games in the top 5 or 6 in your team to last. And say, we think our defences are actually better than your defences. Your guys' attack might be a way better, and sometimes you'll back your attack rather than defence. See a lot of that nowadays because of all the 2020 matches.
O'Rourke in again, short, and a hook shot from Joe Root. Set himself for the hook shot to take it on, and didn't make contact.
So I think that's the approach that I think maybe should be considered for the next match at the Basin.
Rachin Ravindra has just climbed over the LED advertising hoardings
to
go and sign a young lad's bat because he was too small to reach over. So he's jumped over. Oh, I liked Rachin Ravindra before that, but I like him even more now. Root 6, scoop pull shot. Absolutely. I hope everyone's all right. It's landed on the grass banks just to the left of our commentary box, and he's absolutely set himself. It looks like a kind of circus routine, because he stepped away outside the off stump as O'Rourke was in his gather and has just scooped it over fine leg and onto the grass banks for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot. Harnessing the power of O'Rourke, the power of his bowling, just helping it on its way up.
93 for 2, 11 to win. Root now onto his stumps, back and across, clips it out towards deep backward square. Bye-bye, Jeremy. We'll see you in Wellington. Yes, of course. Last time I was in Wellington, I was delighted to have been hijacked by Jeremy, who commandeered his son's fishing boat, and we went out spotted deep sea fishing. It was absolutely glorious, a wonderful day. O'Rourke into Jacob Bethel, and on the back foot steers it away out towards Ravindra, Rachin Ravindra once again, and they go through for a single. Never have been hijacked more gloriously and more pleasant fashion ever. 95 for 2. Steve Harmison, I feel exhilarated, and I can't say that often. Normally there's a sense, whatever the result at the end of a test match, of almost deflation. You know, it's like, oh, it's come to an end. But this has come to an end in a burst of fireworks and a blaring of trumpets as Root tries to guide this one down to third man. I genuinely feel absolutely alive in a buzz and like I don't want it to end.
Yeah, I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end watching Root and Bethel bat. It is very, very good when you come to a total of 104 to win. You can see a team just limp over the line, get close, and everybody, just a bit of an anticlimax. This is not. I mean, when you watch this England team, there's no part of it anticlimactic. They just go for it, and have a great time having it.
Cricket still can't get its common sense right. We delayed the lunch break by half an hour, but we can't delay the drinks break by a couple of minutes with England needing 9.
With the potential of Jacob Bethel doing it in 3 balls. It's gonna be crazy. Jacob Bethel is gonna walk off this field, hopefully in an overs time. He might get to 50. You just never know. And he's just filled him up. He's just filled his belly up with a sort of an energy drink. And he's then going to be thrust with champagne and alcohol as to celebrate his first test win, hopefully his first not out, potentially his first test 50. It is bizarre. We do have a great way of punching ourselves in the face, don't we, as cricket. I don't think New Zealand wanted it, and I think that's what Tom Latham is having a word with Rod Tucker about. New Zealand came on this field with a conscious effort to getting through the overs because their over rate's down and they've got a chance for the World Test Championship. We seen when they got the wicket of Crawley, they ran straight, they were more or less straight back. Everybody was in a fielding position before Jacob Bethel got onto the field. I just wonder there, Tom Latham deep in discussion with the senior umpire, Rod Tucker, and I just wonder if he was saying that. Why did we have that drinks break? Did we really need that drinks break?
That was preposterously silly. That was really, really unnecessary. Maybe the umpires were thirsty. It's their prerogative. They called the drinks on. I'm sorry, it's drinks time, and that is what we will do. It's like 6 o'clock having a beer. That's what you do, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Here's Nathan Smith. Short to Bethel. Hooks it out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's gone for 6. Jacob Bethel. What a shot. He's showing anybody and everybody who had any doubts about the talent, the raw, sparkling talent to which the England captain and coach have referred. He's showing it in spades. It's a short burst of activity, but wow, it's lit up the end of this match.
I said a bit earlier, I don't think he's a test match number 3, but he's definitely a test match cricketer. Boy, is he a test match cricketer. 2 men out, 1 mid-wicket. There's about 20 yards difference between Tim Southey and Rachin Ravindra, out and a 70-metre boundary, and Jacob Bethel just plonked it straight over the top of them.
You could finish it in 2 balls. It's another bouncer from Nathan Smith. He's bowled nothing but bouncers, and he's been allowed to get away with it. That's by the by. It's not... one for the over, says Hassan Raza. Well, he's been allowing him 5 for the over so far. Bethel is 47, Root is 23. I can't help chuckling because it's 101 for 2 in 12 overs.
I like the scoreboard. It's got England's target, 3 runs to win, balls remaining 850.
Sense of humour. Short and wide outside the off stump. Could these be the winning runs? Clipped away high and wide outside the off stump by Jacob Bethel, and he moves on to 49 as Daryl Mitchell does the fielding. The scores over this test match in 4 innings are now level. England need 1 run to win. Jacob Bethel is on 49 on debut. He is going to reach his 50 and score the winning runs in his debut test match.
I just hope he does. I hope he does. I hope it's not a wide or a no ball. There's been loads of extras so far in this game. I really do hope it is a chance for Bethel to get his 50.
Here's Nathan Smith, winning runs, loading. And Bethel hooks it away out towards deep mid-wicket. It reaches Rachin Ravindra along the ground. Bethel takes the single, claps his bat on his gloves. England have won the Test match by 8 wickets. And Jacob Bethel, the 21-year-old on debut, scores the winning runs to reach an unbeaten 50 from just 37 balls with 8 fours and a 6. Joe Root accompanied him over the finish line with an unbeaten 23 from 15 balls. 3 fours in the first over that he faced and a 6 for him. The target was 104 for victory, and England have galloped there in just 12.4 overs with 27 from opener Ben Duckett, and now an unbeaten 50 from Jacob Bethel. They're 104 for 2, 12.4 overs. Shortly after lunch on day 4, England have taken an emphatic 1-0 win in this 3-match series, and they've done it in a blaze of stroke play on the 4th afternoon, which for the almost capacity crowd will live long in their memory. Steve Harmison, it's been a dazzling performance.
Dazzling, thoroughly professional, and one that Jacob Bethel will never ever forget. His debut 50 in a debut Test match. He's just been given. Joe Root just walked over to the stumps, took one of the stumps out of the ground, and give it to Jacob Bethel as a memento of his Test match debut. England have been absolutely professional here. They've came here and put on a performance with both bat and with ball. New Zealand dropped 8 catches. They've contributed to their own downfall, but England have taken their chances. Bryden Carse was fantastic. Harry Brook was the recipient of them 5 out of them 8 drop catches. He went on to make New Zealand pay, and to put the icing on the cake, England decided to bring a 21-year-old who averages 22, yes 22 in first class cricket, batted him at number 3, and he's got 50 off 37 balls to take England home. A brilliant performance by England. Ben Stokes' team goes 1-0 up in this 3-match series.
And if he lives up to half of the potential being flagged up for him, Harmy, he's going to have to build an extension to keep all the stumps in there that he's going to collect over the years.
Manners. I mean, yes, I question the number 3 spot, but I don't question the Test match ability. This boy has got a huge Test match future going forward. Where he fits in, that's up to him, and he will forge that. But what I've seen so far in the Caribbean coming into here, I had no doubt that he's got the ability. Just wondered if he had the temperament to play over the longer format. And boy, he's just shown that. An excellent performance. Carse, Brook, Stokes, and Bethel at the end there. I mean, England have thoroughly outplayed New Zealand. New Zealand have helped that by missing the chances that they did. But take nothing away from that. England have been excellent, and they deserve to go 1-0 up going into Wellington.
One of the great Test match traditions as the players line up to congratulate each other, shake hands, and either commiserate or congratulate, whatever the appropriate reaction is. And it's all of the squads and the coaches and the administration and the management staff. It's one of the great sights in Test match cricket. Okay, that's it for the moment, because you will, if you missed any of the action and you want to catch up, you can do so with the following on podcast, which will be hosted just a moment by John Norman.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Hello and welcome to Following On. I'm John Norman, alongside Steve Harmison, looking back at England's 8-wicket win over New Zealand here at the Hagley Oval. It ended amid a flurry of hook shots and pulls and a couple of cuts. Jacob Bethel hitting the winning runs on debut, and at the same time reaching 50 for the first time in Test cricket, alongside Ben Duckett, making sure that the run chase was accomplished in quick time, just taking 12.4 overs to England to knock off the 104 runs that they needed, losing Zach Crawley for 1 and Duckett for 27 along the way. Joe Root plucking a stump out of the ground and handing it to Bethel to make sure that he has a memento from a momentous test match. In truth, the destination of this test match probably decided on day 2 when New Zealand dropped 6 catches. But that's not to say there wasn't moments of intrigue and interest and real quality, actually, over the course of day 3 and towards the halfway stage of this afternoon session here on day 4. Earlier in the morning, Daryl Mitchell batted past the customary lunchtime of 1 o'clock. It was 18 minutes past 1 when the final New Zealand wicket fell. It was he trying to hit Bryden Cast down the ground, and he departed. Top score of 84 for the innings. Given good support by William O'Rourke, who batted for 65 minutes for his 39 ball 5. There wasn't a lot else though. Nathan Smith, LBW Cass, as was Matt Henry, Tim Southey, 2 big 6s and out, as is his wont. And here we are, Steve Harmison at the end of a test match that has actually been quite one-sided. Ever since England recovered for when they were 71 for 4, it's pretty been one-way traffic.
Yeah, one-way traffic, largely down to the fact that the chances that New Zealand created, they didn't make England pay. 71 for 4 could easily have been England 200 all out. And as it went on, it was 499. That gives me, John, I think, a huge amount of encouragement that this series is still hugely alive, because they created the chances, they just didn't take them. New Zealand aren't a bad side. New Zealand bowlers bowl really, really well. But if you're going to give the chances that you give to England, England will make you pay, because they score quickly, they score all around the ground, and they really, really put bowlers under pressure. And when it came with the ball, they've got something now, and a little bit of X factor now, that when that flat area comes and 20 overs or 25 overs are holding pattern in the game, waiting for either a reverse swing or towards a second new ball, England can hit the pitch hard and create chances. Now they've got somebody like Bryden Carson and obviously Gus Atkinson. So, yep, I think England were, I wouldn't say they were brilliant, but I think what they did was they capitalised on mistakes made by the opposition, something that has happened to England many, many times in the recent past under McCullum and Stokes. It's normally, we sit here, if England either lose, it's largely down to the fact that mistakes have been made in this England side and the opposition have capitalised. This time it was shoe was on the other foot. So I think there were 71 for 4, but I'd say Brooke, Pope, Stokes especially in that first innings, really took advantage of some sloppy work from New Zealand.
The one dark spot from England occurred midway through Ben Stokes' 7th over. He didn't complete it. Gus Atkinson finished up the last 3 deliveries. We didn't see Stokes bowl again, but he did stay on the field. We are hopefully going to hear an update about what went on. We weren't sure whether it was a knee or hamstring, calf, whatever it was. Wasn't serious enough to take him from the field, but question marks about whether he's going to be bowling over the course of the next 2 test matches.
Yeah, it's the bowling bit that's a worry, because it's a balance to the side. I think his leg will have to be broken for him to steer off the field, and as long as he's got mobility to get to the other end and back when it comes to the running point of view between the wickets, then I'm sure Ben Stokes will want to play, and he will play. The balance of the side then becomes affected, because I don't think you can go in with just 3 seamers and Shoaib Bashir as the spin option. So whether England decide that they're going to play 4 quicks, whether England decide they're going to play 1 less batter, who knows? But at this minute in time, let's wait and hear from Ben. I'm sure we will, because in the press conference afterwards, Ben will have to speak, because he's the captain, and when we do hear him speak, I'm sure he'll make it a lot clearer where it's a niggle, still a little bit of pain, or it's something a little bit more serious. If it's a serious, then he doesn't bowl. If it's just a niggle, then a few days rest, which an extra day of just getting, might prove the world of good for England going forward.
It's not often a guy scores 171 in a test match and isn't named player of the match, but I think we all understand why Harry Brook is not player of the match. It's Bryden Carse, and he's just caught up with talkSPORT's very own Scott Taylor.
Bryden, first 10-wicket haul in Test cricket, first 5-wicket haul in Test cricket, and a Test match win. Doesn't get any better, does it?
Yeah, of course. Look, an amazing couple of days, and to top it off today with getting a 10-for and winning, an amazing feeling and very proud.
And how special was it to do it with a group that you know so well as well, like the likes of Ben and stuff like that?
100%, yeah. Obviously, Stokesy, I've known him now for a long time through Durham, and to be able to play and bowl with him in tandem for England in a Test match win is an amazing feeling.
And you seem to enjoy the grind of not only pitching it up, but then going to the bouncer plan when needed.
Yeah, of course, we had different plans throughout the game. Obviously, the surface had a bit more bounce and carry, so suited my style of bowling a bit more, and things paid off. At times it was probably it felt like a hard slog, but I got the rewards in the end.
And just tell us what you've done over the last sort of 6 months breaking into the England side. What have you worked on to improve as a bowler?
Yeah, look, I think I've worked hard on my fitness, throughout the summer, and then I had a good block of cricket in September with England in some one-day stuff, which led me nicely into Pakistan, and then a couple of weeks off. So my body's felt good and strong, and my rhythm in my bowling has clicked over the last couple of months, and long may it continue.
How important has the work of Neil Killeen been, not only with England, he's worked with you at Durham for a long time, how important has someone like him been?
Yeah, look, Killer I've known for 10 years now, and I've worked with him from a young age, 18, 19, so he knows my bowling inside out, and he's always there as a sounding board. So yeah, a lot of credit to the work that I've done with Killer over the last 10 years, and as well, with Graham Onions over the last year at Durham.
I know it's important not to look too far ahead, but you seem to relish playing on these dry, flat surfaces. So how excited are you for what's to come, not only in a couple of weeks, but in the next 12 months or so?
Of course, we've still got 2 big games this series, and we'll see what the surfaces are like going forward. And then obviously, into the new year, and there's a lot of exciting cricket and series to come up.
Well played today.
Cheers, thank you.
Top man.
Thank you.
Bryden Carse, player of the match in his 3rd Test match, a 10-for, a 5-for, and an all-round impressive display from a guy that you've been a big fan of for a number of years.
Yeah, I've been a big fan, 4 or 5 years now, just watching his development and grow up. Every time he seems to go forward by a step, he has 2 steps back because of injury. He's a big, strong boy, a little bit like Liam Plunkett. He's probably more suited on flatter wickets rather than the sort of pitch-up traditional English wickets. You mentioned there about Jacob Bethel and his numbers with the bat in county cricket. I mean, Bryden Carse's numbers are very modest when it comes to first-class cricket, but that's on these nibbling green surfaces in England early season or back end of the season. When you get on a flat one, this guy's got a big heart. He runs in, hits the deck hard, and he's really come to the party for his team. And I said before we came out here, the likes of Carse and Potts going forward with 10 Test matches against us, India and Australia coming up. They need a what you would say a come to the party and coming of age moment, and a Gus Atkinson last summer type series or performance, and he's certainly done that this week. Now everybody around the world knows Bryden Carse. Everybody around the world knows what Bryden Carse's characteristics are and what his strengths are with the ball, and that's great for England. It's great for England with what England have got coming up, and the players they've got injured just enhances the pool of bowlers to pick from on flat wickets. Whenever you hear McCullum and Stokes, and especially Rob Key, talk about selection and we're going for the fast bowler, this is the bowlers we're looking for. I mean, these are the reasons why we come to a place like the Hagley Oval on a pitch which is relatively flat in international cricket against good players, 78 mile an hour and 80 to 83 mile an hour. Something a lot of the time it just doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it. Works in England, not a problem at all. 5-for and a green seamer, in a county first division game or a second division game. I mean, they don't work in international cricket. The likes of Bryden Carse, Josh Tongue, big tall bowlers that run up, Jamie Overton that run up and hit the deck hard and get something out of flat surfaces. That's what you need. You need at least one, possibly 2 of them. and that's what he's shown in this game this week. So numbers again. Congratulations to the selection panel for identifying what is needed in international cricket, not what is needed in first-class cricket. County stuff can look after itself. In international cricket, go on characteristics of what your skill sets of players got. And the skill sets that Bryden Carse has got is very, very influential in international cricket on flat pitches because of his release point, his pace, his heart, and he's now been rewarded with 10 wickets in a match and a player of the match in the first test match of a series.
Where do New Zealand go from here then? It's easy to say take your catches, but there will be pressure. There always is pressure when a team loses to change things around. But if you assume that they will take those catches next time, I mean, essentially they've taken 20 wickets, 12 wickets and 8 drops. They've taken 20 wickets. If they'd taken the catches, the two teams would have been very even at the halfway stage, and the game would have been very, very different. So if we assume that they will feel better, they can't feel worse in Wellington, are they running the risk of pressing P for panic and making wide-scale changes and bringing in a spinner, getting rid of a wicket-keeper or an opener that's actually not batted that badly in the last few test matches? What's your reading?
Well, my take on New Zealand would be, again, the P for panic button. You can't press it. I wouldn't press it. I think if all 4 seamers are fit and ready for Wellington, I'd send them out again. And that will raise a few eyebrows with Tim Southey. I'd play him in the next test match. I think he gives you an element of control. Look, what England did to him in this one. I mean, England don't do that first innings. I mean, 104 to win. England don't do that to Tim Southey in the first innings. They do it in the second innings because they've got a bit of a license. I thought Will O'Rourke was excellent. I thought Nathan Smith was very, very good. Matt Henry was Matt Henry. You know you're going to get out of Matt Henry. You're right, they created 20 chances. The batting would worry me. Whether you go with Will Young at the top of the order and make the call on possibly Conway, or do you make the call on the wicketkeeper and Latham take the gloves? That's a big ask. That's a big ask, a captain against this England side when a ball is flying all over the place to keep wicket at the same time as well. That would be a big ask. I remember all them years ago, and I keep going back to this one series. You go back to 2005, we lost at Lords and we got battered at Lords. Glenn McGrath battered us at Lords, but we took 20 wickets. And we knew going into Edgbaston, we just had to make little subtle changes, scoring quicker, taking our chances, scoring quicker, and we'll be able to compete because we took 20 wickets at Lords. You look at this New Zealand team, if they go to the Wellington with this same team, play the same way and take their chances, it's a different story altogether. So you're right, don't press the P for panic button. I'm not sure I'd play a Santner, especially going 3 seamers and 1 spinner, because this England team on a smaller ground, the basin's a smaller ground, they'll try and belt him out of the park. He's used to people coming at him because he's a one-day bowler. But if you're going to play Santner, you might have to leave Phillips out. I'd play 4 seamers if I was New Zealand. I'd want 4 seam options, and the 4 seam options that have bowled here this week actually did a really, really good job. So I'd be loath to drop any of them. I'd just have one eye on 3-4-8 in the first innings. People were saying that's par. I wasn't so sure. I think the first innings total should have started with a 4, and I think that's where that and drop catches has possibly let New Zealand down.
Ben Stokes has just spoken in the post-match presentation, and Neil Manthorp's been across it. He's just come over and said that when asked about the injury or the decision not to complete an over, it's about management, workload management. He didn't want to. He felt he bowled enough overs, and essentially, it was precautionary rather than anything. And he says there's absolutely no problem for the next 2 test matches. I would still say there's a little doubt. I mean, he did stop halfway through an over. I mean, we know Ben. I don't know. I mean, that's what he's just said, so we'll wait and see. But obviously that's one we'll keep an eye on here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel over the next few days. But obviously there is an England side with Ben Stokes in it, batting and bowling. And there's an England side with either out Ben Stokes or with half of Ben Stokes. And it's a very different beast.
It is a different beast. the balance of the side is huge. And be interesting, you know, them saying that you just walk off halfway through the over. There's nothing to stop you from doing that. I don't think you have to complete the over. I'm normally across the laws of the game, John. You might know better than me, but to complete the over, you don't have to. You don't have to complete the over. You can walk off. If you can't, then I'm sure the umpires will have something to say about him just walking off mid-over and getting somebody else to finish it. But I hope that's true. I suspect it's not. I suspect there is a little niggle in there, and we'll see what happens when we get to Wellington. But if he is saying that he's going to be all right, then that's good news for England. Better news for Jacob Bethel, because I feared a little bit that if Ben can't bowl and take full part in the bowling first and second innings, then all of a sudden you're running the risk of, you know, balance of side, bringing another bowler in and a batter has to drop out. And as well as he's played in the second innings, it probably would be Jacob Bethel. So fingers crossed, you know, we get a three-quarter fit Ben Stokes to bowl enough overs to keep that fourth-seamer spot up at Wellington, and Jacob Bethel stays in the side.
Stokes said he hurt his back diving for a ball. More body management. Should be good to go for Wellington. That's from Ollie Hunter, former talkSPORT producer of note, part of the talkSPORT cricket team and family. So, okay, we'll move on from that. We haven't spoken about Harry Brook. Of course, he top scored 171. Again, there was a few murmurs about him, wasn't there, during the summer, about the pace in which he started his innings. It just seemed a little bit too high tempo. He was dropped on 18. He was dropped on numerous scores, actually. But boy, has he got a record here in New Zealand.
Oh. I mean, Nathan Smith standing right in front of us at this moment in time. He another one, had a very, very impressive debut. I'm not sure the bowlers are really looking forward to getting to Harry Brook at Wellington, because last time he was there, he got 180. So he does love, as much as Daryl Mitchell, another one who's standing right in front of us, he loves batting against England. Harry Brook goes big when he comes to, you know, this part of the world. He was excellent. You know, you can only give chances. You can't catch them as well. And unfortunately for New Zealand, dropping a player like Harry Brook once is criminal. Dropping him 5 times. I mean, he looked to the heavens once and started smiling and giggling, and I think that was the 3rd time, never mind the 4th and 5th. So, no, he was all round the ground. He was good. He was strong. He came out to bat when England were 45 for 3 and under real pressure. He took the pressure in, absorbed it, along with Ollie Pope, and then with Ben Stokes, took England to a score which 499 didn't flatter them, because I think, you know, the boundary count was up, and it's just brilliant watching when they're on, this England team. It's brilliant to watch, and none more so than Harry Brook when he does get going and he gets into boundary mode. Like he said on interview at the end of, I think, of day 2, he enjoys that and he relishes the fact that he's in good fettle. And when he does hit the boundaries, he's devastating.
We're being greeted to a wholesome scene, aren't we, here in the commentary box, Harmy, because we're just by the walkway to the ground, the sight screen to the right of us, and then our comms box. And some of the New Zealand players have just come over, and disappointed, obviously, to have lost the game, but they've been joined by their families. There's Matt Henry with his wife and 2 kids, one of which was he missed the first test at the start of last year for the birth of his youngest. William O'Rourke has just had a photo taken with someone I assume is his mum, I assume is his dad, and I assume is his brother. And Nathan Smith has had a photo taken with his family members and also, I guess, his partner as well. So, you know, it's a beautiful scene here at Hagley Oval. It's not gone New Zealand's way, but I think you're absolutely right. I think these 2 sides, we made point of making it at the start of the series. They're very close, actually. And so I think we can expect a competitive second test and a competitive third. Daryl Mitchell, I think it's Daryl Mitchell, has been speaking with Scott Taylor. Let's hear what he had to say.
Daryl Mitchell, fine effort by yourself today, but ultimately on the losing side, your thoughts on the overall test match?
Oh, look, obviously disappointing to not get across the line, and I thought we put ourselves in positions to win this test match throughout, and yeah, we all know probably what cost us in the end. So yeah, look forward to a couple of days off now and preparing to get down to the Basin, which is where we love playing Test cricket as well.
I know you want to keep level, but I guess it's a match of frustrations. You lose the toss, you sent in, you find yourself 199 for 3 in a really good spot there.
Yeah, look, I think here at Hagley, batting first, if you get put in on on a greenish wicket you'd take 350, although we would love a lot more. And yeah, look, I thought we bowled well in patches and built some pressure, and we created chances, and yeah, when we couldn't quite grab them, which is disappointing, and that's probably yeah, where the game, I guess, lies.
Yeah, 71 for 4 and then consecutive 150 run stands. Credit to England, they took those chances that were given to them. The catching, no one does it deliberately, but it's hard to ignore, isn't it, when these 8 chances go down?
Yeah, look, it's obviously not what we're trying to do, and we put a lot of work in off the field to try and take those chances. And look, I trust the guys that will get in there, and for us it's that attitude piece. You know, guys are throwing themselves around and trying to create those chances, and hopefully, well, I'm sure the next game they will stick.
Is it too easy to say those catches do change the match, that it's a completely different contest if you hold maybe 3/4 of them?
Oh, look, you never know with this wonderful game that we play, but yeah, you got to control the things that you can control, and those are definitely one of them. And yeah, look, something we pride ourselves on as Black Caps is our attitude in the field, and I can't fault the efforts. It's just the execution.
It did provide them a first innings lead of 151. Was that scoreboard pressure on a good surface, you know, hard to ignore, because you know, they came at you, they were pretty accurate, weren't they, in that second effort with the ball?
Yeah, I thought they built pressure and they banged away in a length of hard periods, and they also are very clear with how they wanted to bowl to guys. And we always know starting out here is always a challenge. It can nibble around, and with the extra bounce it can be challenging. And yeah, our theme was we wanted to create partnerships like we did in the first innings and try and extend those, and we just weren't able to do it for long enough, and here we are now.
Lovely partnership with Will at the end, ultimately losing calls, but from an individual perspective, you're happy with that innings yourself, reaching into the 80s?
Oh, look, for me it's just trying to extend the game as long as we could, and try to give us a total to bowl at. We also know it's a 3-match test series, and time in their legs can only help us later on in the test series as well. So it was about trying to, I guess, prolong that innings and keep trying to show the character that we pride ourselves on as Black Caps, and keep trying to fight to the very end, because, you know, us as Kiwis, it's something that we want to keep trying to do.
Lastly, 8 wickets sounds convincing. Not much between these two sides. Is that your ultimate feeling?
Yeah, look, the old cliche, we'll take a lot of positives from this test, and know that we were right in it if it wasn't for a key thing. So yeah, look, we'll get a couple of days now to process what happened and be ready to go at the Basin in front of what will be an awesome crowd, and we love Test cricket at the Basin. It's pretty cool.
I appreciate your time. See you in Wellington.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, we love Test cricket at the Basin as well, don't we? It's a terrific ground, steeped in history. It's, I suppose, if you've never been to this part of the world, it's their version of Lord's, really, isn't it? It's a great ground, and boy, did we have an amazing Test match when we were there at the start of 2023. These two sides have got good bowlers. I think, obviously, the tail for England is so strong, with Atkinson coming in, followed by Garth at 9 and 10. That's a clear difference between the two teams. But let's not forget, Zach Crawley struggled at the top of the order in both innings. Jacob Bethel, if he does play, it's one thing to come out here and play the shots he did, and credit to him. It's brilliant to watch. But it's tough in first innings when you're supposed to be out there setting up a game rather than finishing it off. And New Zealand will be mindful of that. Ollie Pope played wonderfully well for his 77, kept well behind the stumps, and he's once again sorted out a problem for England. But New Zealand will feel that they can put him under pressure. They've got the bowlers to do it. And maybe they've got players to come in as well. Tom Blundell's just come over here as well. He's got his long socks on and he's playing with his kids as well. Quite a wholesome scene, which continues all the way round past the Sir Richard Hadley Pavilion, where both sets of players are hanging around and just signing some autographs for the hundreds of fans who've stuck around here at the Hagley Oval. It's a really a very pretty picture, and it's a nice way to end a Test match, which has been fought pretty fiercely, actually, although always on the right side of where you want to be.
You'd argue it's been the perfect Test match. The wicket's been a good cricket pitch, a really good cricket pitch. The crowd has been excellent. Throughout the whole 4 days, the crowd has been excellent, respectful, enjoyed it. The sunshine and in the afternoons, a couple of colder mornings. All the players that have been on the boundary have jumped over the fence and signed autographs. This time, there's a massive, great big line of fans waiting for selfies and signatures from their heroes. And they haven't been disappointed. The New Zealand players went down the line first. England players are now making their way down. Harry Brooks on his way back, along with Matt Potts, I think, and Joe Bashir, I can see. I can see Joe Root, and there's a huge congregation around Joe Root trying to get his signature. Ollie Pope's not far behind him. Jacob Bethel now got his pads off because he's in there as well, having just done a little bit of a press conference. But what I will say, John, going into Wellington, if I go to Wellington and you do the toss and both captains say unchanged sides, I would not be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. And I think listening to Daryl Mitchell there, he didn't want to see it, did he? He didn't want to see it. He knew exactly what it was. It was the drop catches that's cost New Zealand this game. But I still think both sides, with bat and with ball, they've all got suspect and vulnerable areas. They've all got strengths and the weaknesses they've got. I think they are very, very similar and very, very evenly close matched. And it could come down to something small like England's tail or catches in the field.
Can I make a prediction in front of you all? Steve Harmison, Neil Manthorp, Scott Taylor and Katie. We're looking out onto the field and we can see some little Mitchells, some little Henrys, some little Blundells. And can I make a prediction that one of those will represent either the White Ferns or the Black Caps in about 18 to 20 years? So if I'm not around in that time, keep an eye out, and just remember I said it. Note that December the 1st, 2024.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Such
surprise
is the way
me.
of cricket in this part of the world.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise. The massive family traditions in cricket, not just in New Zealand, but I think in all cricket, John, we do have huge, it all running through our blood. It's such a niche sport that it does go down to father, to son, to daughter. And you're right. There's plenty of them out there. So you're taking a punt, and you're about 10 to 1 at this moment in time. But you're right. It's a long, long way off because I think the oldest that's out there is about 3.5, 4 years old.
That's what I'm saying. Give it a good 16, 17 years. Let's hear from the England captain, Ben Stokes, speaking with Scott Taylor.
Ben, an 8-wicket win in this first test, a great start to the tour.
Yeah, really good. Very, very solid team performance. You look back at sort of early on day 2 when we were put under pressure by New Zealand when we had the bat in hand. Being 40 for 3 is obviously not the start that you would want, but to be able to get up to 500 in our first innings and obviously have a nice healthy lead going into New Zealand's second innings with a bat was brilliant. But the way in which the bowlers ran in throughout the whole time that we were out in the field was fantastic. It was a real sort of input week, I think, especially that first innings. We didn't necessarily get the wickets with our best balls, but I think it was just a real good accumulation of pressure. And when you're putting pressure onto a batting lineup like we did, it's sometimes the balls that you don't necessarily think you're going to take wickets with get some.
And I know Harry got the 100 and Bryden got the 10th in the match, but it seems everyone really chipped in this week, so how satisfying was that?
Yeah, really good. At the end of a game, when someone gets 180 and someone gets 10 for, they're the guys who are probably always going to get spoken about. But, it's the little phases of games, especially in Test cricket, where, Chris Woakes yesterday, those 2 wickets and 2 balls massively changed that game for us. Even Gus again, you're getting an early wicket with a great caught and bowled. Those small little things obviously add to, the greater thing of trying to win the Test match. But Harry Brook and Bryden Cast were simply outstanding as individuals this week.
Yeah, you mentioned Chris Woakes. How pleasing was it for him? Because there's been a lot of external noise about his record away from home, so to go out and do what he did yesterday must have been really good.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's external noise. It's something that we certainly as a group don't, try and focus on heavily too much. We know the skills and the attributes that Chris Woakes adds to any team that he's in. His ability with the new ball, his consistent line and length's always going to be making it hard for oppositions to score. And he didn't get any runs this week, but having Chris Woakes walking at number 8 is obviously going to add a huge amount of value to any team. So look, we know the skill that he possesses as a cricketer, and he's done a great job this week again.
And Bryden with his maiden 5-fer and 10-fer in the match. Obviously know him from Durham, but he must have a hell of a performance this week.
Yeah, look, I grew up with Bryden, seen him, make his way in the first class scene with Durham. Always known the skill and the ability that he possesses as a cricketer. So to see him transfer that over, obviously in Pakistan, but now into over here in different conditions in New Zealand is great. The wicket obviously had a little bit more in it than in Pakistan, and he certainly exposed that. So for him to walk off with 10 wickets there, especially with it being in a win, is obviously great for him. and obviously a massive confidence boost for him as well.
And it seems he thrives on that enforcer role, and he also thrives when you ask him to pitch it up as well. So how handy is it to have someone like that in your squad?
It's as a bowling unit, we really like a variable attack. So having someone like Bryden who possesses skills to be able to not only run in, bowl quick, but he can be the enforcer as you just said, but also he's took 10 wickets here, but you look at his economy rate as well, that's very, very impressive. So to have a bowler with his abilities to be able to play a completely 3, almost 4 different roles is massive.
And let's talk about your own form. You batted a little bit down the order this week, but nice feeling to get in the runs again.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, again, coming in and sort of where the game was in the balance. For me, it was just about building a partnership with Brookie. Obviously, it's nice going in when Harry Brook's on, 80, and he's seeing the ball like a football. But yeah, having Bryden batting at number 10 obviously gives you a lot of confidence knowing that you can take it deeper. But to be honest, I was looking to give those two the strike. Gus and Bryden came out and played absolute worldies. So that just adds, just proves the value of having guys who can bat all the way down the order. How much that adds to you being able to go on and make a big score.
Just a couple more. We saw you come off midway through your over. Everything okay? Just precautionary?
Yeah, more than anything, to be honest. It's been a pretty big week. I spent a lot of time in the field, bowled 20 overs, hurt my back diving for a ball. So, it's just sort of all mixed into one. A little bit stiff, but the position of the game that we were in, obviously we were on top. So, it was more precaution than anything. Didn't want to make anything worse than I needed to, so I'll be good for Wellington.
And you've added Ollie Robinson to the squad. You obviously know him from Durham. What can he bring to this Test side?
He's been incredible form for Durham. Since he made the move to us, he's been a huge part of Durham's success over the last couple of years. The way that he takes the game on with the bat fits perfectly into this team. He deserves to be here. His record for that speaks for itself. Obviously with Jamie currently back home with his partner waiting for the berth. I think it's a great opportunity for Ollie. And someone who fits into this team and its ethos perfectly well.
And I know Joe wouldn't want you to talk about it, but how fitting was it that Joe was at the crease at the end, 150th Test? I know Bethel took the headlines away from him there at the end.
Yeah, Joe, 150 Test matches is just a phenomenal effort. Just so much cricket, so much warm-ups as well. It's probably the worst part about it, to be honest.
So much fielding, you said to us.
Yeah. But he's been incredible. Obviously didn't get the runs. Well, he didn't get any runs in the first innings, but he just walks back into the dressing room there, and it's just not his day. And to have that, I don't know what the word is, just to have that self-belief in yourself that I'm going to get another go. I think it's infectious throughout the group. You look at young Jacob Bethel coming in and seeing Joe Root, just sort of be all right with it. But yeah, I love the way he went out there and played there in that situation. It's always tricky when you don't have too many runs to score. But yeah, it was good to see Joe finish there, and hopefully that can continue that form for the rest of the series.
Well done today. See you in Wellington.
Thanks, mate.
And Ben Stokes speaking with Scott Taylor, live or exclusively live to talkSPORT 2. A really good chat there, and it made sense that he stopped halfway through the over. I still think there's maybe something to come from this over the next 48 hours or so, but he did stay on the field, so it doesn't look terribly worrying. But yeah, he covered off pretty much most of the points that we've been discussing. And now England go to Wellington via a golf course or two, and they'll go again. It's quite rare for England to win series away from home. They were 1-0 up away at Pakistan. They lost that one 2-1. They were 1-0 up against New Zealand at the start of last year. We know how that one ended. So they will be absolutely determined not to slip up at either Wellington or Hamilton. Win either of those and they take the series.
Yeah, and there's no chance to draw with McCullum and Stokes unless it rains for 2 days. So if they go to Wellington, especially a place where they'll want to put last time the sort of wrong from last time right. Not quite getting over the line, but it was still a decent performance. Yeah, again, he spoke brilliantly, I thought, Ben, just talking honestly about the way the game went, and he seems encouraged about his own body. So that's the biggest concern for me going into Wellington, because we all know when Ben doesn't play as a bowler, then there's huge ramifications for the balance and the rest of the side. If Ben's playing as a bowler, you've got Bryden Carse at number 10. And boy, that is a strong lineup. That's a difference between a 400 score and a 500 score, and that's shown in this game. And that's something I think New Zealand will have to come to terms with very, very quickly when they get to Wellington. And again, like I said before, I wouldn't change the way the makeup of the bowling attack, but potentially look at passages of play when Carson Atkinson comes in, who's actually bowling to them and how they bowl to them. If you get a chance to give O'Rourke half an hour off before Atkinson comes in to really be aggressive towards Atkinson and Cars, that's something from a game plan point of view I'd look to change when we get up to Wellington.
Okay, Harmy, thanks so much for your time over the last 4 days. A big thanks to the rest of the commentary team here on talkSPORT 2 as well. Neil Manthorp, as well as Jeremy Coney, Chris Harris, Garth Galloway, Daniel McHardy, and all the team from Sport Nation who've helped us along the way. Frankie MacKay as well from TVNZ. But that does bring us to the end of our broadcast here at the Hagley Oval. It's been quite a test match. Thanks to the production team as well of Katie Hanscom and Scott Taylor. We've got a day off. I order you not to do anything tomorrow because we're going to be picking things up, and it's going to be a lot going on in the capital city of New Zealand. We're heading to windy Wellington. Hopefully the flight is calm. And if we're treated to anything like what we've seen, what are you pointing at, Harmy? You can speak.
What a lovely picture. I mean, you think that one of these young kids is going to be a black cap or a white fern. They're all getting their pictures taken, sitting on the boundary at the Hagley Oval. I mean, what a picture that is for the kids for the future.
Well, and what a fitting way to end our broadcast as well. Thanks for listening, to following on via talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We will be back throughout the week with daily shows, fresh content, interviews and insight. But for now, thanks for listening or watching. Garth celebrates and he holds the ball aloft and takes applause from the crowd. A fifer for the first time in Test cricket for Bryden Cast.
Pulled high, root back, goes back, sails over his head. 6 more to Tim Southey, dealing in sixes.